Hello.
Good morning, sir. Can we start the session? Sir, am I audible? Ranjit, sir, am I audible? Sir, please unmute your audio. Sir, please reply. Sir, please unmute your audio. Good morning, sir. Am I audible? Sir, please unmute your audio. Warm welcome you, sir. Sir, we are not able to hear you. Sir, please unmute.
Hello,
Good morning,
can you
sir.
hear?
Am I audible? Good
Hello,
morning, sir. Am I audible? Sir, we are able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. உங்களுக்கு கேக்குதா நான் பேசுறது?
Yes, sir.
You can hear? Okay, thank you. Okay, perfect.
Sir, can I start the session? Once Zig Ziglar said, "Success is the maximum utilization you have." Good morning to one and all present here. It's my pleasure to welcome you again to the Technical Session 5 of UGC Stride-sponsored 2 days Climate Change Conference organized by Center for Climate Change Studies. I am Leah Teresa Alex, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce. Carbon capture and utilization is the process of capturing carbon dioxide to be recycled for further usage. Carbon capture and utilization may offer a response to the global challenge of significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions from major stationary emitters. We hope you all are going to be invested with new knowledge by attending this valuable session. On behalf of the Central University of Tamil Nadu, I have the immense pleasure to introduce our special guest who has a great personality and knowledge in this field, which is none other than Mr. Ranjit Narayanasamy. Sir is currently the President and CEO of Petroleum Technology Research Center, Canada. Sir's passion for learning from his childhood helped him to reach Canada. Sir completed his Master's in Engineering, MBA, Master's Certificate in Project Management, and is a registered professional engineer. Sir is an excellent public and motivational speaker locally and internationally. He volunteers in many non-profit organizations and fundraising activities in Canada. Today, Sir is going to deal with the topic Carbon Utilization and Aquistor Experience Canada. Once again, on behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, I welcome you, sir. The session is yours.
Thank you. Can I start now?
Yes, sir.
I'll share a quick presentation. You're able to see my presentation now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. வணக்கம். என்னோட சொந்த ஊர் வந்து திருத்துறைப்பூண்டி. I am from a Mangudi village. It's just 30 kilometers from Tiruvallur. Hope you can hear us, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect. So basically பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் வந்து திருவாரூர் சைடு தான், டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் திருத்துறைப்பூண்டி தான் என்னோட சொந்த ஊர். பட் ஐ பீன் இன் Canada for past 18 years. ஸோ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் உங்களை மாதிரி ஒரு ஆள் தான். But I'm just staying in Canada. I'm no different than you, all of you. So I just want to be very happy and very proud to talk to all of you in Tiruvallur, because I was there in Pretreatment just a month ago, visiting my mom. We have a lands there. I just want to highlight that. So I'm no different than you. I just want to highlight that. And I'm going to talk about carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Actually, when it comes to climate change, the CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, will play a very important role in terms of climate change and reducing carbon footprint. And recently, I signed a MOU with IIT Mumbai last month. Then I also met with the NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation also. So I've done some work in India in terms of carbon capture and storage, just for your information. So I'm the President CEO for an organization called PTRC. It's based in Canada, Saskatchewan. We are founded by Canadian federal government in 1998. So we have been doing this CCUS for past 20 years, and we are pioneers in CCUS. And I just want to move on to the next slide here. So this is the team of PTRC. So you can see most of the folks in the picture are geological engineers and also civil engineers. You guys are hearing us, right? Perfect. And what we do is we do measurement, monitoring, and verification. Because when in terms of storing CO2 under the ground, you want to make sure it's safe. And also the public perception is very important because it's pretty new, right? In terms of technology wise, when I was in India last time, the maximum number of tons injected in India is 20 tons. Here, we injected almost 42 million tons of CO2 for enhanced oil recovery. And the MIC organization, we store 4 lakhs tons of CO2 permanently under the ground. I will show you some pictures of that. And the most important thing is you have to find the right pore space to store the CO2. So when you talk about smart energy, right, especially climate change, people talk about solar and wind, but not many people are talking about CCUS as part of the energy mix. If you really want to achieve 2050 net zero, you really have to consider CCUS as part of your strategy. I think at present in India, there is so much interest in CCUS. And my organization, we are in talks with Oil India. They are looking at depleted wells in Assam area, how they can use EOR, enhanced oil recovery using CO2. So we are in talks with them right now. We are just discussing. And when it comes to the climate change challenges, it's pretty common. If it's in India or in Canada, it doesn't matter. So we all have the same problems. But most important thing here is, cement, steel, chemical plants, they all emit very high carbon, CO2. So in terms of, the challenges, how we are going to mitigate those challenges, one of the advantages we have is CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So you can see in picture, that's our injection well, where we capture the CO2 from a coal plant. We convert that CO2 into a supercritical state, and we inject that CO2 in a well called Akistor, 3.2 kilometers deep under the ground, where it's permanently stored for last 5 years. And we have proven that CO2 can be stored in the deep saline formation. Even in India, there are really good sites available to store CO2. In India, we are working on a few strategy with a couple of organizations in India too. And the most important thing when you're storing CO2, again, I want to emphasize is safety, because safety is very important, right? Because you don't want to CO2 to leak, and most important thing is you want a CO2 to stay very deep under the ground so it doesn't come up and mix with the drinking water, right? You all know if CO2 mix with the water, it's not pretty good. So it's not a good sign. So I want to show a couple of these pictures. It's a 3D. You can see the depth of 2 wells. The one is 1.5 kilometer deep. It's called a Weiban, where we are injecting the CO2 to get oil out. Because oil, you use water, right, to get the oil out of the surface, the subsurface. when you use CO2, the oil comes out very fast. It moves fast. It makes it easily to get the oil out of the reservoir. So enhanced oil recovery using CO2 is a good way of producing a sustainable oil, reducing the carbon footprint. Other site is that's the one we manage, Aki Store. It's a 3.4 kilometers deep. It's quite deep. So that's where right now we are storing CO2. So right now we have 4.5 lakhs of tons of CO2 currently stored under the Aki Store, 3.4 kilometers deep. And the most important thing is we do the measurement, monitoring, and verification to make sure that CO2 is stored there very safe. And we want to make sure the regulators are happy and confident that CO2 is staying there. And these are the two projects I mentioned to you, ActiStore and Wayborn. Actually, it helped to produce almost, like you can see, 120 million incremental barrels of oil if you use CO2. And just in Wayborn and Mydale, 41 million tons of CO2. So that's a best kept secret actually, because there is a lot of CO2 injected to produce oil. And it clearly shows that CO2 can be utilized to produce oil in a sustainable way. And we have experience in both to develop this both projects, storing and also using for enhanced oil recovery. So you can see that infographic here. So having a 4.4 lakhs tons of CO2 stored, you are looking at almost 1.1 lakhs of cars off the road for 1 year. So it's pretty significant in terms of carbon reduction where we are storing CO2. And I already mentioned it's sitting at a 3.2 kilometers deep, and it's a pure storage. And when you store it, there's no oil recovery. And we have 30 technologies currently in use in our site for measurement, monitoring, verification. Seismic shoots, fiber optics, and also some cameras we put in under the well to see how the CO2 plume is moving under the ground. You can see how the CO2 is moving in some of the diagrams here, from 36,000 to 2.7 lakhs kilotons. So you can see the CO2 movement. We are able to analyze this using the seismic data and stuff. And as I said, we collaborated with so many companies and internationally, and we are an internationally renowned organization. We have been in business for past 25 years. And that's my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning from India, Dr. Ranjit. This is Velmurugan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. What about your collaboration with Indian government or Indian companies or MNCs located in India? What is your association with in terms of your project, implementing your project in India? Implementing your projects, is there any possibility or is there any ongoing projects in India? What is happening?
So, sorry, sir, I can't hear you properly. My apologies.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you bit and pieces. Yeah, my apologies. But if you can talk close to the mic, that will help a lot. Or
can you
maybe
hear
if
me
you
now?
can type
Can you
the
hear me
question
now?
in the chat, I can answer too.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you implemented any projects in India from your company? Like
I can hear your initial part, but I'm having trouble hearing the other question. Is it possible someone can type it in the screen or something? If you don't mind, that will help a lot. I don't know why I can't hear it. My apologies. Any other questions? Sorry, I'm not hearing anything.
Sir, please check the chat box.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, please check the chat box. Sir,
I'm
we
getting
have...
an echo, ma'am. I don't know why I can't hear it.
Sir, please check the chat box.
But if it, yeah, I see the question right now. We speak a lot about carbon dioxide emission. You have presented your project with the Indian government. Yes, that's a great question. I have. Can you guys hear me clearly there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'm in touch with Indian government, and I was a keynote speaker in a Bengal Global Summit before COVID. I had an opportunity to meet because West Bengal especially they have a lot of coal fire plants, right? I did meet with Mr. Goenka and also the Calcutta Electricity Power Corporation, and also recently I signed a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with IIT Mumbai Carbon Capture Knowledge Center. I was there last month actually to have a joint collaboration about developing the CCUS in India, and we are in talks with NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation. I think there's a lot of interest in India. I think India is in an infancy state. I think there is a perfect storm there to do some really good work. And from my side, I'm happy to share and help whatever you guys need, because I said, right, I'm just a local guy from Tirupati, so happy to support whatever you guys want.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I saw one question and I didn't see anything in the chat. Yeah. If you can type it in the chat, it's easier, because unfortunately I couldn't able to hear. I don't know why.
Sir, we request you to check the chat box.
Actually, I'm seeing one more question here. What is the status of collaboration with Indian companies, right? There's the one question in the chat box. I'm able to see it. Like I said, we are collaborating with IIT Mumbai and NTPC and Oil India right now. And I'm seeing one more question here. What is the cost side of your project? Is it supported by Canadian government? That's a great question. Because when it comes to cost, the cost is really high. And since we are in Canada, the support from Canadian government is pretty big. And right now in Canada, we have almost like 12,000 crores of tax incentives to do a carbon capture and storage projects. And in America and States, they are giving almost $35 a ton for CO2 storage in enhanced oil recovery. But that's where when we had some small discussions with some senior leaders in the government in India, they don't have the tax incentives, but there is some fundings available in Asian Development Bank. It's called a Clean Technology Fund. I think it is set up for countries like India, Vietnam, and Indonesia. There is opportunity there to take advantage of the funding. When it comes to cost side, it's really high because, for example, let's say to do a capture plant, it will cost quite a bit of money. I'm talking about $300 to $400 million. I'm talking about quite a bit of money, but you need incentives to make it work, and also you have to make this a commodity so everyone can use it, right? That's the main thing. Is the cost is the, I will say, a little bit impediment right now for having this more projects, but its costs are coming down because more and more people are doing this right now.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we would like to place our sincere and humble thanks for your words of wisdom. We are grateful to listen to your excellent lecture on carbon utilization from Canada. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you. Do you guys have any other questions, or I'm done? Or unfortunately, I can hear. If you can type it, that will be great. I'm seeing one more question here. I don't know how. Yeah, no, when I will be coming to visit my mom. I will come and visit the campus. I'm very happy to come there. It will be a very honor to come to Tiruvarur to see all of you there. I will definitely come. And it's only 26 kilometers from my town, so happy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have paper presentation by Life Science Department. We request.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I am Farhat, PhD research scholar, standing here to present my paper on prevalence of
Good morning to one and all present here. We wholeheartedly welcome you to the next session of two-day climate change conference. The conference is sponsored by UGC STIDE and organized by Climate Change Center for Climate Change, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Climate change threatens people with food scarcity and water scarcity, increased flooding, extreme heat, more diseases, and economic loss. The World Health Organization calls climate change the greatest threat to global health in the 21st century. It's my pleasure to introduce the resource person for the day, Dr. Kamal Kumar Murari, who will enlighten us on the topic, Earth's Changing Climate, the Politics of Scientific Consciousness.
Dr. Kamal Kumar Murari has about 15 years of work experience in research and consulting. He handled consulting projects related to water, agriculture, and development sector. He is currently working as an assistant professor at the Center for Climate Change and Sustainable Studies in Tata Institute of Social Science. His research focuses on understanding the impacts of climate variability and climate change on sectors such as environment, water resources, energy, health, and agriculture. He is also engaged with data analytics program of School of Management and Labor Studies in Tata Institute of Social Sciences. He teaches data science subjects in the School of Management. He has received Bachelor of Technology in Agriculture Engineering, Master of Technology in Water Resource Engineering, and Doctorate in Climate Science. He has been involved in research and consultancy projects that involve watershed management, water demand management of urban municipalities, water auditing both at municipality level and industrial level, and application of GIS-based water assessment models. He has a number of publications in national and international peer-reviewed journals. His publications featured in journals such as Proceedings of National Academy of Science USA, Regional Environmental Change, Meteorological Applications, Economic and Political Weekly. He is also a reviewer of national and international peer-reviewed journals. With immense pleasure, on behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we welcome you, sir.
Before starting the session, I would like to invite Dr. Dwaraganath, expert member, TFARCR ND, to honor the resource person. Thank you, sir. We request Dr. Kamal Kumar Murari to begin the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good job actually to doing research about my background. Even I don't know many things about me than you actually. I would like to first thank the organizers to invite me for this wonderful conference, and then to speak in front of wonderful audience. Thank you very much, and definitely I would like to say very good hospitality, and I definitely enjoyed all these things. Thank you very much for all these things. I've been asked to speak on climate change, and I know many of you were actually now hearing these words from last 2 days actually, although you've been hearing this from long actually, but last 2 days was completely fed up in your mind, climate change, climate change. So I'll be touching about something related to climate change, and pardon me for, I tried to modify my PPT just to focus on students, because they are the future who will take the issue of climate change on hands actually. So the topic, I may not be able to justify with the topic, but let me see actually, given the time, I will be able to do something with the topic or not. The topic is Earth-changing climate. There is some science on it, and there is a lot of politics on it actually. And within the science, there are politics actually. So I'm saying right, the other person is saying no. This is also a part of the matter actually. So I'll touch upon all these things. But yesterday when I was sitting, I thought, let me actually make 2 initial slides that will help students to understand about climate, the issues of climate and climate change. Many of you who are sitting on this side, I think largely you are students, you always have this question in mind, in what way I'm coming from discipline A, discipline B, discipline C, in what way this issue of climate change is beneficial to me, in what way I can connect to the issue of climate change. So what I am doing is I am actually have divided my presentation in 8 parts. I don't know whether I'll be able to cover those 8 parts, and sometimes I'll rush upon. So please pardon me, but I'll leave my presentation so that you can look at. These are the parts. First is basically I'll focus on overview of current opportunities in climate change. Before going into this, I'll say whether you are engineer or a social science student or a very, I think you're a literature student, in all discipline you can connect to climate change. And typically I would like to say that climate change is mother of all disciplines actually at the moment actually. So all of you can connect. So the term climate change relates to all of you, and I'll actually show with some sort of evidence that I may have actually. And then I'll quickly move to the introduction to learning resources, from where you'll get some information related to climate change. What are the key learning resources? There are a lot of learning resources. There are a lot of material actually. Which material you should believe, which material you should leave actually, that's also a very important issue actually. All reading material is not relevant actually. So what are the key reading material actually, I'll touch upon it. And then I'll speak about evidence of climate change, the reason why it is happening. Many of you have heard actually. I think yesterday, if you have actually paid attention on Mr. Rasmi's presentation, he was talking, I think, wonderful talk he gave and presented a wonderful idea about what is happening in the dimension of climate change. And now, recently we had a presentation actually talk about sequestration and what way sequestration can help the issue of climate change. I'll touch upon also on these issues. And then I'll move to the politics part actually, where negotiation, how negotiations are happening and what is actually happening with respect to the negotiations. Without taking much time, I'll move to, I hope all of you can see this. Pardon me if the color is not well. It's a word cloud on the left side, and this is just for the students who wants to know about what are the future opportunities with respect to the climate change actually. Currently what I've seen, and I've been teaching the climate change subject from last 10, 12 years, many of the students are now actually going into this domain and getting job opportunities. So I think people sitting on that side will be a little bit attentive at the moment actually what are the opportunities. These are the name of companies. Some of the names you may have already heard, seen actually. Some of you, the names you already know that they are like KPMG, like ERM, like EY, they are the high paying companies actually. And there are very few names which has actually evolved because of this concept of climate change. They are startups, they are no longer startups, so they are big company at the moment actually. In last 5 years, they developed actually, and then they are right now a big player in this domain actually. So like ISS, ESG actually one, Atos, CRISIL. CRISIL is also doing earlier, but climate change division they've started actually. In addition to this, almost all companies has what they have a position called sustainability manager. Almost all companies has actually, all big companies has this position called sustainability manager. They're recruiting people from all disciplines. It's not discipline specific. If you're a computer engineer, you can go there. If you're a literature student, I know some of my literature students have been there actually working on these companies. In fact, people have moved from some startups to a company like Deloitte actually, having a literature background actually. That's why I'm saying that it is a background independent actually. The issue of climate change is a background independent actually. On the right hand side, I have given what are the different roles that companies are offering actually. So right from the content readers, because they have to read the ESG write-up of the companies that companies are making, researchers, client service specialists, risk analysts, modelers, to lead head and ESG rating specialist also. So there are a variety of jobs that they have actually in this domain. And believe me, next 8 years, you can test me also, I think climate change related job will boom up actually. That's my own view actually. This is what I've been seeing actually. Another important issue that I can tell you is basically, and this is again related to the job related issues. These are the areas, again in the world cloud. This is the demand actually. People need to have some skill related to analytics, sustainability reporting, ESG disclosures. These are the demand which is going on at the current moment actually. And the right hand side is what you need to know in order to build your skills. And these are the skills. Background of sustainability and climate change one should have. I think this conference will give you a better opportunity on it. Sustainability reporting and standards is going to be a very big issue actually. One has to understand it. There are certifications and programs and other things actually on it. GRI reporting. There's another important issue, nature-based solution, which is picking up actually. And is again another big area actually. Task force on climate-related financial disclosure. Every company wants this actually, because they have to enter into this financial issue of climate change, how much they're doing actually. You need not to write it actually anyway. I'll give you a presentation. Whole presentation is yours actually. Don't worry about it. And these are some of the standards that people should know about it actually, which is related to global monitoring standards, ISO 4001, 14001, 14064, 5001 and 4001 actually. If you understand these standards, I'm sure you'll be able to, I think for student, you'll be able to get a very good job actually, high paying good job actually. I'll give you one more example and that you can test in your Gmail also. And this is what I've taken a snapshot of my Gmail. If you open up your Gmail, there is a column called, there are a lot of apps actually. And within that app, even in your Gmail also, there's the app called Finance, Google Finance. You open that up and you'll find, can you please, you'll find this button. Can you see, all of you can see this button? This is Climate Leaders. And this is the button which is actually what companies are disclosing and they're saying where they are in terms of their climate commitments. The climate leader, they've given grades A, B, C, D. The A grade, if company shows the A grade, it will attract investors. So it is actually a pressure from the investors' side. It is no governmental regulation. It's nothing. Investor is actually wants. And if you look at all the menu, this what we call mutual fund industries is actually have identified this as the core issue. Global mutual fund industries has identified this as the core issue. So all companies is worrying about this. They want this in their profile. They want to be the climate leader in their profile, and this is the issue actually. They want to hire people actually on this. So this is my first part of the presentation. I specifically tuned to students so they should know that where climate change plays a role. You will be, I think hopefully you'll be able to, that's just a kind of snapshot you can delve more into. I've opened the door, now you go inside the door and explore more into it. But this is the area where you can actually build up your career, think to build up your career actually. So that's the first part of my presentation. I'll quickly move to the topic actually because I have just digressed from the topic. So I'll first look at what are the evidences, especially I and the people, those who are involved in climate science, climate policy and other areas. What is the evidence of resource material they normally use to discuss and develop their idea actually? For us, Ipcc is the Bible. And the document developed by Ipcc is the Bible. We have, normally, I think, I keep on telling people also, we very strongly follows all these documents. And you don't need to buy it. Ipcc, go to the Ipcc website, everything is available. Free of cost. The only thing is the number of pages are quite high actually. Individual report is more than 3,000 pages. If you can read it, well and good actually. But that's a Bible. And a Bible doesn't have 3,000 pages, pardon me actually, but 3,000 pages is one report, so there are many reports actually. Ipcc made reports right from 1992, and we have first assessment report, second assessment report, and very recently we released sixth assessment report. Each assessment report has 3 working groups. So we have 18 reports actually. This is the Bible actually. If you can read them, and that's a reading material. Don't go anywhere. You'll get everything on it. What Ipcc do, they spend a lot of time, synthesize all papers, and make an understanding of the climate change. This is what their main mandate is. And this is exactly the thing on 2007, they got Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize they got because of this actually. They are making this assessment report very periodically, roughly about 4 years. It's just like a World Cup actually. Every 4 years they come up with a World Cup actually. They keep on and make this report very periodically. They spend a lot of time. Believe me, Ipcc doesn't belongs to anybody. It covers all of us. It's a cloud actually, cloud of scientists actually. There is no permanent person in Ipcc. They connect to the universities, university professor connects to them, they produce this report, they read reports, and you can also make your comments. IPCC, if you go to the IPCC website, they open for the reviewers actually. You can review the report also. And you can present your understanding and give to IPCC. IPCC will assess your point and will include if they believe that it's an important issue actually. So IPCC is actually, if you go to the history, it's a UN body, which was roughly, I may be a little wrong about time, but 1992 it was first established. And then onwards started actually presenting the assessment report. Assessment report is about how the climate is changing, what are the evidence we have in relation to change in the climate, and what we can do as a community we can do with respect to the climate. Last year, 2 people got Nobel Prize in science, particularly physics, and this is the first time. Klaus Hasselmann, 3 people actually got, but I'm actually taking the name those who are connected to climate. Klaus Hasselmann and Sonio Manabe actually. Manabe is typically a computer scientist, he's not a physicist actually. So he got a Nobel Prize, that's a big deal actually. Some computer scientists got a Nobel Prize in physics actually. He spent a lot of time in developing computer model actually. Klaus Hasselmann, when he is a scientist actually, when he got Nobel Prize, one of the response that he gave after people interacted with him, what can I use with this science if science is telling me that something wrong is going to happen actually? This is what the response he told actually. So the science should tell us what is wrong and in what way we can correct it actually. We should actually, this is what was the main statement that Hasselmann made actually. It's really important part actually. So doctor can diagnose you, but if doctor cannot treat you, there is no use of the doctor actually. That's a point that scientists say actually. So if I can diagnose the climate, the Earth's climate, but I can't treat Earth's climate, there is no point of my discovery and my Nobel Prize actually. This is just an idea about the structure of IPCC. It's a UN body, Intergovernmental Panel, 195 member states, more than that actually. My data is little old, please pardon me for that. And then IPCC has plenary body bureau, IPCC Bureau Executive Committee. They have a secretariat in Geneva who sits there, who arrange all COPs meeting like Glasgow you were hearing last time. So all next meeting is going to happen in Egypt. They are the person who are making those meetings actually. Okay? And they present report, as I said, working group 1, working group 2, working group 3, and sometimes they make a special reports actually. There are many special reports they made actually. And one of the important point they make is what we call summary for policy maker. But they don't limit themselves to the science. They inform to the policy makers, the country heads, that this is going to happen actually. Summary for policy maker is the main document which prime ministers, environmental ministers and other ministers read and negotiate, and based on that they discuss on COPs. Whether it is Glasgow, Egypt, Copenhagen, Paris, wherever it be, they discuss about it actually. Summary for policymaker is really an important document. It's a small document. All of you, I'll encourage you to read summary for policymaker. Assessment report is a big document. It's more than 3,500 pages actually. But what you can read as any beginner, there are a lot of FAQs in all assessment reports. These are small FAQs, will tell you a very interesting story about what has happened to climate and how we can deal with. And these are, every report has 20 to 30 FAQs. It's 1-page FAQs, so roughly 30 pages each actually. So that you can actually read and get more information about the subject of climate, more authentic information related to the subject of climate actually. This is just a snapshot of all assessment report from 1992, 1995, 2001, 7, 13, and 22 we release. 21 and 22 we release first, second, and third assessment report actually. They talk about observation, they talk about, they do a lot of modeling and make an understanding about modeling, their confidence with respect to modeling, what is happening to the climate process, how it is changing in future. They talk about what are the different evidences we have, every assessment report we have what evidences, and how we can deal with this. So believe me, all negotiations works based on these reports actually. Because when scientists make a report, they send it to the government heads for summary for policy making. And the policy maker makes a kind of correction on the scientific report. And then once the correction is ready, they go for COP actually for negotiation. Partly there is one issue what scientists was not agree with the summary for policy making is, it's a kind of tussle between policy maker and scientist, which has always been actually. Every policy maker hates scientists and every scientist hates policy maker. That's a real scenario actually, unfortunately. But some of the scientists said that when we come up with the summary for policy makers, the real crux of the report is diluted. Typically this has happened because policy maker will dilute some of the strong scientific facts also. This is the reality which has happened over a period of time actually. But that's a reality which is going on and which will keep on going on because there is no clear answer for this actually, because policy maker wants something immediately and climate change is not an immediate issue actually. Policy maker wants something very concrete, and the issue of climate is you are dealing with the Earth's climate, which is the most complicated system. You actually deal with the Earth climate model, that's the most complicated model in the world. So you will have a lot of uncertainties. So scientists will not say surety actually. Policy maker wants surety, but scientists will not say you in terms of surety actually. They will always say, okay, this is a possibility, but this possibility range in that probability or this probability. This is something policy maker hates actually. Policy makers keep saying, I remember a number of times Government of India policy maker said, I'm here for 5 years. Tell me what to do in 5 years. Climate related issues cannot be done in the 5-year time actually. So this is the kind of major issue actually. So I think please go through these IPCC report. IPCC third assessment report is really good report if you want to develop your understanding about climate change, including working group 1, 2, 3. Working group 1 deals with the physical science basis. 2 deals with impact assessment. Those who are from the social science background, for you, the impact assessment report is really important actually. 3 deals with the mitigation actually. Future, how do we mitigate? Those who are energy people or engineering people, they have to deal with the mitigation report actually. So these are the working group reports, structure of the working group report. Now I'll come to very quickly I'll come to the issue of climate change. I collected some data, and this data is available online. I can give you the link, you can play with this data. I normally play with the data actually. So there are 2 data. One is GIS STEM. GIS is basically Goddard Institute of Space Science, which is a body of NASA. They develop a lot of information related to climate, and they release the data in their website actually. There is another GCAC data actually, which is again NCDC NASA based data actually. Ma'am, I'll give you presentation actually, don't worry about it actually. Okay. So what is the main issue I'll talk about in this data actually? I work with the data a little bit. There are some issues with the data, cleaning and other thing actually. But once you clean the data, and this data is available for 120 years, right from 1882 to 2020 actually. In fact, even decent data will be available. I've done this analysis 3 years back actually. What is important is, you look at the temperature pattern, okay? 1960 is the time when the temperature started picking up. It's a time when our industrial revolution started picking up actually. And then it goes up, up, up. This is GMT anomaly. Anomaly is the baseline reference period. 0 means there is no change in the climate, but if you move from 0, there is an increase in temperature actually. Why temperature? Why not other variables? Temperature has a clear signal. That's the first thing. Temperature is an indicator for energy received by Earth. Higher the energy Earth will receive, higher the major changes will happen actually. So temperature is an indicator for the energy actually. Though it's a measure, though you can measure it, but it's an indicator of how much Earth is receiving energy. I'll come to the point of 2 degree and 1.5 later on, but that's the point actually. What is interesting is the oval shape part, which is 2000 to 2010. Then many people argued that this time the temperature was very, I think there was no much change in the temperature. So climate, this is the major change, maximum change in the climate. Now the climate will not change anymore actually. This is the kind of argument people make it. But there is a scientific fact behind it why this change has not happened. Because the major body in our system is ocean actually. And we don't know anything about ocean actually. We know only the first kilometer of the ocean, from the top to down. We don't know the deeper level of the ocean actually. What is happening in the deeper level of ocean? There is no measurement for that. For 1 kilometer we have some measurement. We have buoys, arcs, and we have ship measurement. We can do it very well actually. So the deeper level of ocean has no clear, that's a kind of unknown area actually. At the moment, even we have scientifically developed so much, but it's an unknown area actually. What people say is that ocean has taken a lot of energy in that time, and this energy has not come up. And that's the reason the temperature has not increased during this time actually. This typically we call oceanic oscillation, and there are multiple ways of defining oceanic oscillation. I'll talk about later on. I'll just keep you remind this word, I'll talk about it. But what is the kind of implications? You can look at the implication on the bar graph. Very recent year in the past are the warmest year. And this is clearly evident. You can now, I think yesterday, the Vice Chancellor has said, London got 40.8 degrees Celsius temperature. That's a record-breaking temperature. London never got it actually. Mumbai got 40 plus temperature. It's again a record-breaking temperature. Mumbai never gets that much temperature actually. We have places where 45 plus temperature are common thing actually. But Mumbai receiving it with a high humidity condition, it would be disastrous. It's a serious disaster for London. Yesterday news, if you look at, Spain has reported 500 deaths because of the heat waves actually. There's a huge open wildfire in Spain actually. And same thing happened in the year 2003, with excess 70,000 excess deaths were reported. The term excess death is important. They're not directly relating it, but they're saying because of the event, it is an excess death actually. 70,000 excess death in Europe means that's a big issue actually. 70,000 death in India is a really big issue. Europe actually, keeping the Europe population is a really big issue actually. Same thing happened in 2010 when Russia keeps on saying, I am happy because climate is actually making me better. I'll have a more and more area exposed to agriculture and I'll actually make agriculture better actually. But reverse has happened in 2010. 2010, the Moscow region, the western region was severely affected by heat wave. As a result, they had to ban 30% of their wheat exports. And globally, the entire global system has seen the effect actually because prices have surged. I'm not sure, I think we can test it in next 3 months. Prices might also surge in this current time because India has banned export. You can, because of the heat wave, India has banned. What was the reason that government of India has given? India has banned wheat export. Heat wave is there in Russia. Russia will definitely ban wheat export. Ukraine cannot export because of the Russian invasion actually. So these are the 3 bigger players in the wheat actually. I think most probably wheat prices will surge up. That's my understanding. In the next 3 months we'll come to know wheat prices and there will be crisis of wheat supply actually. Partly because of the Russian invasion to Ukraine, but partly because of the heat wave that has occurred in Europe actually. So that's a kind of impact we can say with respect to the climate change. I'm sorry. See, the issue of climate change is nothing new. It's not happening new actually. It has happening in the past. This is what typically geologists argue actually. But what we have seen is, you can look at a time period from million year on the backs to, this has happened in a million year. But what is happening right now, it's happening in a 100-year window. We don't have time actually. Our lifetime is 100 years, something is happening in this 100-year window actually. And this is happening, and like you can look at the red colors moving up. This was one of the wonderful graphs made by Michael Mann. He published paper. People actually argue that this is wrong, and there were a lot of argument actually. By the way, if I ask you how many of you believe climate is changing, how many will say yes? Can you raise your hand? Not very much, I think. Or you don't want to raise your hand? How many of you believe in climate change? I think now there are more hands actually. This has never been the story in the past. We used to fight actually. When I say the word we, the scientific community used to fight actually. There are a lot of argument that climate is not happening, you are making it. Are you aware with the term climate gate controversy? In the 2010, there was a climate gate controversy. People, especially reporters, blame the scientists from East Anglia University that they are cooking up data actually. But then later on, there's a wonderful paper where there is a signatory. The paper body length is only 1 paragraph, but the signatory is more than 100, I think 1.5 page actually. And that's a paper actually, where roughly more than 200 plus scientists sign over it that that's a false statement. Climate is changing. We are very much sure. We have strong data about it, and it's happening. One of the strongest data that we have, I can actually play with the data I have. So data are always subjected to the human bias. But I can't play with the satellite data. Satellite is typically the unbiased data, unless I calibrate wrongly actually. That's a different story. But satellite will give me a lot of information. From 1970 onwards, our instrumental data and satellite data are very much in line. That is a kind of proof that our data, instrumental data, are actually telling us the story actually, right story actually. And this is the graph. Michael Mann played a very important role, and he's been attacked actually, number of times. You may be knowing about the story of James Hansen, was the first person who spoke to the US Congress about climate is changing actually. Later on, he was arrested by CIA. And so that's why I'm saying the science and politics are very, very critical part with respect to the climate actually. And I think in the last, we are living in an era where everyone believes the climate is changing, thanks to the very strong effort made by Ipcc actually. This is what Ipcc made actually. Very strongly they made. Now all of us can believe, it's much easier for us to believe that climate is changing actually. But that's the point actually. It was not the case in the past. People were attacked. Australian scientists were attacked because Australian scientists advised for climate-related tax actually. So this has happened in the past. And very good story if you want to read a book. A wonderful book about it is by Naomi Klein, and the title of the book is This Changes Everything. It tells about how there is a kind of deliberate effort made by global MNCs to deviate the issue of climate change actually. And this is not only in the context of this. Now I think National Academy of Science, many times they talk about carbon, black carbon. Sometimes they talk about, nowadays they talk about actually very recent report on Ipcc, if you look at what we call land use report actually. And we talk about the meat eating is the kind of one of the main culprit. It can be actually, meat eating may have a more footprint, but you can't replace carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is the real culprit. The actual culprit is carbon dioxide actually. Why carbon dioxide? Because if you put carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it remains there for minimum 100 years actually. Its global warming potential is high. The third thing is the space of the carbon dioxide is much higher actually compared to all other gases. We talk about chlorofluorocarbon, hydrofluorocarbon, and other things. They are minuscule actually. They are 0%. Whereas carbon dioxide is now what we say 410 parts per million, which is 0.004% actually. The another important greenhouse gas is water vapor. But we don't talk about water vapor. The reason is we can't do anything with the water vapor. Water vapor is a part of hydrological cycle. It becomes and then it condenses and falls down and causes a cooling effect. It causes a warming effect at the same time it causes a cooling effect actually. So there's no point of discussing water vapor. The challenge is the water vapor is 1 to 4%. That's the kind of distribution of water vapor is there actually. Anyway, this is the issue. Ben Center, James Hansen, Catherine Heo, they've been attacked in US because of this idea they were saying about climate is changing actually. They were attacked anyway. That's the thing actually. This is the graph on the left. It is the state where we are. Every year we are actually emitting more and more carbon dioxide. The amount of the carbon dioxide that we are emitting at the moment is 30 gigaton on a particular year. Thanks to the COVID, for 1 year we emitted less. Another thing is probably the 2008 depression, where the carbon dioxide emission goes down actually. So we need not to wait for a depression actually. We need to do something else actually. And this is one of the important graph actually. Is known as Keeling curve. It's not killing curve, but looks like a Keeling curve actually. It is the Keeling curve. It's one of the strongest evidence actually. David Keeling from Scripps Institute wants to establish whether carbon dioxide is really changing or not. The problem with the carbon dioxide, it keeps on changing every. I have a plant in my home. It will actually change my carbon dioxide level. So he wants to have some laboratory where he wants to establish it. So finally he found Mauna Loa, which is a kind of volcano in Hawaii actually, which is surrounded by ocean, and he put it, and he observed this for 50 years actually. And this is what he got actually. A very consistent trend in increase in carbon dioxide. You can look at Mauna Loa laboratory website, they can give you current data. I think it would be roughly 410 level of ppm actually. So during a pre-industrial time, we were in 290 level of ppm, now we are in 410 level ppm. God knows in 50 years, if it is 500, we'll definitely breach what we call 2 degrees Celsius actually. So this is just some of the evidences that we have. And now we talk about, I think, Paris and post-Paris, people talking a lot about 1.5 degrees Celsius, and we need to bring the global temperature down 1.5. I think the Copenhagen, this came first time actually. And probably we normally do not give a lot of credit to that time Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who I think did a lot of work, who is the one who convinces Obama to be part of the Copenhagen meeting actually. He's been running like anything behind Obama actually. And that Obama actually, you remember Obama that time said the US government will devote $3 billion. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. But this is what the thing is happening actually. But Ban Ki-moon is actually the real person who's actually running behind it. The idea 2 degrees is coming from science side, and the reason is, everything is not scientific, but you have to have some number where you need to keep yourself down. Some target should be there actually. The reason is, beyond 2 degrees Celsius, we will have lot of irreversible changes actually. And one of the irreversible change is sea level rise. Sea level rise typically happens because of the 2 factors. One is thermal expansion. If I reduce the temperature of globe, I can actually reduce the sea level rise. So that's a reversible process actually. But the real irreversible part of the sea level rise is the glacier melting actually, or sea ice melting. Because if it melts, I can't regain it actually, even if I do anything actually. And that's another challenge, and this is a major challenge. So that the target of 2 degrees C is because of that actually. That we should be able to avoid the irreversible changes in the climate system. But in, you remember in Paris, people were little ambitious actually. They said, no, we should not believe on 2 degrees, we should actually go to 1.5 degree actually. But what is the evidence actually you look at? As I said in the previous figure, last 20 years we had a stagnant climate actually. And what has happened in that stagnant climate is something shown by these scientists, King et al. They said we were in the negative interdecadal Pacific oscillation. So what does negative interdecadal Pacific oscillation does? It reduces the global temperature down. So it's a kind of natural phenomenon. It keeps on. We are sometimes positive, we are sometimes negative actually. That period we were in the negative part. Had it been positive part, we've already crossed 1.5 degree actually. That's the senior. We are right now at 1.2 degrees somewhere around actually. That's a serious issue actually. What right hand side, there is a graph shown by UK Meteorological Agency. They say 2027 is the period when we'll reach 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we don't have much window for 1.5. The actual window that we have for 2 degree, we need to do something for 2 degree. And these 8 years are the crucial. If we can't do in these 8 years, definitely we will have serious issues related to climate. Nowadays, we listen a lot of story like heat wave, irregular flood, irregular rainfall, sometimes cloud burst happens actually. I think most, I'm sorry being alarmist, but such phenomena will happen more and more actually. That's the way the climate is happening. We have not been able to predict it better because climate variability is much, much harder to predict actually. That's typically if I can predict climate variability, I can claim Nobel Prize actually much easier. That's a real challenge actually. Particularly, Hazelman did it actually. Hazelman did it and that is why he got Nobel Prize actually. So climate variability is very much difficult to challenge. Why climate variability? Because the climate system is completely a fluid system. It's a air, earth is moving, air is moving, fluid is moving. And in this, we are doing a lot of things actually. And that's why it's much more difficult to predict actually. So these are some of the challenges actually. 2 degrees Celsius is something 2050 we have time, but we need to act upon it. And one of the main reason to act upon it, I am actually saying 3 methods, 3 solutions based on which we can do this. The first is basically what we call decarbonization. And typically we use the word decarbonization. The decarbonization means you remove all fossil fuel based energy sources, use renewable energy sources, reduce your carbon footprint as much as you can possibly do it possibly. There is another term after post-Paris, what we call deep decarbonization. You look at the literature, you'll find it out. So deep decarbonization refers to 1.5 degree. So you do it very aggressively actually. And that's the term that we call deep decarbonization. The second thing is very much typically what we call scientific development. Every country is right now doing. And just now you listen to the person actually before that. He is very much active on sequestration actually. Sequestration is a part of what we call greenhouse gas removal. You remove greenhouse gas from the atmosphere. You take it out actually. Either put in the deeper level of ocean or put it somewhere actually. There are multiple approaches of sequestrations that people talk about. But that's one. And many universities are working it. National Academy of Science is funding it like anything actually. So carbon dioxide removal is one important approach actually. Decarbonization is another. The third approach is I typically say fancy idea actually, but I think we have seen historically sometimes fancy idea become realistic also. So we have to give some space to science also. Science might play a role, but that's a fancy idea, which is what we call geoengineering. Okay, I'll talk about this. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is a picture for geoengineering. There are many fancy ideas on it. So one fancy idea is basically you put a big mirror on the space that will reflect all solar radiation, will actually allow lesser solar radiation to this. You have to make satellite accordingly and do it actually. That's one fancy idea. The another fancy idea is you make a thick clouds actually. They will actually absorb radiation, will not allow radiation to come into the earth. This is another fancy idea. You make buildings and your code building in such a way that building will reflect the radiation, will not allow radiation to absorb actually. That's another fancy idea. You have to do it on a larger scale actually. City level planning needs to be done based on this actually. What is more, it was presented in US Congress also, and which is considered as more possible feasible proposal is what we call stratospheric aerosol, injecting stratospheric aerosol on the stratospheric level actually. And it is presented as a feasible solution because nowadays a lot of flight goes on. You put a pump over there, they will put the sulfuric, the aerosol on the space, and aerosol will distribute. This idea is actually coming from the eruption of Mount Pinatubo volcano actually. Because when the volcano erupted, it put a lot of dust particle on the stratosphere. As a result, those 2 years, I guess 95, 96 were the cooler year actually. So this was the idea actually. And then people presented this as a kind of possible proposal because the cost is low, because already the flights are going on. You don't need to have a specific flight. You simply have to put a kind of one injection on it actually, and they will do it. But there are challenges. And one of the major challenges for us, for India, because we are living in a monsoonal country actually. We are completely dependent on monsoon actually. A bad monsoon year disturbs us like anything actually. So if there is a kind of aerosol distribution, it will reduce what we call land-sea contrast. And this is the requirement for monsoon to come to our side actually. And this is the challenge actually. So in case of the geoengineering, this is one issue that typically when we talk, we need to discuss with the policymaker, and there are scientific evidences, papers and other things which talks about that it can be dangerous to us actually. Though it is a feasible but partly dangerous to us, may not be dangerous to US actually. So this is just a short background. I'll touch upon the history of climate, and we've been negotiating every year. I would say we've been failed in the past actually. Every year we go for a conference to fail ourselves actually. And that has happened. Right from the 1992, 1979 World Conference in Geneva, 1988, we started thinking about WMO set up IPCC came, UNFCCC, which came in 1992. It actually came in force in 1994. So UNFCCC is the main body which talks about and asks the government to work on climate change actually. Then we have protocols. To me, Kyoto is the most successful protocol actually. At least we have been asked, European countries, not to US, to make a legal agreement, partly legal agreement. European country, US we can't. There is a politics, as I said, I'll talk about politics actually. So in US, the real politics, and US is the major player, and in US, the real politics is politics between Democrats and Republicans. When a Democrat comes in power, it goes in favor of climate, and when a Republican comes in power, it scraps out actually. We have seen during Obama time, George Bush, Obama, then we have seen after Trump what Trump has done, and now we have seen what Biden has done actually. Biden is from the Democrats. So I think this is the story actually. In contrary to this, thankfully we are in India. We have done a lot to the climate actually, as yesterday the Undersecretary was saying, actually she was giving some figure and which are really correct actually in that sense. We have advanced actually. So typically I'll remember the one quotation from Manmohan Singh which says, we have never been the part of the problem, but we would like to be the part of the solution actually. This is what Manmohan Singh said earlier actually. Technically, India has never been part of the problem. It's not because of us. It is because of the Western countries. They need energy. They need, that's what I think they're fighting with Russia right now. I don't know when the winter will come, what will be their behavior actually, because they will need natural gas to heat their environment. I don't know from where the natural gas will come to the European countries actually. Okay, so that's the point actually. So we need to do that. In India, thankfully, we may be disagreeing. Politics is very we have a lot of disagreement with the policy, but at one point we are united actually, and this is climate. Whether it is the BJP government, Congress government, left government, any government you talk, we are united in terms of our policy with respect to the climate. Everyone says we have to do something for the climate. We are doing something for the climate. Irrespective of the government comes and go, they never scraps the decision actually. So whatever the decision has been done in the past is being continuing. We were in the NDCs. That time Prime Minister gave some figure, and Prime Minister made even more ambitious idea related to NDCs in the Glasgow meeting. The reason behind this ambitious idea is our success, our progress actually. Before NDC was decided, our installation for solar power plant was 5 gigawatt. And after that, it has reached to roughly 60 gigawatt. We have increased 10 times actually. That is the progress that we have made actually. And that is the progress we made because of our own commitment that we have to do to the climate actually. Not only this, we have a wind power solution. As in India, in NDC, we committed 175 gigawatt will come from renewable sources. We are roughly close to 150 gigawatt of installation actually, 25 gigawatt away. Partly one of the reason is nuclear power program in India, which is also one of the major issues, and Nuclear Power Corporation committed 63 gigawatt actually, and nuclear power system is at the moment is 10 gigawatt. So that's one reason. But in solar, in wind, we are progressing very well actually. And this is the reason that Prime Minister said that now we'll have to go to 500 gigawatt actually. 50% of our energy will come from renewable, and now I think if you look at the 2022 figures, 55% of the energy is coming from fossil fuel, 45% of energy is coming from renewable. So we are right now in the progress in the target. Who are actually failing us? All northern countries are failing us actually. They're making commitment, they're talking a lot, doing very less, including European countries actually. Clear example is US. They said $3 billion for the carbon fund. Nothing has come. Now Biden has changed his line actually. He said instead of 3, I can give you $1 billion. I don't know whether $1 billion will come or not actually. And that's a story actually. What has happened in, I think that will connect me to my first slide where I talked about the opportunities with respect to the climate. I think something important thing has happened in Paris. And one important thing has happened in Paris. Paris people say it's a wonderful agreement. It's an agreement. That's why they call agreement. You can look at the history of climate. We never said agreement earlier. We never asked countries to agree upon. This is the first time we asked countries to agree upon actually. What has happened in Paris is one important idea apart from, I think partly I'll discuss about Paris is a wrong thing for the Indian side actually, but apart from agreeing countries, they asked there is a role for non-state actors actually. And they open it for the non-state actors. And many of the nowadays individual firms, countries are part of non-state actors actually. They are playing an important role. But from the Indian perspective, because I have to say something about politics actually, in politics is really important part. From the Indian perspective, Paris is a failed agreement. I'm telling you why, because Paris is a voluntary agreement. You have asked every country to make an agreement actually, whether they are part of the problem or not actually. Before that, there was a clear direction. UNFCCC has made clear direction, and we call common but differentiated responsibility. And what does common but differential responsibility say? Common means the climate system is common. We have to work in together. But we can do differentiated because who has created problem will have to put first. That's the first part of the differentiation. Second part of the differentiation, whoever has the capacity will actually contribute to it. That's the term, the differentiation was defined actually. Everything went out in Paris Agreement. There is no common but differentiated responsibility, unfortunately. All responsibilities are voluntary responsibility. And that's why when you add up, look at the individual countries' responsibility add up, there are a lot of paper on it. The global temperature is coming out to be 2.5 to 3.4 degrees Celsius actually. We are not going to achieve anything in a voluntary responsibility, partly because the voluntary responsibility is low from the northern countries actually. European country and America, they have not contributed much into it actually. They are the part of the problem and they are not really contributing much to solve it. We have been part of the problem, and that's why again I'll say the Manmohan Singh's another important line actually, that we will never cross per capita emission beyond the developed country actually. And that's very wonderful and very intelligent point actually. Beyond polity line, even I think where are we disagreeing in India? There is a disagreement also with respect to the climate actually. The disagreement is not in the parties actually. Parties are very much united actually. The disagreement is actually between government and civil society. There is a lot of fight between government and civil society. I remember when India was actually presenting its NDC to Paris, there were a lot of civil society people who said India should not participate actually. There were a lot of fight between India, government of India and this actually. Same thing happened during carbon neutrality time, net zero time actually. Many civil societies said if you go to, you can find the newspaper article, I think last year this has happened actually. Many civil society people said India should not say sign to carbon neutrality. But I would say, I think Prime Minister played it very intelligently. Prime Minister said 2017 will be the period when we will have a carbon neutrality. And 2019, I'm sure we'll be able to achieve a lot of things actually, because we are progressing so much and very clearly well actually. India is the only country which committed 2070. The other country, they committed either 2050, 2060. China committed for 2060. There are many countries who are very ambitious. They committed for 2035 actually. Bhutan said, I am already carbon neutral actually. No need me to be the carbon neutral actually. So this is the kind of politics which is actually happening in the science. But one of the major thing has happened is role of non-state actors. And that has attracted investors actually. Now investors want companies to be carbon neutral actually. And this is the huge pressure that companies are facing. Globally, not only in India, globally they are facing this pressure. And then investor has gone to the step where they have actually voted against the board of directors that they are not doing anything actually. And partly I know one company, I don't remember the name, where they voted against board of directors, just saying that board of directors comprise only of men actually. They have not included a women member actually. They voted against that actually. And that is the kind of pressure which is actually companies are facing. In India, this is what I right now very much part of the discussion in board of directors. Every board of directors want actually ESG compliances. Not because it's a regulatory, but because it is a pressure from the investor side actually. And that is why I'm saying 8 years are the defining year. And in the context of the climate, it will be a job-oriented something related to that actually. So all students who are sitting, you put your footprint on climate or fingerprint on climate, definitely you'll have something actually. You will definitely, whether you belongs to any discipline, as I said, I know a person from the literature discipline, English literature, who is very much in, I think she's I think high-paid job getter also in that sense. She's working in Deloitte actually. So irrespective of discipline you can get actually. So have a fingerprint, have a footprint on climate-related issues. I'll just quickly move to my last part, and I'll say everything is not climate. And we have a romanticizing that attach everything with climate. If rainfall is having, in some place having high rainfall, we say this is because of the climate change. Chennai flood, we keep saying this is because of the climate change. Mumbai flood, we keep saying because of the climate change. Partly climate play a role when we have a lot of development versus climate versus debate actually. So for Mumbai flood, I can say climate because people make an argument for development. If you look at the Mumbai flood, in 24 hours, 830 mm rainfall fall in a city actually. Take any city in the world. Take any city, be it New York, be it Sydney, be it any city. The city will receive 800 rainfall, definitely it will drown actually. So I think the argument that man-made and something, I think the real argument, but we have to contextualize actually. We have to link it to the context actually. So same argument, I would like to link it to context, but I think I have some, this is my frustration actually. I'm opening my frustration on my PPT actually. So look at the papers and what they talks about. Dowry that responds to weather variability in India. How does dowry relate to, or dowry relate to death response? Dowry is related to depthness and other thing, other weather variability, in what way it can be related. So that's my disagreement actually with the paper actually. Are climate changing reinforcing child and forced marriages actually? These are some of the papers actually. And this is why I'm saying everything is not. You have to be mindful when you say whether climate can be linked to an event or not. Everything cannot be linked to climate. Otherwise, authenticity will be a kind of concern actually. Assessing the impact of climate change on migration and conflict. I'll migrate if I don't get any job opportunity or livelihood opportunity actually. Conflict is because of the disagreement between parties on power actually. So these are some of the concerns actually. And the problem with these concerns are they go to the very high impact journal and attract policy makers actually. And that was the real problem actually. Like this paper is published in a Nature Climate Change, it's a top journal of climate change related issues actually. If something is in a top journal, definitely your boss, secretary will say, okay, this has happened in top journal, why don't you do this actually? Okay. That's a problem actually. So what I'm going to say is one paper which I had a lot of disagreement, and then I made a rebuttal to the journal actually. It's a top journal, reviewed by a very top person of the world. He's the dean of Harvard University, and it's got a bit hard to retract that actually. She said, Carleton said, in which she published a paper in 2018, she said, in India, extreme temperature is causing suicides. That was the main statement that she made actually. I'll just read the main statement. I estimate that warming temperature trends over the last 3 decades have already been responsible for 59,000 suicides throughout India actually. And this was one of the major concerns. I was little irritated, that's why I'm saying my irritation actually. Because it can go to the policymaker, and policymaker will say, suicide is an act of God. What can I do actually? Suicide happens because of the many factors actually. We have not been able to deliver in a governmental system actually, governance system actually. So we retracted this, and the thing is, you can look at that. It was highlighted in Hindu and other papers that suicide is happening. We wrote a rebuttal to this paper and took a lot of time, because the problem is ego of northern people are so high, you can't, if you want to break, you have to spend a lot of time actually. They can't retract their words actually. So PNS, we wrote, thankfully, and we got a lot of responses from the people working different universities. You did the right thing. Because we tried with the same author, we didn't get the thing actually, because the same author published in Science and in top journals actually, or the group of same authors published there actually. Finally, PNS asked us, we had a written one line, that based on these facts, the facts that we have given, we believe that this article is baseless and has no strong finding actually. That was a word that we have written in the conclusive part of our paper actually. PNS asked us, we will not accept your paper unless you remove these words actually. You should remove these words. You have your objection, that's okay. but you should remove these words. If you remove these words, we will actually take it. But we have to put our work actually. So that's because they're published actually, and they're published by Harvard. That editor was Harvard University's dean actually. So that was the real challenge actually. So my point is, when we say suicide has many other issues actually. Why people suicide? Because they don't have money. Their family condition, mental condition is not good. Climate is secondary, that may relate actually. So you can't directly link climate to suicide actually. That's the point which I'm saying. And this is why I'm saying everything is not climate. So my message to the youngsters actually, all youngsters sitting behind actually, thank you, you're listening me very carefully. But please keep your mind open. Don't link everything with climate. Climate is a big opportunity. It will give you a lot of jobs. You do research on climate. You can't, you can't link this. Because everything cannot be linked directly. Spend some time, look at the socioeconomic condition. Climate plays the socioeconomic condition very well. It gels socioeconomic condition very well actually. So unless you understand the socioeconomic system very well, you can't actually link to the climatic system. And that's a message actually. So the message is everything is not climate change. But yes, climate change is an important topic, important issue, which will really help you to, I think, get better, a researcher, better student, better professional in future. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu and Center for Climate Change, we would like to place our sincere and humble thanks for delivering an amazing lecture on Earth's changing climate, the politics of scientific consciousness. Excited to know the trends of CO2 emission and atmospheric CO2, global climate actions in all these years and challenges, contributions by all countries. Everything is not climate is a suggestion to take care of. Climate change and other issues impact on different factors made us to think a lot. Thank you so much, sir.
So good morning, participants. So we are moving on to the presentation schedule. So first of all, we would like to take the life science paper. So we are glad that Professor Rajaguru sir is here to chair the session. So we request Kumar Murari sir to kindly give the gift to the Rajaguru sir, please.
A very good morning to all. This session is a part of climate change conference. Before proceeding, I would like to welcome Rajguru sir to occupy the seat. Before proceeding, I would like to introduce the dignitary who is going to chair this session. It is Mr. Rajguru sir, who is currently a professor and head of Life Science Department, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Sir has completed his MSc in Environmental Toxicology in the year 1982 from University of Madras. Sir got his doctorate in the year 1998 from Bharatiyar University. Sir did his postgraduate from National Institute of Health Science, Tokyo, Japan in the year 2003. From 1986 to 2005, Sir is working as lecturer of environmental science in PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. He also worked as assistant professor in biotechnology in Anna University, BIT campus, Tiruchirappalli. He is also a recipient of ICRET from International Union Against Cancer, held at Geneva and Switzerland in the year 1998 and 2002. In addition to that, he has also received Active Researcher Award from Anna University, Chennai in 2013 and Short-Term Fellowship ICMR in the year 2014 and 2019. On behalf of everyone, I not only welcome you, sir, but also thank you for chairing this session. This session lasts from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. This session deals with 7 lectures. Every speaker will be given a minute of self-introduction, 10 minutes of presentation. If requires, an additional 2 minutes will be given to all, followed by 5 minutes of question and answering. So without wasting any time, let us begin this session. The first presenter is Farhat, who will be presenting on the topic, the study on the prevalence of scrub typhus and co-infections in Tiruvallur district of Tamil Nadu, India.
Good morning to all present here. Today I am Farhat, first year research scholar, doing research in Vector Biology Research Laboratory, CUTN, and today I am here to present my paper on the topic prevalence of scrub typhus, a neglected tropical disease and its co-infection in Tiruvallur district of Tamil Nadu. And this paper was done under the guidance of Dr. Jayalakshmi Krishnan, assistant professor, CUTN. So like every disease, disease if it wants to transmit to humans, so it has to follow a triad, an epidemiological triad. So that is like an environment, agent and host. So all these plays an important role in transmission of the disease. So scrub typhus is a neglected disease because of its common symptoms of dengue, leptospirosis and other diseases. So this is a bacterial disease. Scrub typhus is an emerging mite-borne disease that is caused by a bacteria, gram-negative bacteria, Orientia shushugamushi. So maybe many of the people present here, or maybe this is the first time they are hearing the disease scrub typhus. So Orientia shushugamushi. So this shushugamushi was originated from the name shushugamushi triangle. Like you can see in the pictorial representation which I have taken from a paper. The disease was first endemic to those areas, that is bounding Uzbekistan, Japan and Australia. But now it has been emerged from that triangle, and now it is all over Asia. And in Tamil Nadu, the prevalence is around 15%, and in all over Asia, the prevalence is around 20.7%. So, as the name indicates, scrub typhus, the important risk factor of the disease are scrubs, vegetations, that is the dense forests, where these mites undergoes, you can see here the cycle of the mite, it undergoes 4 stages, that is the egg, larva, these nymphs and adults. And the infected stage is the chigars. Larval stage are the infected stage. So these chigars are found on the bushes and vegetations and dense forests like bushes. So they get sticked onto that surface of the bushes, and they absorb the CO2 and they just multiply. This is a pictorial representation of the clinical symptom of this disease. This is an eschar that is usually found on these are hidden symptoms. So like people who are infected with this disease, they do not show it off to, these are usually found in genital areas. So people get hesitant to show to the physicians, and because this is the one major reason because of which the disease is underdiagnosed and undifferentiated. So coming on to my topic, the objectives of this study was to first to find out the prevalence of this disease in Tiruvallur district, and the second one was to find out the co-infections present from that positive cases of scrub typhus. The study design was this is a descriptive cross-sectional study, and the study was carried out from Jan 2020 to April 2020, and the data which I got was analyzed using SPSS software. And the inclusion and the exclusion criteria. Inclusion criteria was like those fever cases presented to the clinics, private clinics of Tiruvallur were included in the study, and also who were willing to take part in the study were included, and those people who had fever less than 2 days were excluded, and the people who were not willing to take part were also excluded from the study. This is a graph which I have taken from the paper risk factors of scrub typhus in South India. So you can see that the southern India, that is the cases were more than 50. Like from the Shushugamushi triangle, the endemicity has been come till this Tamil Nadu and the surrounding states like Kerala, Andhra Pradesh are all suspected of this scrub typhus. And if the seasonal variation of the disease, if we can see that most of the cases were seen from September to Jan, after the rainfall. And my sample collection, the sample was collected from the private clinics. The blood samples were collected from the patients who had fever, and the samples were diagnosed for rapid diagnostic test kit, IgM, IgG, scrub typhus, antibody test, and the samples which showed positive to this RDT test was further tested for PCR, and also wheel Felix was also about to do. And if the samples were found positive to RDT, the samples were preserved for DNA extraction and PCR purpose. This is the workflow of my work. That is the sample collection, then RDT, rapid diagnostic, IgM, IgG antibody test was done. And if the samples found positive to those RDT, the samples where DNA was isolated and PCR was to be carried out. And the results which was found was like by calculating the sample size, I found out 115 samples, and from that 41 samples were collected, and from that 18 samples were diagnosed for RDT, IgM, IgG antibodies, and 16 samples were found negative, and 2 samples were found positive. And the 18 samples, 9 were male and the 9 were female, and the 2 positive, among the 2 positive samples, 1 were male and 1 were female. So the conclusion of my study is like scrap typhus, like Tiruvarur, is a area where 70% of the population depends on agriculture. And as it is the rice bowl of India, many people do follow open defecation here, and they do walk barefoots, and they do not practice personal hygiene, and they live very congested. So these are all the risk factors of the scrap typhus. And the positive, from that positive samples, it was found that Tiruvarur is susceptible of scrap typhus, and further research has to be carried out in this district. And also the results, that is the results from this research will be helpful for the vector control management to make policies and to control these vectors. And these are the references, reference paper. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Because, sir, like, yeah, fatality is not reported. No, sir, because the patients who came to the hospital, they suspected that it is a scrap typhus, and they gave the sample for us to confirm. So, yeah, for RDT, it has high sensitivity specificity, and then further PCR was to be carried out, but due to COVID, we couldn't finish that work. Like, we were about to do the PCR for confirmation. Sample size was 115, and 41 samples I collected, blood samples, and I just diagnosed 18 samples, and from that 2 were positive. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, that was a great presentation. Thank you for taking up such a relevant topic. I have 2 questions. One, was the study funded?
No, ma'am,
it was not funded. No. Okay, and the second question, when did you get the ethics clearance from the university for the...
Ethical clearance, I just applied for that, and due to COVID we couldn't do, but we took an MOU with the clinics.
No, that's fine, but you also have to apply for the ethics clearance.
Yeah, I have applied.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Farhat, one thing during after monsoon, September and January. Yes. But you collected samples between January and April. How could it be positive? Will it be indicating the real situation?
So, like many papers says that it is post-monsoon disease, but the papers are also saying that in summer also the cases were reported.
Summer also. In that case, no, unless otherwise you carry out seasonal, you cannot point out. It's very difficult to point out the prevalence rate, no?
Yes, sir.
And then another one, you said the prevalence is 15% in Tamil Nadu and 20% in Asia. Yes. What do you mean by the 15% of what?
15% is like prevalence, like CMC Vellore did a study, and they found out that in that area, Tamil Nadu, southern India, it was 15%. Like they did a study, they took the patients from that CMC and in and around that area, and they like new cases, incidents were studied from that, and they calculated the prevalence.
So this is collected data. Okay, right. Yes. Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you.
The next presenters are P.V. Rinsha and Rabia, who will be presenting on the topic synergistic effect of biosurfactant on disperser energy and liquefaction potential of a microalgae for biofuel production.
Good morning. I'm Rabia, and here is my friend Rin. Good morning. I'm Rabia, and here is my friend Rinsha. And we are intern students under Dr. Rajesh Banu sir, and we are third-year students from Integrated MSc Life Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Here we are presenting on our topic, synergistic effect of surfactant on disperser energy and liquefaction potential of macroalgae for biofuel production. Energy crisis and global warming are the major two problems facing humankind today. And extensive use of fossil fuels increases carbon emission, which leads high impacts on climate change. So it is a high necessity for us human to change from non-renewable energy sources to renewable energy source. Here we are with biofuel. So biofuels are an alternative renewable energy source for fossil fuel. So nowadays, macroalgae gain a major attention as a potent bioenergy. The model of our experiment is Ulva intestinalis, and it's a green algae from the family belonging Ulvaceae, and it is commonly known as seaweed, sea lettuce, and gutweed. Main objective of our study to enhance the liquefaction potential of macroalgae biomass through disperser pretreatment and to optimize the disperser RPM and time for effective liquefaction, and to determine the synergistic effect of biosurfactant on disperser pretreatment for macroalgal biomass disintegration, and to evaluate the impact on biomethane production. The sample is collected from New Mahi, Kerala, and it is hand-picked and washed by tap water and shade dry for 2 days, and then we kept it in container for laboratory purpose. And this is disperser mechanism. This is the disperser we are working with, and this is the probe of the disperser containing high spinning rotor, and it is surrounded by a stationary stator, where in between the probe, in the rotor and stator, there is a gap known as shear gap, where shear force is experienced, and the sample is picked up the shear gap where shear force experience and break down the cell, breakdowns the sample where cell lysis experience. This is how dispenser hydrolyzes the sample. Macroalgae of 2 gram is added to 200 ml of water. We are taken 500 ml of beaker, and we are homogenize our sample in various RPM, ranging from 6,000 RPM to 20,000 RPM. After that, the samples are collected at regular intervals, and then the samples are centrifuged at 10,000 rpm for 30 minutes. Then the supernatant collected and were analyzed. This is how homogenization work we done in our experiment. And biosurfactant. Surfactant reduces surface tension. And the surfactant have major two components, that is hydrophilic and hydrophobic component. And it prevents agglomeration. Here is the surfactant we use, that is alkyl polyglucoside, and which is a biosurfactant and non-ionic. Well, the same, we take 2 grams of sample of macroalgae and added in 200 ml of water. And sample is homogenized by using a dispenser. And then at regular intervals, we collected samples and centrifuged. And then the supernatant is analyzed. These are the list of experiments we have done in our study. For the estimation of protein, we use Lodis assay, and for the estimation of carbohydrate, we use Anthron assay, and for reducing sugar, we use dinitrosalicylic acid assay. For TCOD and SCOD, we homogenized the sample and collected the sample and then centrifuged at 10,000 rpm for 30 minutes, and then the supernatant is taken for potassium dichromate method. And this is the background of our study, and this is our species, vulva intestinalis, and this is the dry sample. Our study conducted in 3 phases. In first phase, the sample is subjected to the disperser pretreatment alone, and in the second phase, this is the combined effect of surfactant along with the disperser pretreatment. Due to the surfactant, we achieve more liquefaction here because surfactant prevents agglomeration. And third phase of our study is theoretical calculation of biomethane production. Rest of the presentation is handled by my friend Rinsha.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be discussing about the result. First is the effect of disperser on SCOD release. We carried out our experiment at various disperser RPM and at a different time interval. The liquefaction was initiated at 6,000 RPM and it was carried out till 20,000 RPM. Here in this graph we can see that as we increase the RPM, the SCOD release is also increasing. This is because when we homogenize a substance, the cell wall will break down and all the inner content will come out. Thus the SCOD also will increase. Here, in this graph, we can also see that at till 10,000 and 20 minutes, there is a significant increase, and after that, we cannot see that significant increase. So, we have optimized the disperser RPM to be 10,000 and the time to be 20 minutes. Next is the effect of disperser on COD solubilization. COD solubilization is a measure that determines the amount of algal biomass to be liquefied. So here, the red color curve in this graph represents the optimum disperser RPM, which is magnified here. So in this graph, we can see that from 0 minute to 20 minutes, there is a significant increase, and after that, the graph is becoming stable. Here we can also see that to achieve a solubilization of 14.9%, we have to input a specific energy of 1748 kilojoule per kilogram. Here also, as we increase the RPM, the COD solubilization also increase. Next is the effect of disperser on the release of reducing sugar, carbohydrate and protein. The reducing sugar, carbohydrate and protein are very important component because the reducing sugar can act as a substrate for methanogenic bacteria. Then the protein and carbohydrate are like important component because they are biopolymers and they can convert themselves into reducing fermentable sugars which can be utilized in biomethane production. So this 3 graph represents the optimum RPM, and we can see that from 0 to 20 minutes there is a significant increase, and after that the graph is becoming stable. Next is the effect of surfactant on COD release. The surfactant we use here is alkyl polyglycoside. It is a biosurfactant, and it is biodegradable in nature, it is eco-friendly, and it is skin safe. So the surfactant will help in more liquefaction. So when we mix the surfactant with the disperser, the liquefaction will increase. So here in this graph we can see that when we increase the surfactant dosage from 2 microliter to 6 microliter, there is a significant increase, and after that the graph is becoming stable. Here we obtain a solubilization of 20%. In the previous graph we can see that to obtain 20% of solubilization, we need to provide more than 6000 specific energy. But here with the use of surfactant, we can achieve 20% of solubilization. Next is the effect of surfactant on protein and carbohydrate release. So here we can see that the value of carbohydrate is 2-fold greater than that of the protein.
Rabia, you can conclude now. Already the 10 minutes over.
Okay, sir. So as a conclusion, this synergistic effect of surfactant on disperser pretreated marine algal biomass can be utilized as a potential feedstock for biomethane production. Here we attain about 20% of solubilization. So 20% of solubilization is an efficient amount with which we can produce an effective biomethane. So by switching from fossil fuel to biofuel, we can control the carbon emission, global warming, and climate change. So thank you for your patience and attention. Thank you.
Now I can allow 2 questions. Any questions from the audience?
What is the significance of the study? Why you are taking up this study?
Because by using the algae, it is a marine algae, it will grow very fastly, and it does, that algae contain a large amount of biomass in their, a large amount of organic in their biomass. By using this, we can produce biomethane, sir. So biomethane is a biofuel. By using it, we can reduce carbon emission. Thank you, sir. Sir, cost factor means here we are taking it from natural resources, so just we have to put little bit.
Then you are spending some energy. Then you are taking that biomass for biomethane production.
Yes, sir.
Then this involves some cost now. Study, you can in future when you continue the study, you can look at the cost also.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for the question.
So dealing about biomethane, right, CH4. So do you have any contingency planning in case of any production disasters? It's highly potential global warming greenhouse gas. So in your production phase, if it's on upscale, pilot issue. If for on upscale, large scale industrial production, do you have any contingency planning in case of disasters in methane, like atomic plant? We are talking about atomic radiation exposure.
Sir, you cannot hear you, sir.
We are not audible to us, sir.
If it leaks in case of large scale production, contingency planning.
Sir.
Even in that case, no, this is considered as renewable energy. It's alternative energy. This will reduce the carbon footprint. So in that sense, this will be a relevant study. Right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I invite the other presenter, Geeta Krishnan and Vichita Valsa. The topic of the presentation is climate change in India, relevance and intersectionality approach generation of methane from paper mill waste, activated sludge by chemomechanical pretreatment. Third year. Geetu and Vijita, you have only 8 minutes per presentation. You try to complete your presentation within 8 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I am Geetu and she is Vijeta. We are intern students under Rajesh Banu sir. We are from 5th year Integrated Life Science. We are here to present on the topic generation of methane from paper mill waste activated sludge by chemomechanical pretreatment. The paper and pulp mill sludge is the main organical residue obtained from the wastewater treatment of paper mill industry. The sample we use here is waste activated sludge, and it is formed from by the secondary treatment by the biological oxidation of suspended and soluble organic matter. Here we can see two chambers. One is aeration chamber and other is secondary settling tank. In the aeration chamber, there will be biological bacteria and microorganism takes place, and in secondary settling tank, the biological cell mass is separated from the effluent of aeration tank. Then the objective of the study, to characterize the waste activated sludge from the pulp and paper mill industry, then to arrive biomethane potential, to study the effect of biosurfactant on dispenser pretreatment, to investigate the effect of disperser pretreatment time and RPM on organic matter release. The materials and method: first sample is collected, then we follow disperser induced pretreatment and followed by surfactant, and then we subject it for anaerobic digestion and then for biomethane production. Here the sample is collected from the secondary clarifier. The sample we used here is waste activated sludge, and the sample concentration is made into 7000 milligram per liter, and they are analyzed for biochemical assay. Here the biochemical assay, we take the sample for estimation of protein by Lowry's method, carbohydrate by Anthron method, then chemical oxygen demand. This is two types: total chemical oxygen demand and soluble chemical oxygen demand by potassium dichromate method, and then suspended solid reduction. Here the mechanism of disperser, it consists of a rotor and a stator. Here the sample moves into the narrow gaps to obtain the shear pressure and cavitation so that the cell will disintegrate. Then in case of surfactant, here we are using biosurfactant, which is a alkyl polyglycoside. It is a non-ionic surfactant, and it breaks the extracellular polymeric substance, which are microbial products of sludge biomass, so that the cell will disintegrate easily. This is anaerobic digestion. The steps are hydrolysis, acidogenesis, acetogenesis, and methanogenesis. In acetogenesis, there will be acetic acid formation, and acetogenesis, with the help of methanogenic bacteria, we can produce methane. This is the background of the study. Here the sludge is there. When we use the disperser, there will be low solubilization and low methane production. And if we use disperser plus surfactant, there will be high COD solubilization and high methane production. Then we subject it for anaerobic digestion. With the help of mesophilic methanogens, methane is produced.
From this figure, we can see the effect of disperser pretreatment time and RPM on the soluble organic release. This figure illustrates the effect of time and RPM on the SCOD release. From this figure, we can see the soluble organic release increases with increment of time up to 30 minutes, and after that, the significance is not, the increase is not significant. This may be due to the sludge matrix disruption, breakdown of complex molecules, lysis of microbial cells, and release of organic content into liquid phase. And similar to that of the time, RPM also plays a significant role in the pretreatment. With the increase of RPM, there is a the soluble organic release is also increased significantly up to 12,000 RPM, and after that, the significance is not stable. So we have the 30th minute and the 12,000 RPM was taken to be optimum for our study. And this slide shows the disperser pretreatment time and RPM effect on suspended solid reduction. From this slide, the increasing curve shows the suspended solid reduction in percentage, and the decreasing curve shows the suspended solid reduction in concentration. With the increment of time from 0 to 30th minute, the suspended solid concentration is reduced significantly, and after that the reduction is not significant. And same goes for the RPM too. Up to 12,000 RPM there is a significant reduction, and after that the reduction is not significant. And after pretreatment, the soluble organic fractions of biosolids contain extracellular and intracellular biopolymers, such as proteins and carbohydrates. These biopolymers are they are released into the supernatant to the extent that depends on the intensity of the pretreatment. So these two graphs shows the effect of pretreatment on carbohydrate and protein release. From this figure we can see, with the increment of time and the RPM, there is a significant increase in release of protein and carbohydrate up to 12,000 and 30 minutes. After that, the significance is the increment is not significant. Therefore, we have found 12,000 RPM and 30 minutes were the optimum for our study. COD solubilization. The degree of COD solubilization is calculated using the formula given here. With the formula given here, we have calculated and found that the COD solubilization of disperser alone pretreatment was found to be 6%. So to enhance the COD solubilization, we have employed dispenser-induced alkyl polyglycoside surfactant for enhancing the disruption and enhancing the pretreatment process. So in the sludge, in our substrate, the sludge, there is a presence of EPS and recalcitrant nature of cell wall, which limits the biodegradability. So prior to release of EPS, prior to disintegration, if the EPS is released, then the pretreatment would be efficient. So this can be achieved using surfactant. The polyalkyl glycoside, which we have employed, it disintegrates the non-covalent bonds within and between the EPS, and therefore it denatures the EPS, and therefore it enhances the pretreatment process. So after addition of surfactant to the disperser, we have evaluated the results, and this slide shows the soluble organic release with the effect of surfactant. So with the increment of time and the increment of concentration, the soluble organic release was increased up to a level, up to a point that is 30 minutes, and with the varied concentrations of surfactant, there is an increment in the soluble organic release found up to 12 mol concentration. So 12 mol concentration was found to be optimum. And with the combined pretreatment of disperser-induced surfactant, the COD solubilization was found to be 358 milligram. So it is relatively higher than that produced and obtained with the disperser alone pretreatment. And the COD solubilization,
which conclude, you already crossed the time.
Okay. And this graph shows the reduction, suspended solid reduction, and this graph shows the protein and carbohydrate release. And after pretreatment, we have subjected our substrate to anaerobic digestion for biomethane production. So we have calculated biomethane potential theoretically using literature, and we have found that the biomethane potential was increased. The methane production was, there is an increment in methane production in the disperser-induced surfactant than that is compared to control and disperser. So from our study, we have concluded that 12,000 RPM and 30 minutes were found to be the optimum conditions under dispersion alone, and 6% COD solubilization was obtained during dispersion alone pretreatment, and there is an increment from 6 to 11% with the introduction of surfactant to our pretreatment. And based on the COD solubilization, the methane potential was estimated to be 156.8 milliliter per gram of COD. Hence, our study not only reveals the ecological and sustainable method for enhancing the biomethane production, it also reveals a waste management strategy. Thank you.
So open for the paper now. The paper is open for discussion.
What is new in it? What is unique or new in it? Why you picked up this?
Actually, paper-activated sludge, paper mill-activated, waste-activated sludge is actually a challenging substrate. So there were many studies which were conducted and most of them were about municipal waste and all other wastes. And the new in the study is addition of surfactant, which enhances the process of biomethane production. Addition of biosurfactant.
In fact, I will answer for this question. No, this is anaerobic digestion of activated sludge is a commonly adopted method in several industries. But here what they are trying to do is even that waste, utilize that waste for methane production. So, and they shorten the time and the cost also. They wanted to include the liquefaction of the activated sludge by treating the biosurfactant. This will reduce the, this will help to increase this liquefaction that will be digested easily. And this will shorten the time duration taken for methane generation, as well as increase the methane production also. Ultimately, the end volume, the amount of sludge produced, the process will be very much reduced. Okay, in this case, I congratulate the two of my students for taking the study. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In maybe under 15th year, fossil fuels become zero. Got it. By the time people, this is excellent study. I mean, we have to appreciate all those kind of alternate energy production, but this methane and all becomes on surface those days because there's no fossil fuel for that day. So those kind of fuels, man-made alternate fuels, again start generating CO2 into atmosphere on burning. We are adding one fold of no, today is agreeable, sir. I'm talking about when the fossil fuel becomes on zero. That time, this kind of studies, this kind of alternate energy. So better we go, yeah, great. But I appreciate. But better go for alternate energy from kind of renewable sources. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I invite the next online, the next candidate is Gunasayaran or Preeti, who is going to present.
We are moving to online presentations. The next presenter is Preeti.
Hello.
Preeti is requested to unmute and start your presentations. Preeti, whether you are talking, it's not audible.
It's not audible. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
So good morning to one and all present here. Today I am here to present my research work entitled Repercussion of Mild Sonication in both Thermofentron Pretreatment on Biomethane and Biopolymer Recovery from Waste Activated Sludge. So this is the outline of my presentation. So moving on to the introduction part, we can see that the waste activated sludge, which is produced in the excess amount, has to be removed from the biological system in order to maintain the food to microorganism ratio in wastewater treatment. So the major challenge in managing this sludge is about 50% of the operating costs are incurred for this management of sludge amount. So if we are going for a sludge treatment, then we'll have a reduced carbon emission. So that, but its efficiency is very low. So in order to improve the efficiency of the sludge treatment process, vast amount of chemicals are used, and which again increases the greenhouse gas emissions. So we are in need to select the proper treatment and disposal method in order to achieve the carbon neutrality of the sludge treatment. So some of this sludge stabilization method is aerobic and anaerobic treatment. So in aerobic treatment, we'll be able to reduce the sludge solids components, whereas in anaerobic treatment, we can be able to recover energy along with the sludge reduction. So in the right hand side, we can see the complete anaerobic digestion process. So in the first phase, we can see that the hydrolysis, the complex biopolymer are converted to the broken monomer by the action of the hydrolytic bacteria. So in this case, this first step is the major rate limiting step. So without this, we can't be able to achieve full degradation during the anaerobic digestion. So there is a need for the pretreatment method in order to enhance the hydrolysis, and this can be done by cleaving the cell walls of the sludge biomass. So along with the energy recovery, we are integrated the process with the PHA production. So PHA is the polyester synthesized by the bacteria and are stored as an energy storage medium. So it can be grown in nutrient limiting conditions like nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, and the excess of carbon source. So here the most used PHA enrichment approach is the aerobic dynamic feeding or feast famine cycle. So these are all the pretreatments. So first is the chemical pretreatment, where the different chemical reagents are added, and in physical pretreatment, the temperature variations are done, and in mechanical pretreatment, the pressure which is caused by the sonication and dispersion causes the cavitations, and for the biological treatment, where the enzymes and bacteria are used to cleave the cell's biomass. So here in our work, we are much concerned about the phase-separated pretreatment. So in the phase-separated pretreatment, we have two different phases. The first phase is the sludge flock disruption. Here, the extracellular polymeric substance will be there around the cell membranes of the sludge biomass, where we have to remove this extracellular polymeric substance at first, and then we have to undergo the sludge biomass disintegration. Since this EPS layer is a protective layer around the sludge biomass, which can help this sludge biomass to maintain the harsh environmental conditions. So in our case, we are going to undergo the biomass disintegration by using thermofentron process. So major objective of my research work is to optimize the sonic specific energy. Here sonication is used for the flock disruption, that is EPS removal, followed by the thermofentron disintegration. We are studying the effect of flock disruption on the efficiency of thermofentron. Then we evaluated the efficiency of phase-separated pretreatment and on biomethane production, then to evaluate the efficiency of phase-separated thermofentron disintegration on PHA production through sodium hypochlorite extraction. So the complete methodology is here. First, we collected the waste-activated sludge and we undergone the initial characterization of the sludge. Then we optimized the sonic specific energy for flock disruption. Then we undergone the cell cleavage by thermofentron disintegration, and from here the supernatant will be directed to PHA production, and the settled sludge was used for the VMP assay. So this is the detailed methodology. So first one is the collection of waste activated sludge. Here we collected the waste activated sludge from Tirunelveli and we stored it at 4 degrees Celsius. And this is the initial characterization of waste activated sludge. And we performed the mild sonication at the specific energy of 0 to 5 kilojoule per kilogram TS with the response factor as soluble EPS, DNA, and biopolymer release. So then we undergone the cell disintegration by thermophantom process. Here the samples used are flocculated, that is without any EPS removal sludge, and the flock distributed sludge. And here the response factors are soluble organic release, suspended solids, and biopolymer release. Here the phantom dosage were taken in between 0.005 to 0.05 gram per gram suspended solids with the temperature variations of 50 to 100 degrees Celsius at 0 to 60 minutes. So then we performed this biomethanogenesis where we evaluated the biomethane recovery from sludge after this treatment. So here the sample to inoculum ratio was taken as -1 with the inoculum as anaerobically digested sludge. And here the response factor is biomethane. After that, we performed this pH production and extraction where the carbon source is the different percentage of pretreated sample and the medium is the mineral salt medium, and the pH extraction was done by sodium hypochlorite method, and the response was the pH content which we used. So coming on to the results and discussion part, first one is the optimization of sonic specific energy for deflocculation. Here we can see that the soluble EPS, DNA, and soluble COD. Here the soluble EPS and DNA are used as a marker in order to evaluate the point at which the deflocculation occurs. So here we can see that at 2.58 kilojoule per kilogram TS, we obtain the deflocculation. Beyond that point, there is steep increment in DNA, which denotes that there is the occurrence of cell lysis, that is biomass disintegration. So based on this graph, we concluded 2.58 kilojoule per kilogram TS as the maximum point for deflocculation. So next one is the impact of sonication induced penton disintegration for soluble organic release. Here we can see as the penton dosage increases, there is an increase in soluble organic release. That is due to the presence of ferric ion, which acts as a catalyst and it will help to enhance the presence of hydroxyl radicals and hydroxyl ions, which acts on the cell membranes of sludge biomass to cleave the cells. And beyond that dosage, there is a slight decrease.
Preeti, you are asked to conclude your presentation.
The redundant hydroxyl radicals.
Preeti, you are asked to conclude your presentation because it's already 7 minutes.
Ma'am, I can't get you, ma'am.
Every presenter is given 7 minutes and you are about to conclude your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So next one is the ultrasonic thermophantom. Here we optimize the dosage in the previous slide as 0.009 to 0.036. Here at varying the temperature, we can see that the 80 degrees Celsius was optimum for soluble organic release. Beyond that temperature, it was the soluble organic release was decreasing. That is maybe due to the mineralization of the soluble organics which came out from sludge biomass. So next one is the suspended solid reduction. Here, varying the penton dosage, we got the increase at first till 0.009. Then the catalytic activity saturated. Then in thermophantom pretreatment also the same trend was followed. At 80 degrees Celsius, we obtained the optimum SS reduction in both thermophantom as well as ultrasonication mediated thermophantom reduction. So this is the biomolecule release. Here we combined all the 4 different treatments and we saw that the ultrasonication mediated thermophantom is efficient for more biopolymer release, where the biopolymers are converted easily into the monomers. So this is the different percentage of carbon.
Preeti, please conclude.
For the production of PHA content, and here we can
Preeti,
see that
please conclude.
Preeti, you are asked to conclude your presentation.
So the concluding point is that the effect of this mild sonication invoked thermophantom is efficient in biomethane production as compared to the thermophantom and raw sludge. So it was seen that 2.58 kilojoule per kilogram TS was efficient for deflocculation, and after that the solubilization of 33.4 and SS reduction of 26.4 were achieved using ultrasonication mediated thermofentron process. And again, while using this carbon substrate, 90% of PHA content were achieved, and the biomethane production was also considerable. Thus, in this, the concluding point is that this process is efficient in energy recovery as well as PHA production with least energy usage, and thus it is efficient. Thus it leads to the least effect on the climate change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Priti. Because of shortage of time, I cannot allow for any discussion, any questions. So now we are moving on to the next paper, that is augmentation of biomethane production from waste activated sludge by calcium peroxide endangered dispersal disinfection. The same presenter?
Preeti, you are requested to present your second presentation. And time given to you is just 7 minutes. You are requested to conclude your presentation within 7 minutes.
Yes, sir.
You can start your presentation.
Yeah, I'll start the presentation. So my second presentation is on augmentation of biomethane production from waste activated sludge by calcium peroxide engendered disperser disintegration. So the introduction is same as that of the previous one. Here we are going to use this waste activated sludge for the treatment in order to enhance the biomethane production. So here, the major objective is to optimize the dosage of calcium peroxide in order to disrupt the flocs, and followed by the study of effect of floc disruption on the efficiency of disperser disintegration, then to evaluate the efficiency of phase-separated disperser disintegration on biomethane production through biomethane potential assay. So this is the complete methodology of my work. Here, we optimized the CP dosage, and we undergone the sludge disintegration by disperser, then BMP assay. So coming to the results and discussion part, first we have to optimize the calcium peroxide dosage for deflocculation. Here we can see that as the calcium peroxide dosage increases, there is an increase in biopolymer release and soluble EPS release. So here the soluble EPS and DNA is used as a marker in order to analyze the point at which the deflocculation occurs. Here we can see that there is an increment in all the cases. There is an increment till 0.08 gram per gram suspended solids. That is due to the presence of the calcium ion, which bridges between the EPS layer, and that leads to the electrical double layer suppression. And the water inside the polymers inside that EPS layers will come out to the soluble phase. And beyond that, there is a mineralization of released components. So in the trend was different in case of DNA due to the presence of the phosphate backbone in DNA, which can be able to withstand this hydroxyl attack and can be able to increase more and more. So this is the effect of calcium peroxide at optimal dosage for the biopolymer release and DNA. So here we can see at varying the dosage of pH, at varying pH, we can see that there is a variation in the dosage. So first at pH 7, the maximum deflocculation occurs at 0.08 and followed by the pH 6, where the maximum deflocculation was at 0.07. Then at pH 5, the maximum deflocculation occurs at 0.06 gram per gram suspended solids. And the same trend was followed in pH 4, and thus by observing this result, we concluded that at 0.06 gram per gram suspended solid at pH 5 is the optimum point for deflocculation. So while coming into the disintegration part, here two graphs are compared. First one is the disperser alone treatment, and second was the calcium peroxide mediated disperser alone disperser pretreated sample. So here, the trend was same in both the graph, but the solubilization percentage were varies. So at first, in disperser only pre-treated sample, we can see that about 7% of solubilization we got. From 0 to 25 minutes, the solubilization increases, and beyond that, there is a stable activity. The increase is due to the action of the disperser that causes the cavitation, pressure and cavitation leads to the cleavage of the cell's biomass. And beyond that, there is no more soluble organic component remains to cleave the cell biomass cell. And the same trend occurs in calcium peroxide, whereas by using the deflocculation agent, the solubilization increases to 24.8%. So while considering the specific energy on SCOD release, here we use the calcium peroxide and disperser treated sample. Here we can see the maximum specific energy of 3481 kilojoule per kilogram TS were sufficient to achieve the SCOD release of 24.8%. Getting into the SS reduction part, we can see that we compared the disperser alone and CP disperser samples. And
Preeti, please conclude. Preeti, please conclude.
So the concluding point is that we thought the fog destruction of 0.06 gram per gram suspended solids at pH 5 is efficient, and the solubilization increases to 24.8%, and the SS reduction of 19% were achieved during calcium peroxide mediated disperser treatment, and the higher biomethane production of 0.174 liter per gram COD was achieved after undergoing this treatment method. Thus, this helps in the energy recovery with least energy usage and have least effect on the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. Even though the scientific data presented by Preeti is a very good, it's a valid one, because of the shortage of time, we are not able to proceed for any discussion. Now we are moving to the next presentation. Intensification of sonic pretreatment in the valorization of Gracilaria salicornia into bioenergy by Akila and Rasmi Gandhi. Akila, don't spend much time on introduction. Keep as short as possible, then give more importance to our results. Okay, you will be completing your presentation within 6 minutes. Okay.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is about intensification of sonic pretreatment in the valorization of Gracilaria salicornia into bioenergy. So nowadays people were high demand on energy, so we will go for bioenergy. It's a type of renewable energy that is obtained from biomass. So it will be used to produce transportation fuels, heat and other various products. So we are using marine macroalgae as a substrate for bioenergy production. So why we are using this marine macroalgae is that it will grow very much faster, and it take more amount of carbon dioxide, and because of low lignin content, it is easily biodegradable. So Gracilaria salicornia is a red algae, a rhodophyta species, and we are taking this Gracilaria salicornia for the enhancement of biomethane production. So for the biomethane production, we are using anaerobic fermentation method. So it consists of 4 methods. First method is rate limiting step, which is hydrolysis. In here, the complex organic matter will be disintegrated into simple organic molecules. And the final step is methanogenesis. By this step, by using the methanogenic bacteria, the conversion of biomethane will occur. So to enhance this biomethane production, we will be going for various pretreatment method. So there are 4 types of pretreatment. Among this, we are taking a physical method, which is ultrasonication. So this is the outline view of ultrasonication. Here, by using that ultrasound generator, the ultrasound waves will produce, that will create cavitation bubbles. These bubbles will significantly disrupt the biomass. So this mechanism has an application of, there will be no secondary products will be formed, and it's very much highly efficient, it's non-toxic and non-effective. So the only limitation is that the high energy consumption is occurred. So by optimizing with time and power, the dried biomass has been taken to ultrasonic for different sonic power ranges from 10 to 90%, and time period from 0 to 16 minutes. So we will analyze biomass analysis by SCOD, protein and carbohydrate. By using this calculation, we are calculating specific energy and power calculation. So for enhancing the production of biomethane, we will go for combined pretreatment method with organic acid, that is oxalic acid. So the advantage of oxalic acid is that it generates less inhibitory substance, and it is more beneficial for environment, and it's not hazardous. So this is the effect of ultrasonic on SCOD release. From 20 watt power watt to 120 watt of sonic power, it's gradually increasing the SCOD release, and after increasing power, due to the high energy input, the biomass disintegration happens very much, and this leads to the release of more amount of SCOD. So we are optimizing 140 watt as a optimum for bioenergy production. So yes, COD solubilization is an index of SCOD. So here we are like in SCOD release, we are taking COD solubilization as 140 watt as a optimum. So here we are obtaining a 9.19% of COD solubilization. So here the effect of ultrasonic on biopolymer release, here protein and carbohydrate or biomass analysis happens. So here we are taking 140 watt as a optimum, like it's due to the high input of power, the biomass significantly disturbed, and it leads to the high release of so then for further increase in the biomass disruption, we will go for combined pretreatment method with ultrasonic and oxalic acid. Here the SCOD release are happening in the oxalic acid dosage of 0.06 normality. From 0.07 we are not getting any significant increase, so we are making here optimum as 0.06. So we are getting a high amount of COD solubilization in combined pretreatment method, that is 17%. So this will lead to a high amount of biomethane production. So we calculated methane production theoretically. As per gram of COD, we are getting a 350 ml of methane. By combining pretreatment method, we are getting a high amount of biodegradability in the literature. So we are making us an optimum here. So we can see here that how pretreatment type will helps to enhance the biomethane production. So from this, we are getting a high amount of methane production in COD solubilization 17% in combined pretreatment method. So this biofuel production not only helps to alternate source for energy, but it also significantly uses in mitigating climate change, and it will improve the planet's future energy source. Thank you.
My question is basically when you do ultrasonification, so what is the source of energy that you use? Are you accounting that when you are actually accounting? So by methanization is actually giving you some energy, but ultrasonification you are extracting energy actually. Yes, so what is the net energy actually? Are you doing that actually?
The cost balance, the energy are you using for ultrasonification, and how much energy you are spending getting from methane? Any balance? Is it equal or less or more?
Sir, less.
I think yes, so the work is being continued. It needs to be studied, sir. It's only a preliminary experiment. Yeah, of course, it's a good. Okay, we have to work out the cost. So that is what sir is trying to tell. Okay, thank you.
Cost efficiency.
Using energy source.
Yes.
Okay, that is the input energy.
Yes.
after methanization, you are actually getting some energy. That's an output energy.
Yes.
So what's the balance in input and output actually? That is what I'm asking.
Sir, actually that has to be carried out in the next phase. The middle of the next phase.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That.
That is the ultimate
Optimization will be there.
Okay. Okay, sir. Sir, next we are moving to the next presentation by Soumya. The title is Improving Sonic Pretreatment Efficiency in Vulva Fasciata Delili by Alkyl Polyglycoside. Soumya, you got only 5 minutes. Try to minimize your introduction. Give more importance to the results and discussion.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Soumya. My topic is improving sonic pretreatment efficiency in vulva fasciata delil by using alkyl polyglycoside. Let's see about biofuel. Biofuel burn more cleaner than fossil fuel and it emits less air pollution. Third generation biofuel refers to the biofuel derived from algae. Micro and macroalgae is referred to as the third generation biofuel. Marine macroalgae, it has simple internal structures and it often live near the coast. The macroalgae is divided into 3 categories. They are green, brown and red. It depends upon the changes in pigment. Marine macroalgae is considered as the third generation feedstock for biofuel production. Vulva fasciata delil, it is first introduced in the Baja California Peninsula shore. In Tamil Nadu, it is abundant in Tirunelveli and Kanyakumari regions. This algae is abundant near the water sources which contains high level of nutrients. During the reproduction, the bright green grass turns into the dark green and the margins become gold. Vulva species is suitable for the biofuel production because it contains high biopolymer substances such as carbohydrate and protein. Anaerobic digestion, it consists of four steps, that is hydrolysis, acidogenesis, acetogenesis and methanogenesis. In hydrolysis, the complex organic molecule breaks into the simple molecules such as fatty acids. As in acidogenesis, it breaks down the persisting fermentative bacteria. In acetogenesis, it creates a simple molecule from acidogenesis. In methanogenesis, it converts the product of the prior stages to methane, carbon and water. Then the biofuel is produced. Pre-treatment techniques, there are 4 types. In this, we took mechanical treatment. In that, we used ultrasonication method. Schematic diagram, this is schematic diagram of ultrasonicator. In this generator, we set amplification, time, and in this, the probe plays the major role because it helps in the disruption of cell disintegration of biomass. That is ultrasound converter. The sonication is the act of applying the sound energy to agitate the particles. This is a mechanism of ultrasonic. Here you can able to see that the cell is that is the cell, and here it is the disrupted cell by using the ultrasonication method. And there are some advantages of ultrasonic that is no secondary toxic compounds. The design will be compact and the operation is efficient. In drawback is it consumes high energy. We collected our sample in Kanyakumari Muttam and we shadow dried it for 2 months. The shadow dried biomass was measured at the volume of 1:100. The time and power of the ultrasonic pre-treatment is adjusted on the sample. The samples will be taken at the regular intervals from 5 minutes to 60 minutes. These are the calculations. These are the formulas we use to calculate the specific energy and power calculation. And this is the effect of ultrasonic in the release of COD. Here we can able to see that from 0.04 to 0.14, there is a gradual increase in COD release. In 0.16, there will be an abundant release of COD. After that, in 0.18 and 0.2 kilowatt, there is no significant rise. This is a release of SCOD in effect of ultrasonic. Here it gradually increased from 40 watt to 140 watt. At 160, the release of SCOD is higher when compared with 40 watt to 140 watt. In 180 and 200 watt, there is no significant rise. This is an effect of ultrasonic in biopolymer. Basically, the protein and carbohydrate is converted into fermentable sugar. This will enhances the anaerobic digestion and that will gives the higher production of biomethane. So, basically the presence of carbohydrate is higher than presence of protein in vulva fasciata delil. Both protein and carbohydrate gradually increases from 40 watt to 140 watt, and the release of the carbon and protein is higher in 160 watt. After that, there is no significant rise. Optimization of alkyl polyglucoside dosage. Before entering into this, we have to know why surfactant is used because surfactant will disrupt the distinct interface between the hydrophilic and hydrophobic system. The alkyl polyglycoside is known as Ipcc surfactant. It is safe and eco-friendly one. This is an effect of treatment when biosurfactant is coupled. So SCOD release is higher in 8 mol, and after that there is no significant rise. In this also, the presence of carbohydrate is higher than presence of protein. This is also gradually increased from 2 mol to 4 mol, and there is a higher release of protein and carbohydrate in 8 mol. This is the theoretical methane production. We obtain more methane production when ultrasonication is coupled with surfactant. The methane production is 453.6. And conclusion, a sonic pretreatment of macroalgae biomass results in 13% of COD. Addition of surfactant significantly increases sonic pretreatment efficiency from 15 to 20%. Among the differently pretreated macroalgae biomass, ultrasonication plus surfactant produces threefold increase in biomethane production. Nowadays, we are running behind the fossil fuels, and we all obviously know that it will harmful to our environment. Instead of fossil fuels, we can produce and use biofuel to save our environment. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Soumya. Any question? Only one question? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We have come to the end of the session. May we request Dr. Vel Murugan to felicitate Professor Rajaguru for chairing this session. Now may we request Dr. Vel Murugan to felicitate Manivannan sir for chairing. I also invite Dr. Rajaratnam.
May we request our Professor Dr. Rajaratnam sir to felicitate Professor Manivannan sir for chairing the next session.
Candidates. So on. Candidates Supriya and Vishwa and Shashikala. Please come in. Good afternoon, everyone. And this part of parallel session, the parallel session will be chaired by Professor S. Manivannan. A short introduction of Professor S. Manivannan. Professor S. Manivannan is a professor and head of Department of Horticulture, Central University of Tamil Nadu. And the academic qualifications of Professor Manivannan, sir, very short introductions. He done his BSc in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore, and MSc Horticulture in Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and done his PhD in Horticulture in Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. And academic work experience, more than 20 years of as a assistant professor, Central Agriculture University, Arunachal Pradesh, an associate professor in Sikkim University, Gangtok, Sikkim, and professor in Central University of Tamil Nadu. Sir has research guided more research scholars, more than 40 research scholars across university, and publications of more than 25 journals and research papers, and more than 6 books and books chapters published, and more than 25 conference training programs, workshop has been conducted and organized by Sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing this session. The first participant will be S. Supriya and R. Vishwa, and their topic is screening of phytochemical, histochemical, and antioxidant activity in ethanol extract of Cosel's aromatic leaves. A short intro, and you can present your paper.
Yes. Before starting, kindly restrict your presentation, just objective. Straight away go to the results and discussion and conclusion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Vishwa and my friend Supriya. We are now presenting our paper, Screening of Phytochemical, Histochemical, and Antioxidant Activity in Ethanolic Extract of Oleous Aromatics Leaves. Introduction. Phytochemicals. Phytochemicals are bioactive compounds were found in plants. Phytochemicals are divided into two groups. Such one is primary compounds and second one is secondary compounds. These classes are according to their functions in plant metabolism. Amino acids, sugars, proteins, and chlorophyll are known as the primary compounds, while the secondary compounds consist of alkaloids, terpenoids, phenolic compounds, and many more. Mainly, the study is aimed to screen the phytochemical, histochemical, and determine to antioxidant activity of ethanolic Coleus aromatics, extract of Coleus aromatics, which is Tamil known as Karpuravalli or Omavalli. Materials and methods. First, we have the collection of plant materials, then preparation of plant extract and phytochemical screening, then UV visible spectroscopic analysis and FTR analysis. Results and discussions. In the phytochemical characters are Coleus aromatic leaves were investigated and summarized in the table 1. In the table 1, we have here 11 phytochemicals are there. In the extract of ethanol, some phytochemicals are moderately present in, such as tannin, saponin, flavonoids, steroids, terpenoids, and anthraquinone, polyphenol, glycosides, coumarins, where the phytochemicals are triterpenoids are present, while alkaloids are absent. And in the extract of aqueous, some phytochemicals are present, such as saponin, flavonoids, steroids, and triterpenoids, polyphenol, glycosides, and coumarins, while the absence of tannin, terpenoids, alkaloids, and anthraquinone. And quantitative analysis. The quantitative analysis revealed that the Coleus aromatic leaves that has flavonoids, terpenoids, and phenol. Among those 11 phytochemicals, these three are majorly present, such as flavonoids, terpenoids, phenol, the corresponding respective values. Their values are expressed as mean plus or minus standard deviation for triplicates. Next, histochemical analysis of Coleus aromatic leaves powder. Histochemistry is the branch of histology dealing with the identification of chemical compounds of cells and tissues. It is a powerful tool for localization trace quantities of substances present in the biological tissues. Histochemical techniques has been employed to characterize structure and development and to study time course of deposition and distribution of major phytocompounds. Here is a table for histochemical analysis of Coleus aromatic leaves powder. In the leaves powder, there are 5 elements are present, while the flavonoids, polyphenol, tannin were present with highly intensity of the color, while terpenoids and saponin were present. Here's the histochemical analysis of Collis aromatic release powder. First one is tannine, second one is terpenoids, and saponin, flavonoids, polyphenol respectively. Then UV visible spectroscopic analysis. This is the very famous and mostly used UV visible spectroscopic analysis. Spectroscopic methods have become a powerful tool for secondary metabolite profiling as well as for qualitative and quantitative analysis of the pharmaceutical and biological materials. The application of standardized UV spectroscopy have for years been used in analysis of flavonoids. Then this is a figure for UV visible spectrum of Collis aromatic extract. Here the 4 peaks values are there, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. First one is here. Peak values, first one is 205.10, have absorbance value is 4, exactly 4. And second peak value of 219.30 has absorbance value is 0.8291. And the third peak value of 403.75 is 0.02565. And the fourth peak value of 665.75 is 0.0103. And UV visible spectrum of this plant extract has absorption bands at 324 and 290 nanometer. These absorption bands were characteristics of flavonoids and its derivatives. As the result, UV visible profile showed the peaks at 324 nanometer and 290 nanometer for flavonoid. UV visible spectroscopy is simple, cost effective, and rapid test for detecting the phytocomponents. UV visible spectroscopy uses light in the visible ranges or its adjacent ranges. Then from these upcoming slides, my friend will be presenting you.
Now FTIR, Fourier transfer infrared spectroscopic analysis, is a rapid and most used for determining the functional groups present in it. It is a differentiating and classifying and discriminating closely microbial strains, plants, and other organisms. This is the spectral diagram where the frequency of the bonds are given here. Next, in the figure 2 on table 5, we can see the spectral analysis on the functional compounds present in Collis aromatics extract. From this frequency, we know that the Collis aromatics leaves has the OH group, CH stretch, NH blend, CC stretch, and CN stretch. From this, we can conclude that the Collis aromatics have alcohols, phenols, alkanes, primary amines, aromatics, aliphatic amines, and aromatics. From the leaves of the Aerolenta leaves, roots and stems were being powdered, dried and powdered, and some chemicals are present in it. They are alcohols, phenols, alkanes, carboxylic acid, aldehyde, ketones, alkenes are present in it.
Team, please come to conclusion.
Okay,
Time.
sir. Okay, sir. From this, we conclude that the Collis aromatics can cure the diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and arthritis. It is a common plant that can be seen in rural areas. It is a common plant, so we use for medicine also. Thank you.
So, any questions from audience side? If no, actually in the quantification, which are all the things you found maximum in the Collis extract?
Terpenoids, flavonoids, and saponin.
Because the absorbance, all those things you put beyond, after that I couldn't see where the quantification you have done.
Okay, sir.
You have presented somewhere the quantification?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that quantified one, the maximum one you have tested against these
diseases, sir.
Diseases.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team. The next presenter is M. Shakila, and the topic is assessment of sugarcane clone under waterlogging condition.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Shakila, Assistant Professor from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, that is Sugarcane Research Station, Sirigamani. By seeing this circular, I was very interested. That is, I am doing a research on waterlogging stress for sugarcane crop, that too related with this climate change conference. Actually, sugarcane is a commercial crop. It is an one-year crop. Due to climate change, the rainfall occurrence comes frequently, and also drought is also coming throughout the year. So under this situation, I have screened some of the sugarcane clones under waterlogging condition, and how the sugar is affected and how it establishes under the waterlogging condition. Actually, sugarcane is a polyploid crop. It is a complex genome of chromosomes, so we can't get the desirable character immediately. So the selection of suitable clones for utilization in sugarcane improvement program is an important task, but at the same time it is very difficult. So waterlogging or surplus water is one of the major abiotic stress factor for sugarcane. Here in India, that is the physical degradation of soil due to waterlogging is estimated at about 11.6 million hectare, to which 10 to 30% of area comes under sugarcane cultivation. That is a major constraint affecting the productivity of the sugarcane. Then in India, 73.30% of the annual rainfall is received by southwest monsoon during June to September. That time the primary cause is the for floods and also the waterlogging problems. Here the considerable area under sugarcane in India is several parts of Assam, Bihar, West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh, and coastal region of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka. The two these states are exposed to stagnant water for 2 to 3 months during the monsoon season. So sugarcane is somewhat fairly tolerant to waterlogging, but at the same time the severity of the problem depends on the how much days the sugarcane crop stands in flooding condition, and also the water movement, and then the varieties that are adapted for waterlogging stress. Here it was observed that the sugarcane crop was most susceptible to waterlogging during the initial stages, that is 3 to 4 months, when compared to 5 to 9 months age, that is the severity of the waterlogging is very less. However, the higher water table during active growth phase adversely affect the sugarcane stalk weight and also the plant populations, resulting in yield loss. Here now I will see the appraisal on the waterlogging in sugarcane. You see the root system, when it comes under the waterlogging condition, means completely the anaerobic condition will occur, so the respiration will be affected, so the root will be wilted. Because of the insufficient and inadequate root system, the absorption of the nutrients is also affected, that to result in the productivity of the crop, and also the sugar content is also affected. Here this is the system, that is the left side is the normal root condition under sugarcane under normal condition, and it is under waterlogging condition. Here to explore the possibility of evolving the sugarcane clones for water tolerant condition, the 11 clones, that is the clone means the sugarcane that is before the release of a variety, we are calling it as a clone after the evolution of the sugarcane cultures from several years of breeding program. So the 11 clones along with one check, that is the Sirigamani 8 sugarcane variety released from our station. So it was planted in the during the year 21-22 under water inundated conditions, starting from tillering phase up to grand growth phase. That is, the plant was completely inundated with water up to that is a depth of 40 to 45 centimeters for 3 months. So what is the aim? The aim is to study the genetic behavior of all the clones, that how it withstands the waterlogging condition. Here the C means the clones, that is I am to inform that there is 3 research stations working under Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, that is Sugarcane Research Station Kadalur and Melalathur, another one is at Sirigamani. So the C means that it denotes the clones that is derived from the Kadalur, and G means derived from Melalathur, that is Gudiyatham, and the SI means that is it's our clone. So we studied the tolerance of the clones. Here this the SI 2015-047 numbered clone, that is it is having the Brix. Brix means the sugar content of the clone, that is it contains only the 14.5%. But at the same time it withstands the water clogging condition, but the sugar content is very less. Then the yield is also very good compared to other clones. So these are all the Brix values obtained from all the clones. Then in the case of SI 2015-003 has Brix value of 15%. In the normal condition it had the 20% of the Brix value. So we estimated that the 2015-047 clone withstand waterlogging condition, and it is forwarded to another year for estimating the sugar content. That too had both yield as well as the waterlogging tolerance, but at the same time it is having the less Brix value, that is less sugar content. So we will forward to next generation for testing. Either it will be promoted for fiber content clone, or maybe forwarded for using as a parent, that it is having the waterlogging genes to hybridize with the clone having the higher sugar content. So this is the various breeding programs that is being conducted at our stations. That is, we are having the Saccharum spontaneum, that is a wild species, Erianthus is a wild species of the sugarcane. So we are
please
crossing.
come to conclusion, ma'am. Conclusion.
Okay. So this is the pictures. That is the 4-7 is having the lot of roots when compared to all other clone. It withstands the waterlogging conditions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from audience side? Any questions? Okay, so you, if no question from audience side, so anybody? Okay. So you were saying that root system you are putting it, no?
Yes,
when
yes.
it has been waterlogged condition.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so the sugarcane normally it can give a root system even in the upside, because then the nodal it can give. So if water level raises, can it give up root in the upper nodal portions?
Yes, sir. That is the biggest problem in
Okay.
sugarcane.
So
If
then
it sprouts, the sugar content will be reduced.
Yeah. In that case, say it may not be in the reduced environment, since waterlogged condition is a reduced environment.
Yes, sir.
In the reduced environment, you may not be able to absorb enough amount of nutrient.
Yes, sir.
In that case, even for the other clones, if
Okay.
we can give nutrients through the foliar nutrition,
Okay, sir.
can we increase our Brix content and other things? Because it is not able to absorb the nutrients from the
Fruits. Yes, sir.
water stagnated
Yes,
condition,
yes,
but
sir.
it can survive.
Okay, okay, sir. That will be, that
Yeah.
objective will be studied.
So
It's a
through
nice
using drones or something,
Yes,
if we
sir.
can spray the nutrients on the
Okay,
foliar
okay,
nutrition,
Okay, okay, sir.
can we overcome this problem of Brix reduction?
That will be studied, sir, because the sugarcane
No,
nutrient
that
application.
is one of my this thing.
Very good idea, sir. The objective will be fixed in the next trial,
Yeah.
so that I will apply through foliar application, and I will study the impact of this Brix content.
Because I feel that it is only because of not able to absorb the enough amount of nutrition,
Yes, sir.
because
Yes, sir.
otherwise it's surviving.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah.
But it is our sugarcane research station mandate is to develop the variety resistant to early drought and late waterlogging. That means in the initial stage it faces a drought, and in the later stage there is a, you see the Kaveri water is going throughout the
Yeah, that is a
area.
long-term objective if we
Yes,
are
sir.
going for a breeding.
Yes, sir.
As a short-term, say, flood can come in the climate change, flood can come in any place
Yes, sir.
where they are growing any kind of a variety, not
Okay.
just your Sirgamani alone, which is resistant.
Okay, okay, sir.
So in that also, if you want to overcome,
Okay,
so
okay, that will be, that objective will be considered, and I will imply on the
that
next
is one of my suggestions.
Thank you,
Okay,
thank,
thank
you,
you.
sir. Thank you, thank you.
Then thank you very much. Still it's continuing? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
It gives me immense pleasure to my sincere thanks to sharing this session, Professor Manivannan sir. Thank you very much, sir. And on behalf of CUTN and other dignity on dais, I thank each and every one of the presenters who presented now. Thank you very much.
Jan Gill, a Danish architect, once said, "First life, then spaces, then buildings. The other way around never works." Good afternoon to one and all present here. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the technical session of two-day Climate Change Conference organized by Center for Climate Change Studies, sponsored by UGC STRIDE. Myself, K. Niranjana Devi, is from School of Legal Studies, is the host for this session. Environmental anthropology is a growing subfield of anthropology because the challenges of undertaking and addressing human-caused environmental problems like climate change, species extinction, plastic pollution, and habitat destruction require an understanding of complex culture, political, and economic systems that have created these problems. We hope you all are going to be invested with knowledge by attending this valuable session. We, on behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, take immense pleasure to introduce our special guest, who is an eminent speaker and knowledgeable person, Dr. A. Chellaperumal, Dean in charge of School of Law, Pondicherry University. Sir has a great work experience from MS University and currently is a professor in Anthropology Department, Pondicherry University. Sir was a consultant anthropologist in DANIDA, which is the official development corporation agency of the Government of Denmark under the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Sir's session today will be on anthropology of climate change. We kindly request Professor Rajesh Banu to felicitate our eminent resource person, Professor Chellaperumal, Dean School of Law, Pondicherry University, with a shawl and memento. Thank you, sirs. We would like to extend a warm welcome to you, sir. The session is yours. Please, sir.
Dear Professor Velmurugan, who is the organizer of this very important seminar on climate change, Professor Ravindran, Department of Visual Communication, and dear colleagues, professors, faculty, scholars, students, and many delegates who have assembled here, drawn from so many different places, and the very seminar being organized here by Central University of Tamil Nadu from yesterday and today is very timely, very important, and as rightly pointed out by the person who has just now introduced me, the climate change or global warming is to be viewed from so many angles, not only from the pure scientific angles. More importantly, it should be viewed from the other social angles. Social angles in the sense, political viewpoint, politically you have to view, economical, social, cultural, all these things are very, very important. So I do not know how much time I have, but let me try to present. 1:30. Oh, okay, then it's fine. I can take sufficient time. From the morning, I had the privilege of listening to very, very important presentations, not only by the research scholars, by some of the stalwarts like other scientists. So, lot of information I got. I definitely believe that the learned audience here, drawn from different fields, definitely would have got a lot of cues and observations and very important points so as to enrich from their disciplinary domain to augment their research and all. Really, I was a beneficiary, and in my presentation, some of the things might be little elementary, but some of the things, even if it is elementary or so, some of the things you have to get reinstated. That is the thing. Many a time, you know, the issue is known. issue is realized, but only the problem lies in the implementation or solutions. Like that, the earlier speaker also pointed out, you have to be the person to give solutions instead of person to create problems. That it is to be a person to create problems, it is very easy, and most of the people do that. But to be a person to give solution is very, very important, especially the issue what we face, requires solutions. In fact, not necessarily that is awareness. It is enough awareness is there, enough realization is there, enough deliberations are there. But what was lacking, or what we have to do forward is many things. That many things, not all great big things, little things, smaller things, tiny things, but which we fail to do. And I am going to touch upon some of the things from that angle, community angle, people angle. Okay, you do a lot of conventions, international conventions, all thousands of scientists, delegates, diplomats gather, speak, bring documents, discussed. But what is lacking, not only it is lacking from the very implementation point of view, but at the root level, certain things ought to be attended to. First let me have some preliminary presentation, and also later I will be giving you the little bit of solutions or little bit of the actual things which ought to be done. That line also we can think a few. Okay. See, increasingly anthropologists, like any other disciplined people, are also encountering the local effects and broader issues of climate change. And as just now I told, okay. Okay, that's right. Yeah. As I just now told, the climate change is to be viewed from the broader angles, from the social angle, cultural angle, economic angle, political angle. We encounter people telling similar accounts of the climate changes they notice in the weather and climate. Again, both the climate change and also global warming, both are necessarily look like one and the same, but definitely it has some different connotations. Especially some of you would have read the book, Anthony Giddens, The Politics of Climate Change. Though that book is Politics of Climate Change, definitely it includes all the issues, implications of climate change from economic angle and also mostly from cultural angle also. In fact, though I have done a little bit of works or presentation on this theme, before coming to this conference for a couple of days, again I was casually reading that book. And here I also want to tell one important thing. Pondicherry University some time ago had in our department of anthropology, we had very short course, only for one semester. We have invited a person from US. Her name is Sarah Strass. She has given a paper on anthropology of climate change. She has also, after that course, she has also published a very important book with the same title, Anthropology of Climate Change. And that course was not only opted by the students of the Department of Anthropology, other students also got into it. So from that time onwards, I used to pay a little bit of attention on this thing. Though my basic interest is not purely on climate change, but I have some kind of awareness. Once in a while, I also used to read. On that basis only, I will be giving some of the points to you. What exactly you mean by climate change? The contemporary phenomenon of anthropogenic global climate change. This anthropogenic, it is very, very important. In fact, why is that all these issues emerging? It is purely because of the human effect. Though you can say, it is political or economic or technological, all, who is behind all? After all, it is human. That is the reason why we call all are, in a way, it is the impact of anthropogenic factor. And during the COVID time, I had given one online lecture. During that time, I was even questioning the very categorization of the present epoch like Anthropocene. You all know, almost all of you are scientists here sitting. Anthropocene, the age of the human evolution or human has been classified into different phases, and the present phase was considered to be or named by somebody as Anthropocene, but it has not started long before, just 3-4 centuries before only it has started, and we were thinking that all that are happening or all that will be going to happen in the coming years is purely by the human being. So it was named as or branded as Anthropocene. Whether it has gained the enough currency among the scientists or not, that is a different thing. But I have also questioned, if, especially during the first wave of corona, I was also questioning whether really we will be having the Anthropocene continuing, or with this Anthropocene with this Anthropocene, the everything whether human being will go into extinct or disappear. That type of doubts also I have raised, though you may think that it is a pessimistic thing, but almost all of us were fearing, scared. Now we are a little bit casual because of the vaccinations and other things. But imagine the situation, what all the kind of fear, the scared feeling, what all we had 2 years before. I want to recollect. Okay. That contemporary phenomenon of anthropogenic climate change, distinct from natural climatic variability. One thing we have to tell, whether human being doing something or not, without that also, naturally also many things will happen. So we need not have to say everything are related to human being only. We can only control, we can only make comment, we can only regulate the human interventions. There are many things, natural things, which you and I have no control over it. So we are only talking about the human-related activities only. Whatever you do also, nature can do anything. That is a different thing. We can't predict, you can't control that thing. So it is beyond the scope of the science, beyond the scope of the humanity. But what are all under the control of the human activities only, we are talking about that. And then there is, you have to also understand the term climate variability. Climate variability indicates changes in climatic conditions that scientists consider to be due to natural mechanisms and processes, and as such are entirely unrelated to human activities. So what is happening due to the non-human activities, nothing to do about it. So then climate change, a variation in climatic parameters, and is attributed directly or indirectly to human activities only we are concerned about. Such variations in climatic parameters occur in addition to or despite natural climate variability. And as just now I told, climate change or global warming, some people distinguish both these two separately. Some people see one and the same, whatever it is, what are they? Often used interchangeably. Some people use interchangeably, but ultimately it is enhanced greenhouse effect. And also, I need not have to elaborate you what do you mean by greenhouse effect. All the students know. The trend in the increase of mean global surface temperatures confused the understanding of the above two terms. Climate change can result in the cooling as well as the warming of the Earth's near surface atmosphere. So very often we talk about global warming. If it goes negatively also, it is a problem. That also we have to be very careful. So effects of climate change. Sea ice thinning and disappearing, seeing new insects, shifts in prevailing winds, loss of pasture for herds, warming of winter, increasing desertification, disappearance of glaciers and water resources, rising tides. These are all the effects of climate change. So climate change is not something that may happen in the near future. Already it has happened. We are experiencing it. Everybody is experiencing it. Many, even the youngsters also might be experiencing it, like people like me also experiencing it. Even the size of the insect I could experience. The mosquitoes which were biting us when we were children is not to be seen now. We have only huge mosquitoes only. Thanks to this so many pests are control malaria control mechanisms and other things. Even I'm only telling this thing in a lighter vein because now also I'm having a joint project of ICMR controlling the malaria and other vector-borne diseases, especially in the Ramanathapuram district of Tamil Nadu and the North Madras of Madras city, because these two areas are incidence more incidence of these vector-borne diseases. But when compared to the other states like Orissa and so many other states, Tamil Nadu is far better. Even then, we are concentrating on those two districts. That is different thing. So climate change is not something that may happen in the near future. It is an immediate, lived reality. It is a lived reality to be apprehended, negotiated, responded, leading to increasingly unpredictable weather, changing the landscapes, seascapes, icecapes, everything. See, many times people say the temperature increase of the sea, but even the land temperatures are also increasing. Not only just seeing the temperature of the atmospheric temperature, sea temperature, and land temperature. Even land temperature also it is increasing. You can't walk on the floor, on the earth, and you can feel the heat. And then what is happening in the Arctic regions, polar regions, you all know. That is only what you call it as ice caps. Global discourse on climate change. It is adaptive capacity and resilience. Only these things are very important, you should understand. Both are crucial for the sustainability of local livelihoods and resource utilizations. As anthropologists, we very often support the local solutions for even if it is the global issue. And we strongly feel, anthropologists feel, there is no global solution for neither for the global problems or local problems. We strongly feel even if it is an issue global in nature, solution lies in the roots. That is our approach. Okay. Both are crucial for sustainability of local livelihoods and resource utilization, but the ability to respond to climate change is constrained for many people around the globe due to many barriers. Scientific reports confirm that climate change is not only happening, but is caused by human activity, as I just now told you, and public awareness has risen, no doubt about it. There is a public awareness and need to make changes in consumer lifestyle. See, now there is days are not fair. Soon there is a possibility of having the one new kind of taxation called carbon taxing. It is likely to come. Though the other GST, other things for equipments you are having it, that is different thing. But there will be special tax people are thinking about it in global level. Because what you produce out of refrigerator and air conditioner, all these things, why not let us have the tax for that? The reason is not to gain more money, not to draw more money from the people, but to make them aware to use it less in an optimal manner, for that sake. And that is only I tell you, need to make changes in consumer lifestyle. And the effects of climate change are the indirect cause of imperialism and colonization. That is there. And the people who have largely been ignored and whose territories that have long been a dumping ground for uranium, industrial societies, trash heaps, and transboundary pollutants. The thing is, the culprits are somebody, but the sufferers are somebody. That is the very, that is irony in this world. And the one who produces all one who are creating all the causes, they are not suffering it. They are the suffering, immediate suffering by the non-problem people. You all know, it is the two very superpowers of this world. America and China are to be blamed for almost all the 3/4 of the global warming, climate changing thing. But the whole rest of the world is suffering. But they are more or less becoming superpowers, not only in military, not only in economy, in this thing also. Is it a superpower or it is a malign power? It is derogatory power. But we have to have that realization. And the people who have largely been ignored and whose territories that have long been a dumping ground for uranium, industrial societies, trash heaps, and transboundary pollutants. And climate change is environmental colonialism. Remember, some people call it as with this concept, climate change. If you say climate change, a very gentle word. You don't have the politics in that word, as if it is an academic concept. But realize it. Replace that concept, climate change, with the environmental colonialism. Then only you would realize the problem. You would realize that you are somebody is doing that. And here, for this environmental colonialism, to understand the environmental colonialism, there is some kind of anthropological understanding is also necessary. Interestingly, anthropology is the one subject which has, at least I'm not commenting upon other subjects, but anthropology is the one subject which is aware of these issues from its subject's inception days. See, because there are so many theories in anthropology. There are two kinds of theories I want to tell you. There is one theory called environmental determinism and another theory called environmental possibilism. There are two schools of thought as regards the issue of relating culture with the environment. One school of thought was telling whole culture, the culture, lifestyle, way of life of the people is totally determined by the environment. But some people have a different view. No, it can't be. It can only one of the determining factors. So that school of thought is called environmental possibilism. You need not have to take a very drastic side of blaming environment for everything. In fact, why I bring this theory, first we were thinking that environment determines culture, environments regulate cultures, but now it is happening, it is other way around. Culture in the sense here and the big, culture B, big, capital C I am telling, not culture C. If I say culture C, cultures or not, and that is a different thing. Each and every culture individually, whether doing it or not, to be estimated. But culture as a whole, human culture, human way of living, whether you live in the US or live in Australia, wherever you are only spoiling the environment. Then where is the question of environmental determinism? So that is the theory is at stake now. Okay, these are all to be pondered over. And climate change is environmental colonialism. Climate change is the result of global process. When you say global process, it includes everything: technology, migration, travel, politics, economy, money, everything, whatever. And now, almost everything is global now. And so nowadays people say, earlier only there used to be two words, global and local. But now you have only one word, that is glocal. You don't have separate global, separate local, nothing of that sort. You only have glocal, which means you are connected with everybody. All of you are connected with everybody. Each and everything is connected with everybody. Ordinary soda also it is connected. Drinking soda, or even if you want to ginger water, sukkuvenni, that is also linked with multinational. Whatever you produce, you can send, export, all these things. What I want to say now, to make you to understand, there is no separate process or happenings or dynamics to call global dynamics and local dynamics. If you only have the local dynamics, if people in the remote area, you call this, you say sometime, anthropologists are fascinated or obsessed with studying the people, so-called tribes who are in remote areas. Now, where is the remote? Where is the remote? I don't find any remotedness. There is no remote habitation at all. There is not, I don't think so. Even there is no relative isolation, relative remotedness. If there are any, please identify for me so that I can take my students for the next field trip. So where is the isolated people? Where is the isolated habitats? Nothing. You are connected by everything, good or bad. That is which means that is the reason why. So there is no separate local process and global process. But only everything is happening local. But my argument is, my solution is, if there is really local, if there is really localization, if there are really different kinds of separate local phenomena happen here and there or everywhere, most of the global problems would not be there at all, because the local situation, local life will take care of the sustainability on its own, without even preaching, without even somebody telling this thing, because the human nature is like that. See, what you are, humans are suffering because of the non-human processes, but unfortunately it is by the hands of certain forces. But humans basically are not that greedy. Individually he may be greedy, but he can't go in that level. As long as he is having the local resource utilization in his hand, it will not go out of hand. That's what I want to say. Though it may look like conservative or backward thinking, but I only ask you to understand the basic, the value in it. Climate change, so, is the result of global process. Climate change was neither caused nor can be mitigated by the inhabitants of the majority of climate-sensitive world regions. Indigenous people and other place-based peoples find themselves at the mercy of and having to adapt to the changes far beyond their control. See, why I used the word place-based peoples, because if I say tribal, sometimes people question that concept. How can you call tribe as if it is having some derogatory connotation and all? So rather, so to avoid that value-added terms, I call it as place-based people. When I say place-based people, I mean the people who have some kind of attachment with the domicile, with the locality where they live. It can be, even if it is a sentimental attachment, fine, good. See, but if you carefully observe the people who have kind of sentimental attachment to the place where they live, for their native abodes, don't spoil it. But those who do not see that place as with the kind of sentimental attachment, you see, for example, I tell you an example why I call place-based people. A tribe will see land not just as a land. It is the place of, it is the abode of his forefathers. It is the bread-giving power. Or land means many things for him. But for But for a person who is a real estate person, land, what he will see, he will only see the how much square feet it costs. Only that thing only in his mind will come. But for the people, that will not be coming in his mind at all. He can't convert that a piece of land into money value. He will think all the other things other than the money value. His history, his connection, his kinship, his worship, his culture, his clan, or his survival, everything he will attach with this simple piece of land. So, but others, they will only see the land as what you can do. It can be made into plots, or it can be converted for an industry, or you can take soil, sell it, or you can do some more extraction and take minerals out of it. All these things I say, no, it will not be in the mind of the place-based people. So that only it is the place-based people won't do any harm to the world, to the earth. Indigenous peoples and the other place-based peoples find themselves at the mercy of and having to adapt to changes far beyond their control. Climate change is a threat multiplier. Then I come to the other thing. It is a threat multiplier. It magnifies and exacerbates existing social, economic, political, and environmental trends, problems, issues, tensions, and challenges. Again, there is no end. See, the global change, if you don't mitigate, or if you don't control, if you don't regulate, there is no end. There is no end. A big question mark only will be there. And national and international security dimensions of climate change also you have to understand. The humanitarian aspects, political and security risks, conflicts over resources, border disputes, tensions over energy supply, migration, political radicalization, structural violence, tension between different ethnic and religious groups, or the byproducts of the climate change, or the byproducts of the global warming. And some of the other cultural implications of climate change also, let us look into it. Climate change is ultimately about culture. It is having impacts on culture, ways of life, spirituality, and in other arenas that are not obvious. Many things it is not obvious, but you only realize, or after suffering only you will realize something has happened. Human environmental relations lose place. Climate change brings different kinds of risks and opportunities, threatens cultural survival, undermines indigenous human rights. The consequences of ecosystem changes have implications for the use, protection, and management of wildlife, fisheries, forests, affecting the customary uses of culturally and economically important species and resources. And other effects of climate change. Communities and populations' capacity to adapt and exercise their resilience in the face of unprecedented change. Relocations of human, animal, and plant populations to adjust and change and cope with these implications. Relocations entail a loss of intimate human-environment relationships, result in loss of mythological symbols, meteorological orientations, and even the very totem and mainstay plants and animals that ground a culture. Example, the case of the Urlas. So there are so many other things. See, as I just now told, in the land means not only just land, it is not only just soil, all the plants and other species, animal or plant species live in that. They see those plants and animals as not just animals and plants. They relate with them. As you are as you are divided or organized under various kinds of clans or other things, they also have their own relationship, like Linnaeus classification of the plants. They themselves have the classification of the plants. I have done extensive work on the Irula community in the Anaketi, this Sirvani, Anamala areas. There, I have got two simultaneous the classification system. One system tells about their divisions. Community, hundreds of settlements live in the hundreds of square kilometers of the forest and mountainous area. They are classified under various clans, phratries, subclans, lineages and all. And all those divisions of those people, named after either some plants or animals. That plants and animal naming, it is not arbitrary. If you go and ask why is that you are claiming yourself as belong to this group, they say, oh no, not it is. We believe that we have descended from that particular animal, or it is believed that our ancestors were the descendants of this animal, this plant, this and all. So they see some of the plants as their ancestors, some of the animals as their ancestors. So they can't afford to kill them. They can't afford to make them. So it is, the belief system is what all you say, they knew all these modern concepts of biodiversity is already in the people's traditional cultures. But what is happening, you want to dismantle traditional cultures, then you go and teach biodiversity, conserve forests, this and that. It is already there. The only thing is you should have sensitization. After having the sensitization, you have to encourage and appreciate that what they have, instead of dismantling, destroying. But it is happening in the name of forest department and this and that. In the name of protecting the forest, we are not really protecting the forest. But if really afforestation is happening, no problem. But is it happening? Despite having contributed the least to greenhouse gas emissions, the indigenous people are the ones most at risk from its consequences due to their dependence upon and close relationship with the environment and its resources. Their livelihood systems are often vulnerable to environmental degradation and climate change, as many inhabit in fragile ecosystems in the countries likely to be worst affected by climate change. I will put in 2 slides. This means that for them, climate change is not something that comes in isolation. It magnifies already existing problems of poverty, deterritoriality, marginalization, and non-inclusion in policy making. It is aggravating climate change is aggravating the already existing problems, not doing any solutions. And the alternative, I was telling, what is the solutions? Please have the realization of the traditional knowledge systems. You have the sensitivity. Before it all get disappeared or disintegrated or forgotten by the people, try to document them. If you have the scientific validity, encourage them to make use of it. And the climate change, human rights, and the interplay of multiple stressors, I will be completing within a couple of minutes. Communities differ in the way they perceive risk. The effects of climate change are prompting the adoption of different subsistence and local economic strategies. The world's poor will suffer the worst effects of climate change, as they are most dependent on climate-sensitive resources such as local water and food supplies. They cannot buy, they only have to use what is available. Women are hit at the hardest, remember. For example, in hurricane, tsunami, etc., the women are most affected than men due to many reasons. I do not want to elaborate much. To reduce greenhouse gases as a way to mitigate, it is difficult to pin responsibility on any one actor. Local effects of climate change may surmount the indigenous group's adaptive capacity. For some, climate change may not be the ultimately pressing issue. For some, social, cultural, economic change often has more immediate effects. Anthropology can teach out how larger scale processes, including industrial development, resource use regulations, global economic flows, etc., tend to magnify the impacts of weather and climate variations. There are so many studies on fishing communities who would tell this thing. Then how to move forward a carbon-free, sustainable society? Big question, climate change in the new millennium. Analysis of social memory clarifies how communities curated and transmitted past environmental states and responded to them, and thereby informed the present. It is relevant to small-scale subsistence producers who are most vulnerable to climate change, but most often led out of macro policy decisions and their effects. Implicates cultural conservation to the extent that indigenous social memory is a great repository of human experience and therefore a vital resource for resilience and adaptation in our rapidly changing contemporary global context. Need to tap this great reservoir of human experience for legitimate, appropriate, and economically and culturally sustainable responses to climate change. And So with this, I stop. Though I have so many other slides, I understand the time constraint. And thank you very much for the very good opportunity given to me. Thank you.
On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we would like to place our sincere and humble thanks for delivering the lecture on an anthropology of climate change and its causes and effect of climate change, connection between anthropology and climate change. Our gratitude for explaining this wonderful session, sir, and also explaining the national and international implications of climate change. Thank you very much, sir. It's an announcement. The lunch is provided outside the venue. Please have the same, and we have a panel session at 2:30 p.m. Please join us. Thank you all. We will start the session at 2:30. All will be here at 2:20. Thank you all.
multidisciplinary under single umbrella. So that is his talent. So you can very well applaud for his effort. In any conference, in any academic event, we used to listen the faculty or students from the same department. But this is entirely different. Faculty, students, and participants, and as well as the resource persons also drawn from the different aspects and different walks of life. So that is the great success of this academic exercise and most need of the hour. So once again, I record the sincere effort taken by the university, the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the other nodal officers, the controller, and very particularly the Climate Change Stride project and the other research scholars, participants. Once again, I record my sincere good afternoon to all of you. So we are in the brink of an important and essential problem to be addressed, but that is yet to take place. The journey started in 1972, right from the Earth Summit. Till date, it is going on the last Glasgow Summit. Of course, nothing has come. If you keenly observed the result of those conferences and the result of the various organizations and all, you can very well understand the gap between the need and the action. Of course, very recently we have conducted an awareness about the environmental degradation. It was 100%. But when we concerned about the action, it was 0%. The glaring example is that you clearly watch the increasing earth atmosphere, the warmness of the earth, and also the another one is that in all aspect, in all the departments of the whole country producing 9,96,000 million tons of waste. What does it mean? Are we really aware? Are we really put into action? Sorry. Of course, we have not at all. Even for switching of the light will save 18% of electricity. How many of us really practicing this? How many of us really practicing this? That's the reason why the great saint has put those days, Varumunnar Kavadan Valkai, Yerimunnar Vaitaru Bola Kedum Cholir Kindan, Arivasarian Tiruvallum. Varumunnar Kavadan Valkai, Yerimunnar Vaitaru Bola Kedum. So that means that you are setting the blame before the rice straw. What will happen? So that will really destroy everything. That's what we are doing. Of course, the saint has predicted our attitude. We know the problems, but we will never react. So that's kind of things. So therefore, we have come to the fag end of the 2 days work. As Vice Chancellor insisted that at the end of the session, we need some focused action plan. That is the outcome of the effort. I also very much encourages and very much appreciate all the faculty and the academic and the participant and the student, whoever doing the work, kindly come out with some kind of action. So without action, we are preaching, then preaching will go and nothing will take place. So lot of things are to be put in a very, very stylish language. And catastrophe is impending. Of course, what sort of things and what sort of the magnificent impact or what kind of damage, what kind of devastation which is going to take place in the entire planet Earth, I don't know. So therefore, this is a high time that we have to put in action. That journey we can start from the Central University of this, what is the holy land. This is a very, very holy land. So we can very well start that journey from here. So with this, I welcome all the dignitaries and the participants, and also one dignitary and who is very well waiting on the online, and he is also ready to share his experience. Let me first welcome the professor who is on the line, who is ready to share his idea. Let us listen. Thank you very much. I will join again. Thank you.
So, Ashwadam sir.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
No, I cannot hear you.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes. Sir, am I audible? But you are audible to us.
Okay, okay. I'll go ahead now. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to convey my best wishes to the Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Tamil Nadu, the Registrar Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Dr. Shalini Satyanarayana, Dr. Ilongovan, and Dr. Vel Murugan, who have organized such a wonderful program here as a panel discussion. The Climate Change Conference, July 20 and 21. It's a noble effort by the university, which is giving most importance to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 13, which is asking every one of us to combat climate change and its impacts. When we talk about climate change, I need not repeat it because last 2 days, what is climate change and the impact of climate change on the world as it is, and in particular, the country of India in particular has been dealt with by various panelists. So I don't want to go much deep into that. I want to see a macro level of curtailing climate change and its impact to be put down so that countries' development, countries' economic development, and the social development doesn't get affected in any way. We have a government for the last 8 years headed by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. When we talked about the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change, the COP meetings, they have been held continuously 25 times earlier. The COP meetings used to happen just like a ritual, like a festival every year, without following any particular framework. They were all just like assembling together, discussing, dispersing, and not following up anything. But the recently held COP26, the Conference of Parties 26, it was altogether a different one. The COP26 held at Glasgow gave a clarion call to the entire world. You will be surprised. The highly polluting countries, be it China, be it United States, their heads of the governments did not even mind attending the COP26 conference. They sent their representatives. But our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, went all the way to Glasgow and he gave 5 clarion calls. He gave a commitment, 5 commitments to the entire world. And that commitment binds each one of us, each one of you, including myself, how we are going to mitigate climate change by the year 2030 comes, by the year 2070 comes. He gave 5 commitments to the world, and that commitment he gave as the Prime Minister of 140 crore Indians. So you and me shoulder the responsibility of fulfilling that climate change mitigation commitments he gave there. He said, India will get its non-fossil energy capacity through renewable energy, be it solar, be it wind, and tidal power to 500 gigawatts by the year 2030. That was the first commitment. The second commitment was India will meet 50% of its energy requirement from renewable energy by the year 2030. The third commitment was India will reduce the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons from now onwards till the year 2030. And the fourth commitment was by 2030, India will reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45%. And the last commitment, the most important commitment, by the year 2070, India will achieve the target of net zero. Dear friends, the 5 commitments and most importantly, the 5th commitment of net zero, nobody has ever even thought in the entire world. Why the leaders of other countries did not think about it? There is a reason for that. They are the people who are polluting the entire world. The per capita pollution level, if you see, United States polluting level is 9.42 tons. European Union, 4.12 tons. United Kingdom, the host of this COP26, 2.7 tons. And the big brother attitude of China of late, it is polluting with 8.88 tons. And what is India doing? How much we are polluting? We are just polluting 2.98 tons. But our Prime Minister has said that we will go for a net zero by the year 2070. Whereas all these highly polluting countries, they keep quiet. They know India can do that, but they are only doing like a big brother attitude, making the developing countries to do all the work and being developed countries enjoying all the powers as being the super powers and having veto powers in the United Nations. That is the reason continuously the COP meetings have been failure one after the another, except the previously held 2021 COP26 where our Prime Minister attended. Dear friends, when we talk about mitigating how we are going to fulfill the commitment the Prime Minister gave, we have to look into the data. What we have done so far and what we are going to do for the another 10 years, another 30 years, another 40 years. We take the case of solar energy. The solar energy's installed capacity of India is 56.9 gigawatt. It was not the expected level 10 years back, but down the line, during the last 5-6 years, we could able to achieve 56.95 gigawatt by as on 1st June 2022. I'm talking about the last month data. And what about China? 207.77 gigawatt. And United States, 75.9 gigawatt. We are in the 4th position in the entire world. We are harvesting the sun. Sun is going to be there forever, for millions and millions of years. As long as sun is going to be there, we are going to harvest the solar energy out of sun. Your university, my place, my workplace, everything is going to have a grid connectivity through the solar energy. And government is coming forward, giving incentives after incentives to promote installation of solar energy power places in every places. When we see that there is rooftop solar system at our houses, at our workplaces, at our educational institutions, they provide 6,405 megawatt of solar power. And 42,430 megawatt of power comes from solar grid altogether, the ground installed the solar grid. When we talk about the ground installed solar power, we talk about the Rajasthan, where world's largest solar grid has been established. And it is giving the best of the best solar energy to Indian grid. And Indian grid has never failed. And out of all these years, you see Indian electricity grid has never failed. There may be instances in one or two places, power cut may be there, but solar energy, the wind energy, the hydro energy comes to support our electricity distribution system. And our Prime Minister has given another clarion call. He has given a new word, one sun, one world, and one grid. It's how he has thought about it. See, there is one sun, and we have one world, and that sun is going to electrify the entire world through its grid. So, world solar grid has been given impetus by our government, our Prime Minister. And I am happy to say, in the entire country, who tops in the solar energy harvesting? It is the Tamil Nadu state. 4,475 megawatt. That was the last year's production through solar energy. No other state has done this. And our government has said every village will be electrified. The rural electrification project of Government of India has reached every village, be it in the northernmost part of Jammu and Kashmir, be it in the southernmost part of Kanyakumari, or Arunachal Pradesh, somewhere in some village, or in Gujarat coastal area. Every electricity, every village has been electrified through the grid supplied by the solar energy. So, the Prime Minister has said that every village should have electricity, and that electricity should reach every household also. That is how the Prime Minister has thought about mitigating the climate change. And last 1 week, you will be all reading what is happening in the entire United Kingdom. For the first time, the temperature has gone above 40 degrees. I have my brother, his family living in London. They never had a fan. I am seeing a fan rotating in your hall. In United Kingdom, especially in London, in their houses, they never used to have a fan. But during the last 1 week, the temperature has gone beyond 40. They have never experienced this heat. And first time, they are all going and purchasing table fans because their houses are constructed in such a way there is no need for a fan. So there was no provision for installation of a phone in their houses. What is the reason for this? Again, the climate change. The climate change is affecting each and every one of us. And the United Kingdom, which is polluting the most, it is also facing the problem. Maybe the United Kingdom government will understand that this is the time that they should mitigate climate change as a first responder, because they are right now, when we are now talking to each other, they are undergoing a problem of high heat. Their even signal service, the signal, traffic signal, they are not working because of the high heat, because they never expected. Their normal temperature during the peak of the summer is 18 degree to 20 degree. When it reaches 40 degree, they are really facing the problem. I hope United Kingdom will follow what we in India are doing, the non-conventional energy sources like the wind energy, the solar energy, the hydro energy. I would like to take another 5 or 6 minutes when I talk about the wind energy. The wind energy, we had a overall target of 60 gigawatt. And friends, I would like to happy to announce that we have already achieved 40 gigawatt of installed capacity in India through through wind energy. Once again, I would like to say Tamil Nadu is the topper in wind energy installed capacity also, followed by Gujarat. Tamil Nadu has 9,608 megawatt of installed capacity, followed by Gujarat 8,561 megawatt of installed capacity. Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, they are in forefront in making wind energy as part and parcel of energy distribution. We have a low cost energy advantage through the wind energy. The wind is going to be available all over the world, all over 365 days of the calendar year. And it is a clean energy. It's not like a thermal energy where coal is being burnt, where the carbon emission is being very highest. I belong to a cement industry. The person who introduced me forgot to mention that I also work for a cement industry which is based out of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. The cement industries are the highest polluters, but Ministry of Environment and Forest has put an embargo. Unless we, the cement industries, curtail the carbon emission, our license will be cancelled. The Central Pollution Control Board is very particular that the carbon emission from our chimneys do not exceed the prescribed limit. And there is periodical checks. The periodical checks and balances are going on through the Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board, Andhra Pradesh Pollution Control Board, and supervised by the Central Pollution Control Board. So the cement industry or various other industries, be it a steel industry, where the highest carbon emission takes place, Government of India has taken a clarion call unless we reduce carbon emission. And we have been also asked to go for carbon capture. I know yesterday there was a lecture by one of the experts from Canada who spoke extensively on carbon capture. So we have been, the carbon emission industries have been told by the government, unless you stop carbon emission, you take measures to reduce the carbon emission, we will cancel your industrial license. Government of India is very particular that we have been forced, and it is good for the atmosphere. It's good for the environment where we are living, because we do not see what we are going to do for another 50 years. We have to see after 1,000 years how the globe is going to. How the globe is going to be place for living. How our future generations, down the line, 100 generations, 200 generations, how they are going to live in such an atmosphere where clean energy is being produced and distributed to the end user. When we talk about the wind energy and the solar energy, this is a high time we should talk about the hydroelectric power also. India has got a best of the best installed capacity, more than 1.5 lakh megawatt of the power distribution through the hydroelectric power. The target was 5 gigawatt, and friends, I would like to say that we have already achieved 4.8 gigawatt of installed capacity through our hydel power plants, somewhere in Arunachal Pradesh, somewhere in Himachal Pradesh, somewhere in Jammu and Kashmir, and somewhere in Uttarakhand. The hydel power plants are being run round the clock. When we talk about all these things, be it the wind energy, solar energy, what I would like to say that our Prime Minister gave a commitment, and he did not speak in air. He knows what we can do to mitigate the climate change, and he spoke through the data. The 2019 installed capacity of using coal and gas was 228 gigawatt. And dear friends, it is going to be only reduced just to 36 gigawatt by the year 2030. The renewable energy When we talk about power generation of 2019, it was 9.2%. And when we come to 2030, it is going to be 32%. Hello? Hello, doctor?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I'll complete in another 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
I know other panelists have to speak, just I'm ending it. So, be it hydro energy, be it renewable energy through solar energy, India is going to do much better than what the other countries are going to do. That is how India is going to be Vishwaguru in mitigating climate change and providing clean energy to the people of this country. I thank you again for giving me this opportunity of interacting with you all. A special thanks to the Vice Chancellor for this opportunity, and Sulochana ma'am and other panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your detailed explanation for the efforts taken by our Prime Minister. And of course, it was an excellent effort, and he proved that he is a very able and pioneer in addressing the climate change, because it is associated with our culture. And he spoke about this 500 gigawatt of power generation through the conventional sources. It was an excellent effort. So therefore, it is a high time that we have to appreciate and salute the effort. The point is that the other state, as you mentioned, in this aspect, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat are in the forefront. Then other states is also supposed to complain if you really wanted to. The very big promise made by our Prime Minister in the great forum, the recently concluded Glasgow summit. So we can very well take up this issue at the grassroots level and also from the policy level to make it as a mandatory in all the states to come forward. If not through the conventional source like installation of a solar panel in each and every house, if we made it a mandatory, of course we can very well be the great power of the entire world to supply this conventional source by utilizing the natural resources. And also we have to come out with a affordable technology of converting the solar and energy into an affordable solar panel. So in that way we can very well take this effort to each and every house, and even the vulnerable community also will be powered by solar. So in that way we can very well make it as a workable solution. So this is what I would like to record, and also appreciate that you have come forward to come with this details, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, then now let me invite Mr. Dwarakanath, and you say some 5 to 10 minutes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Registrar Madam and other organizers and all dignitaries and co-panelists and my dear students, and also the expert who has joined offline. I will start again with Tirukural, because Tiruvalluvar has told many things 2000 years ago. You know, like Enni Thuniga Karumam Thuninda Pin Ennuvam Enbadilukku. For those who don't understand Tamil poetry, before doing any act, please think. After doing the activity, thinking means it will going to end up in haphazard thing. That is the simple interpretation of this. So that is the reason long back in many of the COPs almost 10 years ago, India was categorically telling and advocating about lifestyle changes. Because the lifestyle changes which we are adopting in on our day-to-day life, which if the Western countries adopt, the climate change will come down automatically. For example, even in 50 degrees centigrade, in northern India, I lived in Delhi all through, in northern India in 50 degrees centigrade, we never had centralized air conditioning system. but all our population, especially on the beyond Nagpur and above, we lived in normal condition or a single room air condition. So lifestyle changes is very important, which the developing countries we follow. If the Western countries, if they follow, it will go a long way. In that one point I wanted to make. And in 1992 Rio de Janeiro conference, where India has advocated another policy also, that luxury emissions cannot be and should not be equal to the survival emissions. For example, what emissions India, Asia and African countries, what we are doing is for our employment, for our primary work generation and for uplifting our society and economy. Our emissions are survival emissions, whereas the Western country emissions are luxury emissions. See the irony, recently which has come that Yale University report of Environmental Performance Index is ranking India at the bottom. Whereas before Glasgow, before COP26, there is a independent agency which has ranked every country based on their environmental performance. It ranks 60 odd major polluting countries. That country, without altering parameters or criteria, they take 40 indicators. It covers right from waste management to greenery. All aspects of environment and mitigation and adaptation is covered in it. That performance index has ranked India at 20th position, which is the highest in the category out of 60 countries. Whereas there are many vested interest universities and NGOs funded by vested interest agencies which take up data from discrete data from here and there, and they have for ranking top 30 countries are there, and in the next 2-year ranking 26 countries of the top 30 is not there. Here 4 parameters and 16 indicators are there. In the next there are 10 parameters and 26 indicators are there, and weightage given is totally wrong. That is the reason our Honorable Union Minister for Environment, after the Yale University report came, he gave only 2 statements. The study is unscientific and irrational. Why? Because data is there. From 1890 to 2019, data, more than 76% of greenhouse gases emission has come from 10 odd countries, including China, US, UK and European Union, Japan. Only these countries have been responsible for centuries together for more than 76% of emissions. And per capita emissions are told, Dr. Acharya sir told, per capita emission, we are at the lowest. Morning, the professor from TIS, he gave 2 statements. That was fantastic statement. One, India was never part of the problem. India never created the problem, but India was always in the forefront to solve the problem. And the second statement also sir gave, because that time the Prime Minister he gave this, India will never achieve the per capita of Western countries. We are hardly 1.2 or 2 tons per capita. Whereas US and all, they are more than 15 or 16 per capita emissions. So that being the case, India was always part of the solution and was interested in giving the part of the solution. In addition to what Dr. Acharya was telling, once and one grid, I would like to add 141 countries have come together and signed another alliance called International Solar Alliance. Our Prime Minister always used to tell 3 S's are important. Speed, scale, skill. We have upgraded in International Solar Alliance all the 3 S's. We have increased the scale of production, we have increased the scale efficiency of the skill, and also we have increased the speed. So automatically the solar energy cost per unit cost was 16 rupees per unit. It has come down at par with the conventional cost or even cheaper than this. So we always striving hard. India as a developing country and Tamil Nadu as one of the major state in the India, we have always tried to solve the problem and come with innovative solutions, and this university has also taken the lead in this, and it will go a long way, and I congratulate Vice Chancellor and Registrar and all the organizers of the Stride for providing this opportunity to interact of various experts, and thank you very much for me also to give this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your short and explanation of the parameters as used for evaluating the environmental performance. Of course, this is a very good thing, good effort, but again, people like us again take up this matter very seriously. Let me invite the next co-panelist, Professor Slochana Segar, a registrar of this university.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for this very big opportunity to share some of my work related to climate change. Being an urban geographer, I'll be focusing on cities and how they are contributing for climate change and how we are going to mitigate by taking some meaningful measures. If you want to fight against climate change, the cities are the right place. They are the battlefield. Why? Because cities are contributing much more for the climate change, and in fact they are the mostly affected by the climate change. So cities, by 2008, first time in the history of mankind, urban dwellers outnumbered the rural residents. Yes, more than 50% of Earth's world population started living in places called urban areas. So this urbanization is increasing day by day. It is irreversible and inescapable. The amount of urban, when you say that it is going to be there now currently 57% of population living in urban areas, and we are expecting that it will reach even 60-65% by 2030. Maybe Corona helped something, so it may be delayed by 2040. But it is going to happen. But the cities occupy very, very small portion of the total land surface. Can you guess how much it can be? It is less than 3% of the total surface of the earth. The whole urban areas are covering it. But when you talk about this urban, there are two important things you have to understand. It is actually synonymous with impervious surface. What do you mean by impervious surface? Where the water cannot percolate. So it is all a concrete jungle, built up areas. When you talk about built up area alone, the urban areas are actually occupying 0.6%. And in this built up area, maybe we have some green areas and all together. But only impervious surface, it is less than 0.3%. But this area is going to be the major portion for why the climate change is happening in the cities. Most of the experts talked about various causes, consequences and all those things. But in cities, what we are generally expecting the major climate change impact is the rising sea level, the coastal cities. Because the climate change impact is not uniform throughout the world. It is some places it is most severe, most vulnerable. So in that way, coastal cities are going to be affected very much. If you talk about the recent satellite data, what it shows, already 78 millimeter sea level rise is happening. So it is happening 1.4 millimeter per every year. Earlier it was very, very less, but now it is happening between 1.2 to 1.7 millimeter per every year. So in that case, if it increases 1 meter, almost 7.1 million people will have to be evacuated. All the coastal cities are going to be submerged. And second important factor what we are facing in the urban areas is urban heat island. That means the city is warmer than the surrounding rural areas, at least by 2 degrees. It is because of the emission, carbon emission. Yesterday, our Ramanans also explained what is greenhouse effect, what are the greenhouse gases and all. We know carbon dioxide is the major greenhouse gas which is responsible for global warming. But there are big giants, very, very dangerous fellows are there, more than carbon dioxide. Methane can have a 28 times impact. Another important thing, sulfur hexafluoride, SF6, that has 23,500 times stronger than carbon dioxide. So what is this SF6? It is mostly happening in the city. It is an artificial gas. It has been generated by human. It is not the natural one. It is particularly in the electricity industry. Just to avoid the short circuits, they are using this, and that is the most dangerous one, and cities are responsible for this. And this urban heat island, that is the core research what we have done recently by doing the DST project. What we identified was what are the materials, built up materials causes the urban heat in the urban areas. So these built up materials were identified using field spectroradiometers, and those material, how can we replace it so that we can mitigate the urban heat island. So instead of concretes, we start using grasscrete, hempcrete, timbercrates, we can really reduce the temperature impact in the urban areas. So nowadays we have skyscrapers and the street canyons which is actually capturing the heat. So that can be avoided by using green roofs, greening the areas, the urban green space and urban blue space, these are the lungs of the cities. So if you maintain those areas, definitely you can mitigate the impact of climate change in the urban areas. And yesterday our student scholar who presented about the public transport. So in the urban areas, next main thing, if you want to mitigate the climate change, is the public transport. We have to improve the public transport status, and you have to make it compulsory so that at least it can reduce the personalized transport that emissions everything. So that is another way we can do the mitigation. And other than finally, every one of us have to realize that what we are doing. So as yesterday I pointed out, every day matters. So the decision what we are taking today, it's going to help the future generation. So let us all work together to have our planet Earth a very safe one for our younger generation and our future generation. Thanks for the once.
Thank you, madam, for your, as you have thrown light on urbanization and coastal area, how the sea rise is really eating the land space of the earth, the urban heat island, and at least 2 degrees Celsius, how it has been increasing the diseases, heat-related diseases in the urban areas, and how this, actually wherever I am going, I used to talk about one of the important attributes of a greenhouse gas, methane, not the carbon monoxide and the carbon dioxide. The methane has more important. Madam has rightly pointed out, methane is really a killer or a lethal weapon which we are, every day we are creating it. So that is the important point. Madam has thrown light on it. And equally sulfur, oh my goodness, the impact cannot be measured. So what's the solution? Of course, on behalf of Madam, I would like to offer, these are all the solutions. Maybe the greenhouse is supposed to be, that concept is supposed to be encouraged, and we have to adapt it. So that's what we would like to see. This is the green practices is very, very important. Instead of complaints, like a complaint, it should have been a voluntary effort. So that is very, very important. So greenhouse, we can very well think of that, all future generations, you can very well think of a greenhouse. And creating urbanization, of course, we have made a documentary film on it. Urbanization, how urbanization really eats the life of the people and also affect the health of the people in general, and how it is cause for creating new and newer viruses like COVID-19. You know pretty well the kind of impact that also we have recorded and registered and proved how the COVID-19, I mean how this urbanization, the very, speedy process of urbanization is the cause for various viruses. That also, with the help of the World Health Organization, we have produced a paper and that. Then that is creating villages. Urban is how the problems of urbanization is supposed to be addressed. Creating villages with all facilities. As a result of that, we can very well avoid the mobility of the population. Why they are coming? For getting some job and getting some enjoyment or getting some facilities and all. If you visit London, the word is that Fortshire. Fortshire means villages which has all the facilities. That we had visited many Fortshire in London, and we have learned many such things from there. And that sort of course, there are so many people visiting London in the last 50, 70 years. That sort of a concept is supposed to be implemented in the practices. That villages with all facilities, you need not go anywhere else for a job and anything else. So with the calculation of the population, the growth, everything they are doing it like that, we can very well practice it. Certainly that will make a great impact in reducing the greenhouse gas production. So these are all some of the solutions on behalf of Madam. So next panelist, I would like to invite Dr. Solini from Anna University. Yes, now that. Handing over the proceedings to you, Solini.
Yeah, it's very difficult to speak in the last because most of the points have already been covered by the eminent speakers. I'll just touch upon the technical aspects which they have not covered about the climate change mitigation. First, I want to thank Velmurugan sir for giving this opportunity because my beloved professors like Professor K. Parinivelu and Professor Korean Joseph from Climate Change and Disaster Management has shared the dais here. So to be part along with them is something is very unique. Thank you so much for the opportunity, sir. So before we start talk about the climate change mitigation, first you have to understand what is the difference between the climate change mitigation and adaptation. I think not many people have understood the real meaning of the mitigation. Mitigation is something that we have to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions or removing the greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere, whereas adaptation is something has happened, so we are adapting to that. So climate change has already happened, so we are adapting to the changing climate change. So how can we adapt? For example, to talk about the adaptation is that we all know the coastal sea level is rising. So how the coastal community people, the people who live in the coast of the sea, how they have changed their lifestyle practices for the changing sea level rise. So that is called as adaptation, whereas mitigation is something very different. So people generally get confused between the mitigation and the adaptation. So I'll just touch the few points in the mitigation. Mainly we do the climate change mitigation is to improve the developing countries to become more climate resilient and to adopt for the low emission strategies. So that is the main key role we wanted to do the climate change mitigation. So that we can do it in different ways. One is that removal or reduction of the greenhouse gases, and the other one is that enhancing the carbon sinks. So we can actually trap those greenhouse gases and store it inside the something today you saw one eminent speaker spoke about the carbon capture and utilization and storage. So something like that. So you can capture the greenhouse gas emissions and you can put it deep inside the ocean, or you can also store it in a product called something like biochar. So that is where I'm working on. So to touch upon that, I want to just talk about the Kyoto Protocol. So Kyoto Protocol, as we all know, the only treaty which talks about the reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. So where 192 countries have signed it, and India is also one among the Kyoto Protocol signed country. So the main aim of that Kyoto Protocol is that they wanted to reduce the different greenhouse gases in the environment. So as we, ma'am and several speakers have told, like the carbon dioxide we have and the nitrous oxide and the hydrogen fluorocarbons, as we all know, because we use refrigerators in our day-to-day life. And first thing we know about climate change is from the HFCs only, because we started talking about we have to use a refrigerator where we don't have the emissions of HFCs. So that is where as a childhood even I learnt about the climate change. So in that they have brought several amendments. So in the first amendment they only had 6 greenhouse gases, and the next amendment they included the nitrogen trifluoride. So as the toxicity or the the violence of the gases started emitting in the environment, they started adding the different greenhouse gases in the amendment. So this started in 1997, but it came into effect only in 2005. So recently the first treaty of it goes for around 12 years, which completed in 2020, and we are in the second part of the Kyoto Protocol. Why I want to highlight is this, because as previous speakers have already highlighted that rather than carbon dioxide, the methane is the main culprit, because, and it is also easy to handle, because one point is that all the greenhouse gases, something have called as a lifetime. So when you see the carbon dioxide, the lifespan of the carbon dioxide is several hundred years. So it's like something like once it is emitted in the environment, it stays there for several thousands of years. It can't go away like in a span of a second. But if you consider the methane, if it is emitted, it's just going to stay for 12 years. So if we can able to handle the methane, and if we can able to remove the methane content from the environment, it's like the load in the greenhouse gas emissions in the environment will be reduced. So that was the main focus of my area of research. So I work on the solid waste management. So we are trying to use the solid waste as a value-added product, where we can make it as a product, where we can make it as a carbon sink. So something like biochar, which is a carbonaceous product. So we are converting that using a thermochemical decomposition process called pyrolysis. So we make this product into a carbon product, that is the solid waste, municipal solid waste, where we are generating in our day-to-day life, right? So that we are converting into a carbonaceous product, and if this is applied in the soil, it's going to have a multiple advantage. One is that it's going to sequester the carbon in the environment, and it is also going to slowly release it for the plants and for the soil as to increase the soil carbon. So it's going to have a multiple advantage of this biochar. So it's going to act as a carbon sequestration, and it is also going to improve your soil organic content, and it is also going to improve the food security, because the plant is going to get the carbon from the biochar. Because if you're going to give a high amount of the carbon, the plant cannot survive. The slow release of carbon is very important for an agriculture perspective. So that the biochar can make a very good prospect. And if you see, the market of this biochar is actually upcoming. I recently heard from Rajesh Panu sir that they are going to have a biotechnology course. In that, they are going to highlight about this biochar. So I was like impressed to know, like, you are implementing the very new technologies in your syllabus is something like where students can learn more about these things. So that I want to highlight. So converting the biomass. So I've seen the several speakers, like by adding surfactants and by adding the other enzymes to increase the methane potential of that biomass. So several students were conducting many experiments, and they were presenting the papers in the sessions. So if you can able to utilize the waste for a climate change perspective, then that comes under the climate change mitigation. So by climate change mitigation is that I just want to highlight only 3 points. The first is that you can make it by innovative and new technologies, where converting for a sustainable energy system. So by, as previous speakers have told about the renewable energy, and you can go for the electric mobility, and you can have a smart agriculture system, something like that. And the next is that converting this mitigation options as a sustainable development strategies. So only when it comes to the policy framework, everything works out in our country. If it's not going to enter into the framework, policy framework, then we are not going to implement. It's very difficult for us to get into the field. So, and the third one is that we have to make the systematic impacts. So these mitigation options should make a development in the each sector. Like if you're going to have a climate mitigation option, so it has to go to the agriculture field, like climate resilient agriculture should be there. So then only we can, it not just one sector, like for the waste management or just for the water sector, it has to be have an impact on the different systematic sectors. So only if we can address all the sectors, we can address the climate change in a better way. So this is the main key points I wanted to highlight. So because I don't want to talk for a long time, it will be boring as it's the last speaker. So hope I've conveyed all the points related to the climate change mitigation. Thank you so much. So பருவநிலை மாற்றம் உலகெங்கிலும் மாசினை குறைப்போம் புதுப்பிக்கக்கூடிய ஆற்றலை வளர்ப்போம் புவியெங்கிலும். நன்றிகள்.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solani. Actually, Dr. Solani has distinguished what is climate mitigation and
climate adaptation. So thank you very much for the clear explanation, the distinction between these two. And she also offered some of the solution. And of course, her result, a product is supposed to conduct Saloni. Your product, when your product can be applicable in larger scale, so as to reduce the load of methane in the atmosphere. So, okay, so congratulations for your effort. You please come forward very quickly to come out that product so as to reduce the load of methane. I think most of the speakers said that methane is a real culprit. So that is the thing. So we can very well go for a smart agriculture. So zeroing all these effort, let us, of course, in the last 2 days, so many deliberations and so many excellent innovative presentations by the students and from the resource persons, and the knowledge and the wisdom, of course, we come across was excellent. Now we need some kind of action is very, very important. Very, very important. So what we are going to do, that is the thing, each and everyone. See, Saloni has to come out the product, of course it will take some time. And of course, everyone cannot go for a greenhouse gas, greenhouse immediately. And what sort of things we can very well do now? That is very, very important. We have to take that sort of decision now itself. You know very well, I don't know how many of you knows very well, but a few may be knowing very well. Our fertile land is being very fastly occupied by plastics. You go until any land may be nearby your university. You can just do a small research. How much of plastics is being covered by the soil? You just see. So, as effort from each and every individual, not taking an oath or anything else, you please volunteer yourself. You practice avoid plastic. That everyone can very well do. Everyone can very well do. Why don't we start? And our able leader is there. Professor Sulochana Sekhar is there, the registrar of this university. And madam also said that cities, if you really wanted to fight climate change, then you take cities. We can very well take Thiruvarur town, or you conduct a small research in which area produces more solid waste. There you start your campaign, and also you also set an example. Avoid. Since you have to practice to avoid plastics, it will not come just like that, my dears. Avoiding the plastics, it will not come just like that. And also don't find fault with that products are covered with the plastics and so that I'm also using. See, don't go for that sort of things. Gradually we can very well reduce the people. When you are going with that kind of attitude, certainly we can very well make a change. So what is required is attitudinal changes is very, very important. When we are sitting in a farm like this, then immediately people are taking the mobile and they are forwarding the message. See, kindly avoid it. It's a great practice. That will not come just like that, my dears, really. You have to practice, unless otherwise you have to come out with a positive attitude of not touching your mobile and forwarding any sort of information, unless otherwise some top bureaucrats. You practice it. Otherwise, sorry, like this, so many conferences will, so many conventions will come, so many days will come, so many months will come. I have been in this field for more than 30 years. When I started my research work as a commerce professor, when I started my research work on environment in 1997, people foo-fooed at me. I have come across all kind of humiliation, all kind of insults.
but I have never stopped. Even from my family, then I have received a lot of criticism. But I have not given up. I not ended up. I am the only commerce professor in India doing an international project with the University of Hertfordshire in London, where my team is a top scientist and top economist. Top scientist of Europe, top scientist of London, then they are working with me. Recently our paper published in the top journal of the world. Top journal of the world. I am a commerce professor. This is the impact of climate change on food security. I am a commerce professor, I have done. So at the time when I was advocating interdisciplinary people, even vice chancellors also not taken very seriously. Really, I requested 3 vice chancellors to come out within the Center of Climate Change. Nobody considered, and I organized the first international conference in 2008, and I started my segregation of waste in 2006. The governor of Pondicherry and the chief minister of Pondicherry started the program. But nothing have happened. Once I moved from there, then people have completely changed. They have as usual business model, you know, as usual business model. Yes, everything is come into the as usual model. So therefore, if you really wanted to utilize, maybe 5 lakhs spent for this conference. Really, 5 lakhs spent for the conference. And apart from that, how much of effort by the students, by the research scholars, by the participants traveling from the different parts of the country, and they have put their effort here. So therefore, my dear participants, please, you start. As that young girl said, no, if 1 drop stopped, of course it may not make a difference like this kind of issue. Suppose if a few millions of drops fallen at the same time, that will make a difference. And why don't we do it? And why don't we get the attention of all the people? Because life is, your life is your life. Your life and your sons or daughters' life is with your effort. What kind of effort now you are taking? That is the thing. So therefore, and you take the nearby, maybe this Thiruvarur is a holy city, and thousands of people visiting this area, and thereby you start and disseminate the segregation of waste, and you also be 100% green consumer. So you just go for your term, I have used sustainable consumption, that's called Sustacom. You practice sustainable consumption. That means consume anything judiciously. Judiciously, then certainly Mother Nature is weeping. Mother Nature not able to tolerate the kind of atrocity is done by you. That's the reason why the natural disaster events frequently taking place. With the frequency of the natural disaster is high. If you just watch the last 3 years. So all the unreached areas, that means the climate friendly areas now affected by the climate. Unreached, unaffected areas also affected by the climate change. Of course it is there, and now without any corrective measures, without any corrective actions by us, it is still aggravating. Don't expect such kind of things for good actions and all from the government. Government has done enough. Government has done enough. Now the action should come from your side. And here you forget leader, this and that. Everyone is claiming that I am an environmentalist. Please, you harness your energy and put it. So let me put only 4 or 5 lines I would like to share and like to sing here. It's not a song, I'm not a good singer, but even then this is what I have penned long back. It's not like that, but even then. With this, I would like to conclude this session. அன்னையே அன்னையே என் இயற்கை அன்னையே நீ இல்லையேல் இல்லையேன் இவ்வுலகில் உயிரில்லையே தன்னையே தன்னையே இரையாக்கிய அன்னையே இது புரியாமல் தெரியாமல் மனிதன் தருகிறான் தொல்லையே
பாலை நிலம் நாளும் இங்கு பெருகுதே, பசுமையை தேடி மனம் தவிக்குதே, பொன் விளையும் பூமி எல்லாம் வீடாகுதே, இது தொடர்ந்தால் என்ன ஆகுமோ? வெப்பம் புவி வெப்பம் நாளும் உன்னை தாக்கும், உயிர்கள் புவி உயிர்கள் வெந்து வாடி வதங்கி போகும். இன்று நீ நினைத்தால் புவி பந்தை காக்கலாம், வென்று சாதிக்க புதிய பாதை பிறக்கலாம். படபடக்கும் பறவையை காணோம், பறந்து விரிந்த வனங்களை காணோம், பாரதி சொன்ன சிட்டுக்குருவியின் குரலையும் கேளோ. சிலு சிலுக்கும் நதிகளை காணோம், சிங்கம் புலி கரடி எல்லாம் வனங்களில் காணோம். மருந்தேதான் உணவாக மாறுதே, மலரெல்லாம் வாசனையின்றி போகுதே, இது தொடர்ந்தால் எதிர்காலம் என்ன ஆகுமோ? வெப்பம் புவி வெப்பம் நாளும் உன்னை தாக்கும், உயிர்கள் புவி உயிர்கள் வெந்து வாடி வதங்கி போகும். இன்று நீ நினைத்தால் புவி பந்தை காக்கலாம், வென்று சாதிக்க புதிய பாதை பிறக்கலாம்.
Thank you. We need a cooperation from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. We will be commencing the validatory session in another few minutes, and we will have a short break, that is 5 minutes. Please get back to the same venue. We will have the validatory session. Thank you.
On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we cordially invite Chief Guest Professor R. Jagannathan, Vice Chancellor, Periyar University, Sri Senthur Pari, President, Exnora International Foundation, Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor R. Nagarajan, Controller of Examination, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor Ravindran, Dean and Head, Department of Media and Mass Communication, Dr. Velmurugan P.S., Dean, School of Legal Studies, Ms. Niranjana Devi K., Student Coordinator of the program, on to the dais. What to tell? Okay. Just wait for 2 minutes. The program will start shortly. We request dignitaries to occupy the seats. As all wonderful events comes to an end, now it's the time to draw a curtain to our program. A very good evening and welcome to the valedictory function of 2 days conference on climate change. This conference was organized by STRIDE, Scheme for Transdisciplinary Research for India's Developing Economy. STRIDE scheme is aimed at strengthening the research culture and innovation in colleges and universities and helps students and faculties to contribute towards India's developing economy with the help of collaborative research. Let us start the program by invoking the blessings of God Almighty. May we now request everyone to raise for Tamil Thai Valthu.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu and myself, Arunima, research scholar from the Department of Commerce, would like to invite Dr. Velmurugan P.S., Dean, School of Legal Studies, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, and Coordinator of STRIDE, Central University of Tamil Nadu, to welcome the gathering.
Most respected, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Periyar University, Tamil Nadu, Professor Jagannathan sir, the President of very famous popular NGO having a remarkable presence in Tamil Nadu and all over the country, Exnora International's President, Sri Santurpari sir, Dynamic Registrar of Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor Sulachana Shekhar, the Mentoring and Monitoring Committee member of the UGC STRIDE program under which we are organizing this climate change conference, Professor Nagarajan, the Controller of Examination of Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor Ravindran, one of the most important, senior professors of Central University of Tamil Nadu, leading the media science department of our university, and the student coordinator of the climate change credit course, 2 credit course, Niranjana, dignitaries of the dais, participants, research scholars, and my student friends. Very good afternoon to one and all. Just yesterday, in the inaugural event of this 2 days climate change conference, I just told that we have assembled across various domains. From various domains, we have assembled here for a very common purpose, a threat for all of us, that is climate change. Educational institutions across the country, for a long time since inception, we were being divided with our own domains. For all, whatever being the academic activity, we used to restrict ourselves for our own. For example, I am from commerce. My entire thought process used to be restricted, whatever related to commerce. But knowingly or unknowingly, Government of India, our higher education department, and various state governments have started talking about, initially about multidisciplinary research, which normally concentrated on a combination of research activity or any project, maybe with the association of 2 or 3 departments. And good developments has come, and many institutions are taking up, many senior professors are taking up projects on that line. Later they started about talking about transdisciplinary research, not necessarily restricting to 2 or 3 departments. The entire university, the whole system can come together to discuss about pressing issue for the state, for the country, for the world. One such initiative was taken up by the University Grants Commission, one of the very novel, meritorious project program announced by UGC, that is the STRIDE program, the scheme for transdisciplinary research for India's developing economy. When the project came out, the information about the project came out, as I said yesterday, we also had in our university, when earlier Vice Chancellor Professor Das was there, we had a meeting to have a brainstorming session. It was a brainstorming session. Professor Sulachana Shekhar was also there at that time. We were thinking about what could be the transdisciplinary project which can be submitted from Central University of Tamil Nadu. And it was me who proposed something on climate change. It doesn't like an idea, intuition which ignited in my mind at that particular moment. But actually it started in 2008 at Pondicherry University with the SAP program. It's a 5-year program with 1 crore 10 lakh assistance from UGC. It was on carbon credits, which is also part of climate change initiative. Prior to that, in 2006, myself and Professor Ilangovan, senior professor, was there. We were in the roads of Pondicherry, used to collect data with him with a small data collection form. It was on environment and climate change. It started in 2006. He was my pioneer in that activity. You may even wonder why a commerce professor or commerce faculty should talk about climate change, talk about environment. Actually, whatever be the field we are, now we have to think beyond, as our Vice Chancellor Professor Krishnan said yesterday, we have to think out of the box, we have to move out of our domain, think what is happening elsewhere, only then we can progress, we can maybe we can suggest some valuable solution to the threats facing the economy, facing the society, facing the entire humanity for that matter. So we submitted a STRIDE project on climate change, and UGC was kind enough to sanction to us. And in the past 3 years, as I said yesterday, the success is that it was not restricted as just as a project. We are all having projects. We are all having projects. It will end up in 6 months, 1 year project, 2 year project, maybe SAP at the maximum, it's 5 years. But here, with the support of our university, with the support of our Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and all our academics, of our controller, who is also a monitoring committee member, with the support of the students, faculty members, across different disciplines. Getting a support from one department and administration is a different story. With the collaborative effort of all my colleagues, particularly from horticulture department, law department, from media, from life sciences, we all came together and we have drawn, it's like pulling a car. Like, the their, we have pulled this for the past 3 years, and it is not going to be the end, which I was just briefing our Vice Chancellor, Professor Jagannathan. It is not going to be the end. It is not going to end with a 3-year project, because we have initiated already, we have launched a 2-credit course, and it is going to be there forever in this university. It can also be something like a 4-credit course, which can be followed by other departments. And this is the first program after establishing our Center for Climate Change Studies at our university. And I hope I can declare that it's a very big success for the first event of our Center for Climate Change Studies. For this wonderful event, definitely it was a very significant contribution by the resource persons who have traveled such a long distance. Resource persons are not they are highly reputed persons, like Professor Dwaraknath. I know him, he was a member Pollution Control Committee at Pondicherry when I was from the industry. He was as a Pollution Control Committee member, and now a member at Ministry at New Delhi. Professor Chellaperumal, everyone for that matter, they have taken risk to travel to address the students, because time has changed. This is the day when you announce a conference, the first call will be is it online. But in such a situation, we have conducted this conference in a very successful manner, and we are into the last spell, that is the valedictory session, for which I would like to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of Periyar University, Professor Jagannathan sir, for accepting our invitation. He is a very good friend of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Krishnan, which means there is a connection between Central University of Tamil Nadu and Periyar University. And Periyar University as such, it's one of important developing university. In fact, we can call it as a younger brother, not a younger brother, among the elder brothers, maybe the youngest in Tamil Nadu, and also a competing university. Thank you for, welcome sir, for attending this. We have our Shri Sindur Pari from Exnora International. He is the president now. I wanted to make a small information, give some small information about Exnora International. Honestly, in my experience, there are several NGOs in this country, in this state. One NGO which is doing remarkable service to the society, particular to environment and climate change related activities, to environment for that matter. Honestly, in India, in Tamil Nadu, it is Exnora. And presently, it is headed by Shri Sindur Pari. Such a famous NGO, we should also feel happy that that NGO is headed by a person from Thiruvarur. Thanks for welcoming, sir. I welcome you for this validity session. Professor Sulochana Shekhar Madam, who is the registrar, I said, she used to support us a lot in all our academic activities. After taking up the registrar in charge of our CUTN, in fact, I should say the activities of STRIDE has expedited. We were trying to expedite, but with their support, and it has happened. Not just because of registrar, she has taken the position of registrar, but she is also the Dean School of Earth Sciences, a subject which is closely related to the main focus area of our STRIDE project, climate change. Welcome you, madam. As our Vice Chancellor has said, if the Central University of Tamil Nadu has offered with, provided with the project, STRIDE project on climate change. It is because of the support and personal efforts of Professor Nagarajan, the present controller of examination, and the mentoring and monitoring committee member. It was him along with me who we are presenting that. We presented the project at UGC headquarters, New Delhi. From that moment, from that day when we visited New Delhi to till this time, he was meticulously involved in each and every activity and motivate me personally and all other internal project coordinators to take up activities on climate change. Welcome you, sir. Professor Ravindran, I came to this university some close to 5 years now. I have a very good rapport, very good, friendly relationship with all the faculty members in this university. Professor Ravindran came a bit later. In this campus, he joined later, maybe a year or so later. Honestly, very senior person. I know that even before his joining, because I was there staying at a guest house for a long time. I got the information that Professor Ravindran is coming and he is so and so, the information which I got about him, who is going to join, who is going to head the Department of Media is so huge. Balakrishnan, Francis and others used to tell me. I was a bit frightened to, who is going to be such a person and a bit even excited to meet him for the matter. You will not believe, one professor in this university, one senior professor in university who can take into confidence, discuss anything about whatever, maybe academic, non-academic, even cinema, film, directors, this, that, whatever you want. For 26 age person of a youngster, he will be a 26 age of a person of 26 age. For someone from 60 plus, he will be looking like a person with 60 plus. Such a very versatile Professor Ravindran. Welcome you, sir, for this conference. Why Niranjana, a student, to talk about, give vote of thanks for this conference? Reason is there. When we initiated the course, a 2-credit course on climate change, we were initially struggling to offer the course. Syllabus is ready, course structure is ready, who is going to take up? But being the Dean School of Legal Studies, I just floated the idea with my colleague Bala Shanmugam. He is almost like my brother, and he supported me a lot. And it is the department law students who came forward to take up the course. Now it is very popular. And the student coordinator is Niranjana. Welcome, Niranjana, for this. I also welcome all the other dignitaries of the dais, scholars, students, for this 2-day climate change conference valedictory session. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful welcome address. On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu and myself, invite Professor S. Nagarajan, Dean
enjoyed the science, humanities, management, law, and everything. So in the welcome speech, Dr. Velmurugan sir has nicely presented. It's a multidisciplinary. So once we started this STRIDE, so initially we thought we can, because that time it was like a kind of everything was an online due to COVID. So we thought what we can do, how we can spend the money, because government has given money. So no one is available here. If it is something like a kind of an workshop or a conference, because mainly the fund was given for capacity building. So we thought we can have more number of workshops, some field visit. So we planned initially like that, but all of a sudden Corona. But the CUT and STRIDE team, so we have taken an initiative. We have given the money to all the departments. So all the departments, they conducted various events. That's really a good thing. And whatever we are observing in the last 48 hours, it was an initiative by many departments. So we have student volunteers from law department, management, commerce department, and most interestingly, horticulture department. So many departments, and science department, humanities, everybody is interested. So in short, this stride, it connected all of us together. And based on our request, so the CUTN has started the Center for Climate Change. So it's a very good initiative. So we have launched a 2-credit course. And next step, we have to go for a program, a kind of a multi-level program on either a master's, maybe probably it will be good to have a master's in climate change. And also yesterday was also when I discussed with many of the experts, they are saying there's plenty of scope for climate change, especially in masters as well as research programs. So maybe we can have a kind of a interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research programs in the coming years, right? So a few things I want to convey here. So though many people have talked about climate change, so and people have differentiated, is it an due to environmental pollution? But it is not only due to environmental pollution, right? Because climate change by nature also, there are many issues. For example, today people are talking about methane pollution, right? Because when we have an agriculture expert, our Vice Chancellor is an expert in agriculture science. So methane, once you have a farming activity, automatically methane will enter into the environment. Likewise, carbon dioxide. So we, as a human being, we take oxygen and we exhale carbon dioxide. But there's a balance, but now we cross the balance level, right? So that's why we are bothering about all these things. But as a science person, there are ways and means. So like you can say carbon trading, marketing, this and that, but there are other things also. We can harvest the carbon dioxide, right? People are working and maybe we have to put more effort on those lines. To utilize the carbon dioxide, how best we can utilize the carbon dioxide, either as a solvent or as a reagent for some reaction, or how to fix the carbon dioxide, right? To kind of a useful product, so waste to wealth, right? So that is one point, maybe through the multidisciplinary approach we can think of. Maybe we have a biology people, we have a horticulture, and as a science departments, many departments are with us. We can think of how to fix the carbon dioxide in a more efficient way, because the plants are the very good examples, but beyond that, we can propose many methods. That is also possible. And the environmental pollution, just in the last lecture, Madam from Anna University, she was talking about, and Saur was also highlighting about segregation of waste. So that is a very important thing, because plastics, plastics, once they enter into the ecosystem, it's really very difficult, because there are many disadvantages, many issues are with us. But once you segregate the waste, after using a plastic bottle or a plastic cover or whatever plastic pack, if you segregate the waste, it can be recycled very well. But what's the problem? The main problem at SAR is that attitude is the problem. You have to segregate the waste. Once you're able to segregate degradable and non-degradable waste and plastic waste separately, very well we can use the plastic, right? But that mentality is not there. So we have to cultivate, because what I can say, these programs, through this capacity development activities, CUTN has conducted many awareness camps, many programs, many workshops. So definitely it's a different level for students, for faculty, for many levels we have conducted the capacity building program. Maybe certainly once we have a program with faculty as an audience, definitely it will enter into the students, right? And then it will enter into the local community. So plastics we can use, but we have to find a way to segregate. We have to, when we can recycle it. Likewise, for other problem also, we have to approach through multi-dimensional way. There comes this stride through chemistry, so physics or biology or whatever be the way we approach. And India is a country, so we have so much of a human resource, right? We can work on these problems, right? So regarding the NGOs, because recently we visited the Chennai, that time we visited the ex-Nora chairman, the Professor Chendurpari office also. So the kind of activity, so whatever they are their level is different, but their mainstream is they are working on business or whatever be the case, but they are investing their time and energy in cleaning up the environment. Mainly they are focusing on solid waste treatment. When I talk to many of his colleagues, everybody, they have different forms, but I don't know how it's possible for all of them to focus or channelize their energy, time, money and everything for the sake of society. Really, I'm very grateful. I'm really aware of to give a big appreciation to the Exanora team. And also, in our campus, now we are using their vehicle, right? Hope you might have seen Exanora, it's helping, supporting CUT and also in removing these plants and other things, right? So climate change, I'm not going, though I'm a science person, so we worked a little bit on environmental pollution and biological methods of remediation and all quite long back. So it's possible as a CUT and as a team with whatever be the kind of knowledge from different departments, we can collectively, we can work and how we can make, one day we will make a kind of a product or a technology to support the environment, to support or to control the environmental pollution, right? And really, I'm very happy to be here on this special occasion. I'm thankful to Dr. P.S. Velmurugan and the entire team. It's not the conference is not a one-man show. Everybody, starting from students, faculty, and many people have been involved in various activities. Really, I'm appreciating and congratulating each and every one of them. So thank you very much. All the best. So especially I'm thankful to the resource persons and delegates. Thank you very much for visiting us. So, and we will definitely have a center that time also, the established center that time also. You people have to guide us and help us in in the next level to offer program and other things. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. May we now request Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar, Central University of Tamil Nadu, to honor Dr. R. Jagannathan, Vice Chancellor, Periyar University. Thank you, ma'am. May we now request Professor Velmurugan PS, Dean, School of Legal Studies, to honor Sri Senthur Pari, President, Exanora International Foundation, Chennai. But thank you, sir. May we now request Professor Nagarajan, Professor Velmurugan PS, Dean, School of Legal Studies, to honor Professor Ravindran, Dean and Head, Department of Media and Communication, Mass Communication. May we now request Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar, Central University of Tamil Nadu, to felicitate 2 days conference on climate change.
Very good evening to everyone here. So this third time I am on the stage. So many people have spoken so many things here. But what we are expecting here, the ultimate aim of this conference is what we are going to do, the action plan. So any idea what we are going to do? Anybody want to say something? Segregate waste, yes. Then it is the young generation, you have to speak now. The success of this conference is based on your insight, what you learned from here and what you are going to share with us now. You want a mic? இல்லை பயப்பட வேணாம், நீங்கள் பேசலாம். Whatever language you want to express, please. That is what the success of this conference we are thinking. So please, yeah, please. Yeah, very good. So that is the success of this conference. We are just sowing the seeds in your mind. So let us hope it will grow and it will save our earth, and we'll be having a very sustainable earth for our future generation. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us. May we now invite Sri Senthur Pari, President, Exnora International Foundation, Chennai, to felicitate 2 days conference on climate change.
Good evening, all. I always used to start my speech with a happy note. What do you think? I will finish my speech within 2-3 minutes. Okay? Are you happy? Oh, thank you all. Really, in the 2-day event, it's a wonderful event. We have to clap the organizers and give a good clap for the organizers. It was a wonderful event. As our, you know, the happiest country of the world, which is the happiest country? Huh? Finland is the happiest country in the world. Recently, 10 days back, I have visited that country. Maybe one of the reasons, the green cover of the country is 75%. Do you know the green cover of our country? How much? The government says 21.7%. But as far as in Tamil Nadu, they say 17%. But for a healthy land cover, we need 33%. My humble, as Madam requested, what is the result of our the conference? Yesterday, our Vice Chancellor also insisted. We may talk about so many things globally, but what we are going to do locally. So, our campus is 520 acres. For 1/3 of the green cover, we need 170 acres of green cover. My vision, my interest to create at least 100 acres forest in this campus. So, on behalf of Exnora, I assure you, as he mentioned, Thiruvarur is famous for car, the Ther festival. Oor Koodi Ther Ezhuthal. In this university, I see this. The team, entire team is working excellently. Again and again, we have to congratulate and clap them for their wonderful coordination. The committee, I see them in every action. I see them. The day when I met them in Chennai, we discussed about the cleaning of the campus and everything. Within an hour, the team has come to my office. It's really, I impressed like that. Within a week time, our rental-free proclaim reached this campus. See, we used to work with people. Without people participation, nothing will get succeeded. So we used to give rental-free machineries, rental-free proclaim. We have JCB and everything. Last year alone, we planted 2 lakh saplings. Moreover, we are maintaining it also. We are growing it. As Madam mentioned, we used to call it as micro-urban forest. We are creating many micro-urban forests. In Tamil Nadu, we are creating, the Niti Ayog says, Chennai is a water distressed city, whereas we say it's a water surplus city. Chennai needs 12 TMC of water every year, but we have the water bodies to store 85 TMC. So whether it is rain or shine, we can give water for 5 years. So we are working on this. The last 10 years, we lost more than 1/3 of our water bodies. Tamil Nadu is leading, and Tamil Nadu state is leading in the country. So we are working on that. We are ready to work with the institution. Myself and our Professor Manivannan discussed as a result of this conference, in the first phase, we are going to start planting 10,000 saplings very shortly. as the chair mentioned, surely we will achieve the 100 acres in due course. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Really, I am very happy to work with you, professors. Really, the excellent words you are given, mind-boggling messages you are given, Anna University professor, everything is very nice. We are ready to work with you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Congratulate everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words, and we are proud to have your presence in this occasion. On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we cordially invite the chief guest, Professor R. Jagannathan, Vice Chancellor, Periyar University, to deliver the valedictory address. Sir, please. Sorry. May we now invite Professor Ravindran, Dean and Head, Department of Media and Mass Communication, to felicitate 2 days conference on climate change.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of Periyar University, Madam Registrar, Professor Nagarajan, our Controller of Examination, my beloved friend, Professor P.S. Velmurugan, the organizer of this meaningful event. It is wonderful because it is meaningful. That's the way I see it. And the student colleague is going to give the vote of thanks. And senior professors from Pondicherry University, my beloved old colleague Chella Perumal, and my beloved faculty members, deans, heads of departments, and dear students. I have nothing much to say except conveying 3 points. One about the uniqueness of this event. I'm always fascinated by the idea of university. What I call as the idea of university doesn't exist now across the world, because the idea of the university has been distorted and kidnapped, to put it bluntly, by the forces of business, commercial sector, so many cross currents. We can't blame any one person or any one institution for this. I'm interested in the idea of the university because India is the only country in the world which had ancient universities. Europe can only boast University of Bologna in Italy as the oldest university, besides Oxford and other universities. But we can boast of several ancient universities, such as Nalanda, Dakshila, Kanchi, so many universities. We only remember Nalanda because we are always, as a culture, we belong to oral culture, and oral cultural people and groups are used to deifying something. So we are used to elevating people and institutions as divine. Okay, so that comes naturally to us. That's why we worship film stars. In Tamil Nadu, we worship film stars not because their films are attractive, but because of this historical legacy. Similarly, we worship kings. We have come to worship kings. We have come to worship so many things. That apart, the idea of the university, which is being distorted, lost, cannot be entirely erased. And this conference, two-day conference, stands testimony to that idea of university. Why? You might ask. In Nalanda, they had no privilege for any particular discipline. Any particular discipline. Among the ancient disciplines, you had philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, so many things. And students were given choices to choose the disciplines, and faculty were given choices to practice the discipline. So Nalanda was not a multidisciplinary university, it was a transdisciplinary university. So when UGC started this STRIDE project, I was very happy. At last, something is creeping in to revive the idea of the university within universities, which are being encroached by so many other forces. So STRIDE is one interesting intervention to bring back the idea of university. And yesterday, one of our dignitaries on the dais, a well-known meteorologist, Ramanan, complimented our university for one thing. He said, I'm quoting, not exactly, but he said this: I've gone to many places, but I only see science faculty talking about climate change. Here a commerce professor is organizing a conference on climate change, and people from social sciences are working with science faculty, students, and talking about climate change. So the idea of the university, which is being distorted, is re-emerging in this two-day conference, according to Mr. Ramanan, not according to Ravindran. I want to see the revival of the idea of the university. But a meteorologist say, this is how it should be. This is how a conference should be. And second point which I wanted to convey to the audience without taking much time is, I'm basically a communication person. But last 3 decades, I have been having this disturbing feeling that I became a victim of brainwashing by Western books on communication. So I started discovering the Eastern notions of communication. So 90% of what I read are either ancient Tamil literature or Indian literature or ancient Jain philosophy, Buddhist philosophy, from a communication angle. And what it is, how we can connect what scholars wrote, whom we have wrongly labeled as poets. Our colleagues in Tamil department should not be offended by this. So when we speak about Sangam age, we refer to these people as Sangam poets. They were not poets, in my opinion. If you read closely, they were great philosophers. The identity is in their name. For instance, all of us mouth Kaniyan Pungundanar's famous verse, Yadum Ure Yavarum Keli, Tidum Nandrum Pirar Taravara. Beyond that, we don't go. The message lies somewhere else in the verse, towards the end of the verse. The message for us discussing climate change lies somewhere in the end. And that message is, unless we come to terms with nature, laws of nature, and once we come to terms with laws of nature, and here he illustrates one simple thing. A rocky boulder is pushed down the hill by the flowing water because of torrential rain. And the rocky boulder floats like a vessel, punai. Punai is one of the ancient terms for boat. And these two, the rocky boulder as well as the boat, they can't resist the power of nature. They flow down the stream and they cannot do anything. If we understand this law of nature, Periyore igaldalum ilame, Siriyore igaldalum ilame. We don't treat somebody as a VIP, we don't treat somebody as a lesser mortal. Now this logic of treating somebody as a VIP and somebody as a lesser mortal took deep roots once the Sangam age was lost. So you have the dynasties, starting with the Pallavas, Solas, Krishnadevaraya, Vijayanagara kingdom, Nayakas, and then the colonial period makes this more problematic. all of us are still working as colonial subjects. Okay, so we value our knowledge seeking in the colonial language as decided by Macaulay, not as wanted by Thomas Munro. Thomas Munro, if you remember, was the one person who argued for importing everything in Indian languages, as NEP argues now. He praised the Indian native knowledge system. Macaulay had a different game plan to create an intermediary class who can work as slaves for the British colonial system. And why we need to take colonialism and the damage it caused seriously when we discuss climate change is, as Professor Chellaperumal, Professor of Anthropology, explained in his presentation this morning, the damage continues because of the First and Second World War. Okay, so all the major technologies we use were made possible, we think, because of Industrial Revolution, but these technologies were fine-tuned, shaped greatly because of Second World War, particularly by the team of Adolf Hitler and the teams in Japan. And these two countries, if you go and see, they don't cut the trees. They go to extraordinary, ridiculous lengths to preserve even a single tree. Now, the winter in Japan will start soon, September. Now, all the municipal corporations, if you happen to visit during this period, they would be clothing the individual tree with specially made gunny bags, so that these individual trees do not die. This is what I call as island mentality. This is what Professor Chellaperumal also argued, that we should be more worried about the global issues from the local point of view. We should not be forgetting that whatever we do in Thiruvarur can have an impact in New York or other places. But Japanese do not think like that. Even though they are so advanced, they have this island mentality. What is this island mentality? This is my world. I need to keep this forest, these trees intact. But they ruined the amazing rainforest in Asia. They killed the rainforest in Asia. We should thank Mrs. Gandhi for saving our only rainforest in which district? Silent Valley, Idiki. So I congratulate once again the authorities of CUTN, our Vice Chancellor, our Registrar, our Controller of Examination, and most importantly, my dear beloved friend, Vel Murugan, for taking up this meaningful initiative and reviving the idea of university in the process of, in the name of spreading awareness on climate change. And lastly, let me remind you about what our ancestors said. In verse 182, Purananuru, I think that king lived, I'm not sure where he lived, but he lived somewhere between this part and Pondicherry. So he was not a poet, he was a king, he was a scholar. And his original name is not known, like many Sangam poets. So his name, given name is Kadalil Mainda Peruvaludi, one who got killed in a sea warfare. That is the name we can get. That is verse 182. And what is the message here? The verse begins as in Tamil, Undalamma Ulagam. And the verse is telling us about how this world works or functions. இந்த உலகம் எதனால் இயங்குகிறது, யாரால் இயங்குகிறது? குப்பை போடுபவர்களால் இயங்க மறுக்கிறது, இயங்கவில்லை. குப்பை போடாதவர்களால், நல்ல உள்ளங்களால், இந்த உலகை மாசுபடுத்தாதவர்களால், தனக்காக உழைக்காமல் மற்றவர்களுக்காக உழைப்பவர்களா? One who does not work for himself, one who is not greedy, one who is always thinking about the majority interest. The world is getting ruined because the world has come to be ruled by data capitalists now. So few organizations in the world who are controlling data, they are controlling our lives. So they are greedy. So உண்டாலம்ம உலகம் என்ற அந்த அருமையான பாடலை நாம் நினைவில் வைத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். That verse should put us on the mat that we should be thinking about the working of the world every moment of our existence. ஏனென்றால் another ancient philosopher Tolkappiyar said, நிலம், நீர், தீ, வலி, விசும்பு இவை ஐந்தினால் ஆன மயக்கம் உலகம். The world, we are in the age of discussing climate change, but we should also remember our ancestors were more concerned about this destruction, what we are facing. They were concerned. So, nilam, neer, thi, vali, visumbu, land, water, fire, and air, sky. The atoms connected with this, they constitute the world which is not permanent, which is illusory. It will become permanent once we recognize that the atoms are in place. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insightful thoughts. On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, we cordially invite the chief guest, Professor R. Jagannathan, Vice Chancellor, Periyar University, to deliver the valedictory address. Sir, please.
சுழன்றும் ஏற்பினது உலகம் அதனால் உழந்தும் உலகே தலை. Good evening, friends on the dais and off the dais. I am happy to be here because I was associated with the climate change for the last nearly 22 years. Of course, I was forced to go into this field because as an agriculture scientist, as an agrometeorologist, I started digging out data for climate change studies, that in impact of climate change, climate on crop, that is meaning weather associated with the crops. So that is my field of specialization. So when I was looking for the data from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, the IITM, they were not able to give the data I require. That means I require only solar radiation, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, rainfall for future and as well as current scenarios. So the day in which I started in 2005, after finishing our admission work, because the first time I did that on computer, because I have some little knowledge in computer, though basically I am an agriculture scientist. So I learned myself and we did computerized admission the first time in 2005. After finishing that, I myself and my friend sat together and we started compiling the model, regional climate models. So the regional climate model is one which requires to help us to have a concentrated data, that means high resolution data, so that we can do impact studies. Before going to that, let me ask some question on climate change, because recently I've been to group 1 interview for TNPC. So where I used to ask the question on climate change, what is climate change? Anybody can tell, what is climate change? There are a lot of misconception in the print media as well as electronic media about climate change, especially in Tamil Nadu. So I don't know about other states, but here there is a typical difference, a typical misunderstanding of about the climate change. So climate, normally we call it as kalanilai. So those who are in Tamil, I am sorry about those who are not knowing Tamil. The kalanilai is climate. Change is matter. Kalanilai matram is supposed to be climate change, and all the print media, all the electronic media, they say it is paronilai matter. The same answer was given by those who I have asked, those candidates I interviewed. They said it is change in the season. Then another word they say is global warming. And they did not know what is actually what. What happens when you say global warming, whether the temperature increase, they say it's global warming. Because when I say change, there should be some change in the weather parameter or the climate variables that we study. That they don't understand. So normally climate variables, which normally we look into account, is first is the temperature, second is the carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases, whatever the greenhouse gases are there. We should take into account that. So this, even the temperature is manifestation of the greenhouse gases and not the temperature itself. You know, Earth rotates and revolves around the sun. Exactly, it has the solstice and equinox, exactly the day that occurs. It rotates and revolves around the sun at the speed of every 24 hours. It rotates itself, and you have 365 half a quarter days. It completes revolution around the sun. That is not changing. So season will not change. So everybody says the season has changed. So either temperature or precipitation or the greenhouse gases, whatever it may be, all will change. But the important impact is the greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases which envelops the earth, which covers the earth as a blanket. When the blanket of these greenhouse gases thickens, then you will have problems. Why you have problems? Sun radiates in short wave forms, while earth radiates, re-radiates, otherwise it absorbs the radiation from the sun as a short wave radiation. Earth being black body, it has to remit as a long wave radiation, which is get trapped. Greenhouse gases transmit the short wave radiation, not the long wave radiation. So when gases trap that long wave radiation, Earth gets heated up and automatically the temperature increases. So the culprit is greenhouse gas. So all these greenhouse gases all are because of our anthropogenic issues, that means human interventions. Whatever your energy used, even at home, whatever the appliances used. So all contributes. So that's why we call it as carbon footprint. Carbon footprint, anybody knows carbon footprint? What is the carbon emission an individual emits by way of his activities? Take for example, I am coming from Salem to Thiruvarur by car. So my friend travels through bus. He has less carbon footprint. So I am traveling to Chennai by flight, but my friend travels by train, then he contributes less to the carbon emission. So that's why the individual's carbon footprint is measured. So when carbon footprint of the individuals is less, then you will have no problems. So that's why every time I ask, even if you throw a bus ticket on the dustbin, think of twice, thrice. So whether it can be recycled. So now if you throw it, it will again contribute. It will get decomposed by the microorganisms in the soil, and it will emit as a, normally it will emit as a carbon dioxide. So that is by way we are contributing to the climate change. So this is one part. Some change has to be taken place. That is important. So temperature has already increased by around 1 degree, 0.8 to 1 degree Celsius. Temperature from pre-industrial period 180 ppm, now it is 420 ppm. So like that other gases also increase. but not the rainfall. Rainfall precipitation as such in India and Tamil Nadu, we have variations. So that is different. There are two words normally we use, climate change and climate variability. காலநிலை மாற்றமும் காலநிலை மாறுபாடும். So காலநிலை மாற்றம், when the change has already taken place like temperature, we say already changed. Carbon dioxide already changed. It will not go back. But rainfall, its variability is there. 1 year good rainfall, another year less rainfall, another year excess rainfall. So like that, it becomes a normal pattern from our forefathers. For the last 30 years, there is no definite change. That means there is no signal to say that the rainfall has changed. There are some places in the earth that changes has taken place, but not in India and Tamil Nadu. So, as I said, though I am from agriculture side, I am talking about a regional climate model. So, I started trying to gain knowledge on regional climate model, and I used to downscale the model outputs, GSM outputs into RCM, that means global climate model, to using a regional climate model, and we downscale it to 25 kilometer resolution, whereas your GCM may be 100 to 250 kilometer resolution. So this 25 kilometer resolution, for example, 200 kilometer resolution means there will be only 6 data I can get in Tamil Nadu. Whereas if I go for 25 kilometer resolution, I can 220 places the data. So I did that, and I contribute to whoever requires, because I made the downscaling using which I established, a cluster I established in our Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, where I worked there in the Agriculture Meteorology Department. And we got, we usually distribute to all the southern states of India, so that they can study the climate change, especially in agriculture, because I am also crop simulation model specialist, and we also did climate change model. So my request, why I am telling all these things, my request is people have started out of box thinking. So that is required by our youngsters. So that is where our youngsters are, I feel it is lacking in them. They are studying whatever they want, but thinking out of box is limited, in the sense that they aim for one thing, they go for the same thing. Because typically, if I say in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, they after finishing their PhD, they aim for SRF, then they want an assistant professor post in the same university. So they don't want to go. There are people, like Irayan, our chief secretary, he is from agriculture fraternity, and our Sailendra Babu, who is DGP, both of us got same time, same date appointment. So these people, some are there in the administrative line also. But still, there are people only longing to that. Kindly open your mind, because you are in Central University. So go and try different ideas. So in the climate change itself, there are different fields. That means commerce, why people commerce? You have many things on commerce. Even the product which is now sold. For example, what is sold by our friends in Uber Eats, or whatever they think. It can be predicted whether in the next 5 years this can be in this area, whether it can be sold in the same way. Or because of this condition, climatic conditions, it can be sold less or higher. That is possible. You can do that, commerce people, economics people, whoever it may be. They can utilize the change in climate to their own fields. So that is possible, because it's an integrated, as everybody said, it's a multidisciplinary thing. So you should, everyone can coordinately also do it. So even for example, there are a lot of my students who did individual crop response to climate change. Then what is the level of dam, how much rainfall, the future rainfall, how crop can be distributed. Those things can also be, if you know this, you can use that technology using the data sets. So whatever it may be, people can integrate computer science graduates, and all people can integrate together and do the work on climate change. That is where climate change is the only subject where multidisciplinary, because other subjects, so they say chemistry is my own, like that you cannot say. Climate change is multidisciplinary. Physics, chemistry, every field is involved in that. Socioeconomics, because why I'm saying socioeconomics, so there are scenarios, you know, how climate change is being predicted in future. So we call it as forecast, hintcast, the predictions, then projections. Projections are based on some assumptions. So that assumptions are different for a different period of time. So I think, you know, Ipcc, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, established in 1988. So they released the first assessment report in 1990 and its supplement report in 1992. Then thereafter they released the second assessment report in 2005, then 2011, then after that 2007 they have released fourth assessment report, which is called as AR4, Assessment Report 4, because FER, first assessment report, and we cannot say name, they started telling Assessment Report 4. Then 2007 and 2014 is the Assessment Report 5, and 2021 you have AR6 reports. So I am also associating with the Climate Change Center of Anna University for helping them downscaling the model, and even now I visited their center 2-3 days, on 14th. So because they have problems in compiling the model. So I am trying to help them to compile model for downscaling the AR6 GCM outputs, so that we can, every field can study, not only agriculture, every people who want to study, they can do it. That's my point. I am, though I have so many works, still I will take time between 8 and 10. I am doing that job. Normally I ask them to log in from remote log in. I am doing that work. So on climate science side, if people want any help, I can ready to help on that side. Okay. With this few words, I thank the organizers who asked me to come over here and felicitate and speak in the valedictory function. Thank you.
Us with your valuable words. Now, it's the time to acknowledge and encourage the talents of our participants by presenting the certificates to them. May we now request Professor R. Jagannathan, sir, Jagannathan sir, to give away the certificates. Once the name is read, we request you to come forward and receive the certificates. If you have any spelling mistakes or if your name is not mentioned, kindly contact the committee members.
Yes, Supriya.
We request dignitaries on the dais to deliver the certificates to the participants.
A. Shivachandran. P. Chandran. M. Malarvizhi. Dr. V. Raghunathan. Is there? Vedika S.
Thank you, sir. May we now invite the participants to share their experience or feedback of attending this conference.
Any two participants can share their experience?
முன்பெல்லாம் நாரைகள் குளத்தில் மீன்களை தேடின முன்பெல்லாம் நாரைகள் குளத்தில் மீன்களை தேடின இன்றோ நாரைகள் குளத்தையே தேடுகின்றன. In those days birds were in search of fishes in the pond, but in these days birds are searching pond itself. So there are too much of changes happening, and how do we do and how do we correct the same? No, maybe by conducting such conferences. And I would like to thank the organizer and then the team for having such a wonderful conference here right from the day that they have initiated the circular. So we have been contacting with them, and then their hospitality is wonderful. More than that, more than the talk, more than the interesting aspect that the dignitaries shared, action-based things we learned, and this is highly useful to us. I'm from AVC College, Mailadurai. Now I feel very happy that we will be having a touch-up with Central University, and we'll definitely interact also ask our students to come often and then learn such new things from here. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Due to time shortage, we will stop the feedback there. The last participant to share the feedback.
I am P. Chandran from Periyar University, Department of Economics. But in our university, we have planted more trees in our campus. There is a ozone soon also available there. So we have to create in Central University also like that more plant. Okay, thank you.
There is a small request. There are participants from various parts of the nation who have come across to attend this seminar conference. So we request few participants who came from outside to receive from your end. From the dignitaries, they want to receive the certificate. Outstation participants.
Ashika S. Dr. A. Muttamil Selvan. Dr. S. Jayakumar. Ms. T. Maniarasi. Pavitra E. Tansu. R. Saumya. S. Niraimati. C. Karthikeyan. What is this? Arutla Rohit. What is P. Nirmal Harish. P.V. Rinisha. Akhila K. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, dignitaries. And remaining participant, due to time shortage, we have stopping here. After the validatory session, you will be receiving the certificate. Thank you.
discussed and decided to neutralize our carbon footprint of this conference by planting trees, sir. We assure you we will work out the carbon footprint and we will mitigate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. May we now invite Ms. Niranjana Devi K, Student Coordinator of the program, to deliver the vote of thanks.
On behalf of Central University of Tamil Nadu, myself, K. Niranjana Devi, would be pleased to show our gratitude towards all the dignitaries who made the inaugural on day 1 a pleasant start, where Srimati Rutika Daral, representing the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, extended their hand towards us on collaborating with us in future projects on climate change mitigation. Our special guest, that is student come inventor, Ms. Vinisha Umashankar, suggested her ideas in making our country a greener one. Dr. S.R. Ramanan, sir, shared his knowledge with us, and Professor Dr. Nagarajan extended his hands to help us with the water management in our university. We had totally 8 sessions with various resource persons across the globe. On both days, where they all gave us opportunity to look at climate change in different perspectives and made us realize we need to take action than just speak about it. We would like to thank all resource persons for giving us such a valuable sessions and knowledge on climate change. We would like to extend our thanks to the panel discussion where Dr. Elongovan, moderator and panel member from is an environmentalist and climate change activist, founder of Green Earth Environment Research Foundation Center, Dr. Sri Shalini Satyanarayanan, women scientist, DST, Center for Climate Change and Adaptation Research, Anna University, Professor Sulochana Sekhar, Registrar, Dean School of Earth Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu, for discussing on the topic threat of climate change is obvious, how to adapt and mitigate the same. We would also like to place our gratitude towards all the participants and paper presenters for their active participations and for making the conference a great success. We would like to thank all the students, organizers and volunteers and research scholars of this conference from the Department of Law, Horticulture, Geology, Life Science, Media of Central University of Tamil Nadu for helping us make this conference a great success. At last, but not least, I would like to thank and show my gratitude towards our vibrant Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Krishnan, for giving us the chance to conduct such a wonderful conference, and Dr. P.S. Velmurugan, Coordinator of UGC Stride sponsor and helping us to conduct the conference. And our special thanks to Dr. Jagannathan, Vice Chancellor, Periyar University, and Sri Sendur Pari, President Ex-Nora, for having their presence in the valedictory session and giving our participants the certificates. And our sincere and humble thanks to media persons, all committee members of this conference, and the IT session, electricians and other staff members who helped this conference to be a great success. At the end, I would like to say a quote where I hope everyone has a smile on their face at the end of the day and put smiles on the earth. Thank you all.
Thank you, Niranjana. May we now request all to raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय दाता। जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you very much.